and also the women, the most of the part of the population is very, very poor in most of the sectors and the districts of the West Bengal. And these are the issues which BJP has been highly highlighting. And the illegal the illegal infiltration is majorly the issue of this place, Murshidabad, from where I'm reporting. But again, the visuals of the polling booth, because this first phase in West Bengal, we are expecting that the polling percentage will be much higher than what we have witnessed in the year 2021, because this time we have seen the visuals from each and every railway station, from Delhi, from Surat, from West Bengal, at Sialda railway station, at Howrah railway station, let's say at Farakka railway station, where the people from Andhra Pradesh, from Hyderabad, from Delhi, from Noida, everywhere are reaching only to cast their vote in the state of West Bengal. And it is being stated that this narrative was said that this time people have to come out more and more to poll. These are the visuals from Murshidabad, where we see women voters, male voters all arriving at the polling station. They all have queued up. And also this time it's not going to be an easy, because each and every once the cards are going to be checked. The voter ID card need to have an epic number, which is mentioned by the Election Commission of India. There are several documents which they have to take. The observers here will cross-check if their name is in the voting list or not. Only then they'll be given a slip to cast their vote. This time, tremendous exercise of the SIR has happened in the state of West Bengal majorly. In fact, the voters was deleted, supplementary list came out, but still, overall voter in the state of West Bengal, more than 90 lakh has been deleted. 6 crore 82 lakh 51,008 is the present electorate voter in the state of West Bengal. In the first phase, there are 152 seats which are going on poll today. If we talk majorly about the North Bengal region, 54 seats are here in North Bengal region, and BJP is expecting they can at least grab more than 35 seats in the only North Bengal region. They believe in several sectors the percentage is going to go high. So this is the high stake battle we are speaking about, and this first phase is going to be very interesting, because if no violence is reported, that means the machinery, the agency, the deployment of the security personnel, all should be given credit to that then. But we'll see how the day transpires. At 7 o'clock, the polling has just begun. We see more and more women voters going towards the polling station, and that's the beauty of the democracy. We always see during election, your right to vote, right to cast your vote, one person, one vote. This is what everyone has been stating about, and that's in democracy very important, who we want to be our candidate and whom we don't want as our candidate. And this election, West Bengal election, is the election which everyone is looking at as the very high-octane election. Back to the studio.
Right, Harsha, a high-octane election lined up, and I can see a lot of women going to the polling booths to cast their vote. Of course, TMC has given the pitch in the guise of Lakshmi Bhandar and talking about the welfare and the governance in the state. But also we have BJP on the other side, of course, floating many schemes for the women voters. But would also like to cut across to other reporters that we have joining from Ground Zero. Amrita, why don't we start with Tamil Nadu now, where we have
yes,
the presence
let us
of
also
Sharda.
bring in Sharda, who is now joining us from Chennai. Sharda, initially and historically, Tamil Nadu, as we know it, has always been a bipolar between a DMK and the AIA-DMK, and now with TVK's debut and with its leader Vijay entering into politics and himself contesting from two seats, from Perambur and Trichy East. Now, it looks like the ambitions are high, and they are also set to pull out votes from both these big major leagues. And now, what's the ground as polling booths are opening? So what are you sensing as of now from the ground, Sharda?
Well, this is the first time that Tamil Nadu is facing a three-corner fight. As you mentioned, DMK and the AIA-DMK for the past 50 years have been fighting all throughout Tamil Nadu, but this is the first time they're going to be facing another party, which is the Vijay's party, the TVK, which is giving them a strong fight in all 234 constituencies. Vijay is contesting in two main locations, Perambur and Trichy East. Likely that Vijay will also emerge as one of the winners, is what the TVK party members are speaking to us, telling. Right now, the elections have already started in the seat of Tamil Nadu past 7 a.m. Already, most of the people, many leaders have come out to vote as we speak. There's political leaders, P. Chidambaram, and there's also N. Seeman, who's contesting as chief ministerial candidate for the party, Nam Tamil Katchi, NTK, which is the fourth party, which is after the DMK, ADMK, and TVK in line, is also casted his vote. Actor Ajit Kumar has casted his vote. Right now, it's all left to in the people hand whether Tamil Nadu will continue under the hands of the DMK or the ADMK, or will they be giving another chance, a new chance to the political party that's newly emerging, which is the Vijay's party. In the last 2 days, we've been seeing the campaigns that's going on, whereas Edappadi K. Palaniswamy approaching the people in a very soft manner, reminding them what happened in the 10 years tenure when ANDMK was in power, whereas the DMK giving a strong statement telling that in the last 5 years how Tamil Nadu as a state has developed in GDP and how DMK 2.0 is the new the role that they can give for the people, and whereas the Vijay's party TVK has been announcing that they need a new opportunity to show that Tamil Nadu can be brought in a new light. As we speak, under the NDA, the AIADMK alliance, Edappadi is the chief ministerial candidate, whereas the BJP is the second largest party and the Congress under the DMK is the second largest alliance party. Both the alliance party, which is from the national level, are contesting in only 27 seats, whereas the AIADMK and the DMK are heading on in almost 170 to 172 seats, and they are fighting each other directly in almost 120 seats. And this time it is very important for Tamil Nadu to either choose for the NDA or the DMK plus alliance, and this time this is going to be a high-octane election, a very confusing election for the people as well, not knowing whether it would be whether DMK or the AIADMK taking a clean sweep, because there is always a question whether Vijay's party TVK is going to take whose votes, whether it's the AIADMK's women votes, whether the DMK's youth votes, or whether the entire scenario of the voting rights would be disturbed, whereas the TVK gaining at least 30% is required to make their win, and that is the question that remains, whether the Tamil Nadu will still fight with the two main parties or whether a third party can actually divulge into what the traditional politics has been set in the last 50 years, Amrita.
Yes, in fact, Sharda, we also have our other reporters joining us as well, and do keep updating as we will get back to you shortly, Sharda. And now, Hina, we have other reporters joining us from the ground in Tamil Nadu as well. And
right.
Do you want to take it?
I would like to go across to our colleague Aishwarya, who is joining us from Coimbatore. Aishwarya, this time we saw debate in fact happening around the topic of federalism, and how in fact most recently we saw how leaders were talking about delimitation and opposing it and talking about the state autonomy. This is one factor that has remained consistent when you talk about the campaign been led by the DMK party.
Certainly, we are here from the Coimbatore constituency, which is definitely one of the key towns or the key constituency in the entire political scenario of Tamil Nadu, because this has become one of the BJP's traditional foothold in Tamil Nadu, where it could break through from Tamil Nadu, where Vanati Srinivasan had won majorly from in the part 2021 elections. Breaking through the Tamil Nadu, breaking BJP that could come into the Tamil Nadu politics as well. And we can see from the past 7 a.m. there has been voting started in this particular constituency, where Vanati Srinivasan interestingly is being moved from Coimbatore South, where she had won last time, to Coimbatore North this time, where the DMK on the other hand is also trying to have their own share of this particular Coimbatore constituency, where they have moved Senthil Balaji, they're one of their key leaders, from Kannur to Coimbatore South, where they are also trying to take a part of Coimbatore onto their hands. That is what we can see, an interesting fight, though not directly but indirectly, between the DMK and BJP here, where they're trying to get into the politics of Tamil Nadu. Interestingly, Coimbatore is one of the key constituencies Coimbatore in constituencies where this is an interesting mix of voters in Coimbatore where there are business oriented people, there are youth, there is a mix of urban as well as rural and business oriented voters who would choose their who will choose their leaders accordingly, and that is the reason, one of the reasons they have said that because they'll choose BJP. The BJP has could break through into this, that because there is this business oriented people, as it is one of the textile and manufacturing industry that is being developed in Coimbatore. So that is one of the reasons that this also is said that the BJP could break through initially from Coimbatore as well. So that is the reason there is an interesting fight, though not directly, between DMK and BJP, which is yet to be seen from Coimbatore. Back to studio.
Right, Aishwarya. Right, as Aishwarya, Harsha and Sharda, do stay with us as we will come back to you very shortly. But we're now taking a short break and we will definitely get you coverage of all of the election details that's taking place in both Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. Coming back after a short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs short of parts or missiles. The MiG-29 UPG with ASRAAM now matches the close combat power of top Western jets like the Eurofighter or Rafale. Pilots who fly the MiG-29 love its speed and quick turns. With the new missile, the plane stays agile but hits harder and from safer distance. In modern wars full of electronic jamming and surprise attacks, this extra edge can decide who wins. The Indian Air Force
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
Director, the taste of success.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays, so the pilot can just look at the enemy plane through the visor and the missile follows the eyes. This high off-bore sight ability lets the jet attack from strange angles without turning the whole plane first. This upgrade matters a lot because the region stays tense. Pakistan flies JF-17 jets with modern PL-10 missiles that reach farther and lock on quicker. China uses even better systems on its J-20 stealth fighters and other planes. In a real dogfight, the old MiG-29 with R-73 could lose the first shot. With ASRAAM, the Indian pilots get longer reach, faster lock, and higher chance to survive. The missile also works well against low-flying drones that are hard to see on radar. Many experts see drone swarms as the new big threat in air wars, and this upgrade gives the MiG-29 a strong answer. The ASRAAM already proved itself on Indian planes. The Air Force fitted it successfully on the homemade LCA Tejas and the Jaguar fighters. Those tests went smooth, so putting it on the MiG-29 UPG is a natural next step. The request includes new launchers, special tools, testing equipment, and training for ground crews and pilots. Once the work finishes, the whole fleet will get the missiles step by step. This keeps the MiG-29 useful for many more years until newer Indian planes, like more Tejas and the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, join in big numbers. Upgrading the existing MiG-29 fleet saves huge money compared to buying fresh fighters from abroad. It also shows a smart way of mixing technology. India still uses Russian planes but adds Western weapons when they fit better. After supply problems from global sanctions, this diversification makes sure the Air Force never runs short of parts or missiles. The MiG-29 UPG with ASRAAM now matches the close combat power of top Western jets like the Eurofighter or Rafale. Pilots who fly the MiG-29 love its speed and quick turns. With the new missile, the plane stays agile but hits harder and from safer distance. In modern wars full of electronic jamming and surprise attacks, this extra edge can decide who wins. The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Tamil Nadu is all set to vote today, polling for all 234 assembly constituencies in the state. Three-way battle between DMK, NDA Alliance and TVK. Actor Vijay all set for electoral debut as the state goes to poll today. Question remains, will he emerge as a decisive factor? With Tamil Nadu all set to vote, will special intensive revision of electoral rolls impact voter turnout? West Bengal is all set to vote in the first phase of the assembly elections, with polling scheduled to take place in 152 constituencies across North Bengal and southern parts. West Bengal heads into high-stakes battle as TMC, BJP and Left Congress alliance gear up for assembly contest. Will Mamata Banerjee secure a fourth straight term, or BJP finally will break through in the state of Bengal?
Gentlemen, the decisive phase for the state of West Bengal. And as the high-octane campaigning comes to an end in the phase 1, where over 160 seats that are up for grabs, will Mamata Banerjee be able to retain her strongholds? And Bharatiya Janata Party, which has essentially made that final big push with Home Minister Amit Shah now campaigning in West Bengal. What's going to be the fate of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee? And also, in the state of Tamil Nadu, the Dravidian parties have always had what is seen as interchangeability. Will that really happen this time, or Chief Minister MK Stalin will be able to pull it through? Is Vijay going to be the X factor? All of this becoming the decisiveness as far as this election is concerned. Over the next couple of minutes, what we are going to do is take our viewers through our reporters who are getting us the ground report, and in fact, what's really the mood really on the ground. We're going to start with West Bengal, Murshidabad. In fact, that's been the highly contested constituencies in the state of West Bengal. Of course, this comes after the SIR revision that has essentially taken place, and it's been the biggest talking point. Harsha, what's the mood like? I just want you to move around, give us a sense of what's really happening in Murshidabad. It's just 30 minutes into the voting that has begun, but what's the mood like?
So, Shravan, the mood since morning here seems to be, very ecstatic amongst the voters. I'll ask my cameraman Atanu to move around also and show you the visuals here, because we see long queue of women and men. But, separate lines have been formed here at polling stations in Murshidabad. This election for Murshidabad is very interesting and different, Shravan, as compared to the 2021 Assembly election, because this time there has been the highest number of voter deletion in Murshidabad. Only more than 11 lakh voters were deleted during the SIR process. In fact, till Wednesday, from tribunal also, the supplementary list which came out, not much changed and not much added in the Murshidabad district. And if we talk about district, there are 22 assembly constituencies which are voting today in, are on poll today in the Murshidabad. The visuals here, because if we talk about the security personnel have also been deployed, but the process of voting right now, Shravan, here is extremely slow, because we think there's some issue with the EVM machine here, because there are three polling booths which have been made, and both the queues, what we are witnessing is that from last 30 minutes the queue seems to be stagnant. The voters are not moving inside. Most are waiting for their turn to come, because there's some issue with the machine. What we have got to know from the polling agents, that there's some issue which is coming in the machine. It will take some time for it to rectify, and after that the polling will again resume. But the entire if we talk about Murshidabad, the voting is very interesting. From Behrampur, from Jagirpuri, Dumkol, from where Humayun Kabir is contesting, BJP's Tapas Chaudhary as well. There's so many contesters, Shravan, who are in fray with the TMC with the TMC candidates in this election. But Murshidabad heavily, because this morning we are witnessing is that women in huge numbers are coming to the polling booths. Women were the most talked about both the parties, BJP and TMC. Be it TMC's Lakshmi Bhandar Yojana, or be it BJP's rupees 3,000 rupees promise, each and every yojanas were for women empowerment, women Sashakti-karan, the safety, law and order situation for women, was talked about a lot by the TMC and BJP leaders. And what we see here interesting is that since morning we have seen women from 25 years of age group till 70 years coming here in the morning. They are standing in the queue waiting for their turn. We spoke to some, although I'm not much able to understand the Bengali here, Shravan, but when we spoke to them, they explained us that we are here since 6:30. We were waiting for the polling booth centers to open so that we can cast our vote. But this time what we see here is that festival of democracy being celebrated heavily by the voters here. They are very well aware of their right to vote. One person, one vote, how important this is in the festival of democracy. And these visuals actually state that this time the polling percentage is not going to be like 2021. It's going to be much higher than 2021. Back to you.
Well, in fact, the focus has also been on some of the major challenges. In fact, Harsha, you've spoken to Suvendu Adhikari through this entire campaigning, and what one has essentially seen is that BJP's main challenger to Mamata Banerjee, that is Suvendu Adhikari, who was fielded from Nondigram, and the surprise victory that we saw of Suvendu Adhikari in the previous elections. This time too, he's taken on Mamata Banerjee head-on, be it in Nondigram or Bhawanipur. In fact, this morning, we spoke to the main challenger in this election, Suvendu Adhikari. Listen to what he had to say.
नहीं डेमोक्रेसी में ये सब नहीं होता। डेमोक्रेसी में ना वो तो पार्टी नहीं है, वो गुंडा का जमड़ा है।
पूजा अर्चना करके आज आप निकले, क्या लग रहा है?
ये हम हिंदू है, सनातनी है, जो हमारी प्रथा है वो मैं करके सूर्य प्रणाम करके गायत्री मंत्र करके हमारी सबको प्रणाम करके गार्डियन को प्रणाम करके सबको नमन करते हुए मैं
ऐसा यार कितना बड़ा फैक्टर होने वाला?
तो मैं पूरा पोलिंग एजेंट के साथ बात कर लिया। मेरा क्षेत्र का सब पोलिंग एजेंट चला गया, पूरा जिला का भी मिल गया। एक में डिस्टर्ब था नॉर्थ कोंटाई में, वो भी क्लियर कर दिया।
तो सर ऐसा यार, आखिरी सवाल, ऐसा यार कितना बड़ा फैक्टर हो सकता है इस बार चुनाव?
जब काउंटिंग होगा तो पता ही चलेगा किस तरीके से असर हुआ। देद वोटर, फेक वोटर, ट्रिपल डबल एंट्री और घुसपैठिया का नाम नहीं है तो ममता बनर्जी को जीतने का कोई स्कोप भी नहीं है।
Well, in fact, Hina, these are the latest visuals now coming in from Tamil Nadu. EPS there of the AIADMK. In fact, Hina, we've heard EPS's interview with Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, where he's essentially spoken about what he believes has been plaguing the state of Tamil Nadu, that is corruption. And in fact, he says that the legacy of J. Lalita would have only been taken forward now, and perhaps the only alternative to the DMK has been the AIADMK. He is quite confident that the same tradition is going to continue.
Right. In fact, this is also a fight of legacy. We have Karunanidhi versus the Jayalalitha legacy. And in fact, Shravan, in the state of Tamil Nadu, we also have a huge percentage of first-time voters in the electorate. And would like to go across to my colleague Sharda, who is on ground zero from Chennai. Sharda, first-time voters constitute a big percentage in this elections, and it will be a decisive vote. And what will happen, in which direction will the votes sway, is very essential for one to look out for, because these voters can be kingmakers in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Very true, because at least 14,50,000 people are youth and the first-time voters. While we take the first-time voters 14 lakhs, there's also an increase in number of youths who are under between 18 plus and 35 below, where their votes are consolidatedly making at least up to 25% of the voter turnout in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now the question remains whether these youths who are technically the GMK and the ADMK voters will now be splitting, and whether these votes would go to Vijay's TVK party. The question remains whether these voters will continue remain being with their traditional DMK and the AIDMK party that they have been supporting, depending on the plans and the manifesto that both the parties have been giving in the last 50 years. And also now there's TVK in place, which gives us a question whether will these votes be managed to be taken away by the TVK leader Vijay. Another important question that comes in when it comes to the youth voters of Tamil Nadu is if they were voting for the AIADMK and if they were voting for the DMK, if there is an anti-incumbency that they feel, will these votes go directly into the opposition party, the two traditional parties, or will there be a different vote split between all three parties, whether continues with the DMK, who are strong followers or ardent followers of the ideological politics, continue to stick with DMK, whereas the women voters being high in the state of Tamil Nadu with 51% of the entire count will go back to the AIADMK, bringing in factor that the welfare schemes given by the AIADMK is more when compared to the DMK, or are they planning to give an opportunity to the third party, which is the Vijay's TVK?
Well, in fact, these are the live images now coming in from Chennai. The former governor of Puducherry and the candidate of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Tamilisai, is there. In fact, Sharda, when you spoke to her in the run-up to the elections, there was a lot of speculations that was doing the rounds about infighting within the Bharatiya Janata Party, particularly about Annamalai and Tamilisai there. But Tamilisai, on record, has always denied, saying that, in fact, Annamalai has said that he is what he calls himself the armed party Karyakarta, and he would continue doing the work. So, as far as the BJP is concerned, what's the sense that you're essentially getting on the ground? Will there be a bit of a change for them, given the fact that they have gone through a sea change in their leadership?
Well, the change of the leadership in the BJP brings in a very big question, because in the last 4 years, Annamalai serving as the BJP leader brought a very much change to the state of Tamil Nadu, making sure that the party as such was identified in Tamil Nadu, in between the ideological parties, between the DMK and the AIDMK. BJP, which was always seen as a right-wing or for Hindu party, changed a little stance, saying that they are not for corruption, they are against the DMK, and only in that position that Annamalai bring out the party, BJP party. But right before the alliance, the change of the leadership did bring in a small dent in
Sharda,
the BJP
I think so.
party.
Tamilisai is just speaking. I'm sorry to interrupting you. Let's just listen in.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். முதல்ல you are blocking that. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இல்ல 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 இருங்க இருங்க இருங்க.
In the Virugambakam constituency, where she's also contesting from the Mylapore, announcing that she's casted a oath. Tamilisai is telling that
no. Yeah. They are helping you. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். முதல்ல ஆண்டவனை பிரார்த்தித்துவிட்டு ஜனநாயக திருக்கோயிலான
sees that she has done her citizen rights properly, that she's first went to the temple before casting her oath, and that she went to the temple along with her family and has now completed her citizens oaths where she's done. She's also mentioning that this is the same place where she contested earlier, the Viruvakambakam constituency, where she had contested earlier from. She's also pointing out whether earlier she had come to the constituency's polling booth, where she had come as the BJP leader, where she had come as a politician formerly, where she had come as a governor of Puducherry and Telangana earlier, and now as an important citizen, as a normal citizen, as a BJP Karyakarta who's all set to vote. And she had come today with full spirits that she'd be voting there. Pointing out that being the governor, they are the first citizen of the particular state, and that she had done that particular oath last time when she had come. Even after she became the Telangana and the Puducherry governor, she made sure that she still went back to Chennai to cast her oath in the Virugambakam constituency, pointing out though governor is the first person as a citizen who should be voting in the state that they are in, but Tamilisai made sure that her love for the Chennai and Tamil Nadu doesn't change, and that she had come to vote to Chennai at the time. Thanking the people of the BJP and the public, she's saying that she got an opportunity to contest in the Mylapore constituency, and she's also thanking the people for believing her under the BJP regime, and saying that she was selected by the party members and the public have been given equal support. She is also requesting the people to make sure to come out and cast a vote. She's also pointing that the women's voices in the parliament are very low, and requesting the people to come and vote regularly every time when there's an election, and making sure today that at least 95% of the vote is being casted in every constituency in Tamil Nadu, to make sure that a women's voice in the parliament is heard.
பல முயற்சிகள் மேற்கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். வசதியாக வாக்குச்சாவடிகளை அமைத்திருக்கிறார்கள்.
She's also pointing out about the issues that the Mylapore constituency faced yesterday, where the DMK leader T. Velu's aide had given an accusation telling that money was distributed to the people of the Mylapore constituency. She's pointing out that the DMK was making sure that nobody wins in the constituency apart from that, and that this problem was everywhere. And today she's pointing out that the Election Commission should take necessary actions, and that it is under the ECI to make sure that these kind of missteps do not happen during or before the date of elections. Pointing out the SIR in the state that has happened, saying that all the fake votes have now been removed, and that it is in the hands of the people to make sure that the government that is going to be formed is supportive of the people and not for corruption.
Let's also move to the other key constituencies in the state of Tamil Nadu. In fact, what we saw in the run-up to the elections, one major area of concentration for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Tamil Nadu has been Coimbatore. It's also the same parliamentary constituency from where Annamalai had contested. But what's the edge as far as challenger Vijay is concerned? I'm just going to get a quick word before I go back to the state of West Bengal and also give you a snapshot of the key constituencies in the state of West Bengal. That's the first phase of polling. As far as the state of Tamil Nadu is concerned, it's on a single phase where the election is going to take place. What's the impact like as far as Vijay is concerned? Vijay undoubtedly has been drawing a large number of crowd. People say it's mostly youth that has been attracted. Some say that he's also going to cut into what is going to be seen as the anti-incumbency vote. You have spoken to the deputy of Vijay. What's the sense that you're really getting? Are they going to be a serious challenger, Sharda, given the fact that we have seen the history of several of actor-turned-politicians in the state of Tamil Nadu? We'll then go across to the soundbite coming in from West Bengal. First, a quick update, Sharda. I think so. Humayun Kabir in West Bengal is speaking. Humayun Kabir, who was in alliance with the AIMIM, there's a major controversy that rocked the party.
Madness of possible to appeal करेंगे 23 अप्रैल 7 बजे से शुरू हो रहा है 152 सीट जो चुनाव आज हो रहा है कुछ बिहार लेके सारे स्टेट 152 सीट चुनाव आज है 23 अप्रैल सब लोगों को बधाई दे रहा हूँ सब लोगों को सम्मान है सब अपना अपना को जो चॉइस है जो पसंद है इनको बस वोट डालने का सही सलामत मेरा अपील करेंगे इसमें उम्र में पहुंच गया आज इतना दिन से 1982 से मैं चुनाव में भाग ले रहा है लेकिन ये पहले बार मेरा मेरा ही पार्टी है मेरा ही सिंबल है मेरा ही जो व्हीसल चिन्ह है बासी चिन्ह है मैं कैंडिडेट है मेरा अपना को पास नहीं मेरा पास पहले नेशनल कांग्रेस का हाथ में वोट करना तो टीएमसी को आज मेरा खुद पार्टी को पास ये बहुत
नया एक्सपीरियंस है कैसा लग रहा है
Now, viewers, I would like to go across to my colleague who is joining us from Coimbatore. Aishwarya, Coimbatore North is a focal constituency as far as Tamil Nadu elections are concerned, and we have stalwart leaders fighting from that constituency. We have BJP National President of Mahila Morcha, and then we also have DMK's Senthamil Selvan. So a high-stakes battle there as well. What do you think are the key issues in Coimbatore North?
See, the Coimbatore North, when it comes to Coimbatore North, which is one of the key constituencies, as it amounts to the second largest voter base for Tamil Nadu from here. But there's an interesting mix of voter base here in Coimbatore, especially from the Coimbatore North seat as well as Coimbatore South seat, where the most of the voters are from the business class, because this Coimbatore is known for its textile and manufacturing industry, and most of them who are living here, or most of the people here want to change income when it comes to the industries, the policies, or even when it comes to the beneficiaries, or even one of the policies that could benefit them when it comes to the industries as well as the textile industry, to be specific. So the voters here, the Coimbatore has always been an AIA-DMK bastion, where they had won twice, and in 2021 the BJP had a breakthrough where Vanati Srinivasan, the Baila Morcha leader of the BJP, had won the high-stake elections in 2021, giving a BJP a high relief because of its breakthrough into one of the key constituencies of Tamil Nadu. From then to now, even Annamalai had one of the key leaders for the Lok Sabha elections contested from the same Coimbatore, where though he could not win, there was a close battle between the BJP and the DMK as well. So this has become a AIA-DMK bastion earlier, and now the shift has slowly we can see to the BJP as well, and where this time around it is to be seen if Vanati could retain her seat. Interestingly, where she had won from Coimbatore South the last time in 2021, she has been moved to Coimbatore North, which is the other constituency where the BJP is also trying to make that their own. On the other hand, the Coimbatore South, interestingly, if you could see, the DMK could never steep into the Coimbatore, but this time they have fielded their key candidate, that is Sendil Balaji, who was a transport minister and a controversial figure because of his high-stake custody. He was in jail the last time for almost a year. This time he has been fielded from the Coimbatore South seat, and BJP's Vanati Srinivasan, who had won in the 2021 elections from the Coimbatore South, has been shifted to Coimbatore North. So this is, though not directly, this has become a battle between the DMKs and the BJP for two key constituencies, that is Coimbatore South as well as Coimbatore North. There's another key constituency which comes under the Coimbatore, is the Avinashi constituency. This is important because this is a constituency for the reserved candidates, and L. Murugan from the BJP, who is also the state minister, is being fielded this time from the Avinashi constituency. It is to be seen if he could win the Avinashi constituency for the BJP as well. So the voters here is an interesting mix between urban, rural as well as business class, and that is it is to be seen if Vanati Srinivasan could retain her BJP seat, or DMK will have a part of Coimbatore by winning in Coimbatore South. Back to studio.
Right, thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all of these details. Now, viewers, we have more election coverage lined up on the other side of the break, but slipping into a short break, don't go anywhere. West Bengal all set to vote in the first phase of the assembly elections, with polling scheduled to take place in 152 constituencies across North Bengal and southern parts. West Bengal heads into high-stakes battle as TMC, BJP and Left Congress alliance gear up for assembly contest. Will Mamata Banerjee secure a fourth straight term, or BJP will finally break through in the state?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the missile finds the target on its own, even if the jet turns away to dodge enemy fire. It also works with helmet-mounted displays.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma, and my colleague, Senior Executive Editor, Shravan Sen. And we are covering the high-stakes battle in the Assembly Elections in both West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. We have ground presence of our reporters in key constituencies and will continue to track how the voter mood looks like. But first,
well, in fact, Hina, Republic Media Network is the only network covering almost every seat in the state of West Bengal, and from the heart of Tamil Nadu, we get you the key issues and which way is it really headed, with the maximum number of reporters covering some of the key constituencies in both the states. Perhaps it's only prudent that you stay with Republic Media Network as we take you through the pulse of both the states as they go to polls. Up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Tamil Nadu set to vote today, polling for all 234 assembly constituencies in state. Three-way battle between DMK, NDA Alliance and TVK.
actor Vijay all set for electoral debut as the state goes to poll today. Question remains, will he emerge as decisive factor?
With Tamil Nadu set to vote, will SIR of the electoral rules impact voter turnout?
West Bengal all set to vote in the first phase of the assembly elections, with polling scheduled to take place in 152 constituencies across northern Bengal and some of the southern parts.
West Bengal heads into high-stakes battle as Trinamool Congress, BJP and Left Congress alliance gear up for assembly contest. Will Mamata secure a fourth straight term? Or BJP finally makes the breakthrough in Bengal? Phase 1 of polling in the state of West Bengal. In the phase, 152 seats up for grabs, 3.6 crore voters. But Hina, the big contention right now is about the SIR, which basically looms large. And that's been the big controversy heading towards this entire elections as far as what impact does it really have, the kind of deletion that it's taken place. And that's the reason why, we have our reporters really sending us ground reports from key constituencies, key areas like Murshidabad to begin with, because maximum number of deletion has taken place. As far as the state of West Bengal is concerned, what's the poll campaign been like? A high-octane campaigning being done by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's camping there. Charging against the Bharatiya Janata Party, Trinamool Congress has been talking about what they say, protecting the regional identity. That's what been the poll plank of the Trinamool Congress. What is it like for the Trinamool Congress as Mamata Banerjee is heading towards what she believes is yet another consecutive term, and the fact that she has essentially branded the Bharatiya Janata Party, Hina, as an outsider party? Will that find any sort of resonance in the state of West Bengal? That's the key question. It's going to be a tough battle undoubtedly for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Professor Dinesh Varshne is also joining us on this broadcast. He's the National Executive Secretary of the CPI Delhi. Professor Varshne, as far as the Left Congress alliance is concerned, not much has been spoken about in these elections, but do you believe that the SIR deletion would be a key concern right now? 3.6 crore voters this time in phase 1 of the elections?
It is a key concern because SIR is not giving a right to vote to the voters. In fact, it is a defranchisation.
But the argument that has been made is that it is a cleaning up of the electoral rolls. The Supreme Court has basically come into the picture, mandated the tribunals to clear up the case. 139 have been cleared as far as the first phase of the polling is concerned. Do you still believe that it is not a cleaning up of the electoral rolls, and that's going to have the clear impact and perhaps giving an advantage to the Bharatiya Janata Party?
Look, we are not against the clearing of the process of the election. It has been done earlier also. Only problem is when you do it half-heartedly. The problem is you are not able to decide so many cases in lakhs, and you are going for poll. This is, in fact, is a thwarting of the election process, a fair election process, a fair chance of elections to everybody.
Madhuvanti, Professor Varshne says that not against cleaning up of the electoral rolls, but the manner in which it was done. Even today, as far as the adjudication process is concerned before the tribunal, it is still pending. 139, that's the meager amount of number of voters that have been allowed to go in for voting this time in the phase 1 in Bengal. It's also going to have some sort of an impact as far as the state of Tamil Nadu is concerned.
சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில்
and he is now talking about the current ongoing political scenario in the state of Tamil Nadu. Following the part where he has casted his vote, he said that he has exercised his rights as a citizen to vote, and he is saying that it is important for every citizen to vote today. Edappadi Palaniswamy says he is 100% confident that the NDA will be coming back to power with the AIADMK leading in the number of seats that they would be winning. While talking about the election scenario, Edappadi says the election is just begin and that people should come out of their house to make sure that they are casting their vote today, as it is very important. The only thing that he wants to tell the people today is not vote for this party or that party, but make sure that they are exercising their citizen rights, and it is their own rights to decide which party should come to power, and it is their own mindset to decide which party that they will be voting for today, and that he will not ask them to vote for him or his own party members just today morning, but make sure that they think and vote for who they want to be in power. Saying that today is a very important day for the people of Tamil Nadu, and it is in their hands to decide what the future lies for them, and it is in their decision.
And now I would like to go across to YG Madhuvanti, political analyst joining us from Chennai. Madhuvanti, this is a very crucial elections, and we have a three-cornered fight essentially. But of course, very interestingly, what everyone is talking about is that whether actor Vijay will be a disruptor in these elections. Of course, he is linked to various controversies, Karur Stampede, various viral videos of him showing how he's flouting rules in the state. But do you think that he will play a key role in this election? Because people are debating whether he will gain a large amount of vote or his political hopes will be shattered altogether.
See, I have traveled the length and breadth of Tamil Nadu the past 2-3 weeks, and I've been campaigning extensively for the NDA. And let me be very honest with you, beyond Chennai, there is absolutely no presence of the TVK, if at all you want to know what's going on in the ground. That is the true ground reality. So this three-cornered fight in itself is very amusing to me, because it's a very clear two-cornered fight. One, between the DMK plus alliance, two, between the ADMK plus alliance. Mr. Vijay is trying to create an impact, and yes, he will create a certain impact. But if you're going to think that that impact is going to change the fate of Tamil Nadu and go pro-TVK, I don't think that is going to happen at all. Because all these theatrics, these gimmicks, these dramatics, these are things that the people of Tamil Nadu see through. I always say this, and I continue to say it even this morning, you cannot fool the electorate of Tamil Nadu. No amount of drama or theatrics is going to fool them, especially the women of Tamil Nadu, and they are all very, very clear on which side they want to vote for. The mandate is very clear. Come May 4th, we will discuss this also.
To go across to Professor Varshini now.
In fact, Hina, I think so. As we go to Professor Varshini, we'll also cut across to the live visuals coming in of Suvendu Adhikari. Suvendu, very interesting. Professor Varshini has been constantly reiterating that it is the Sanatani in him, and he is projecting himself as what he would like to be seen as the Hindu, the icon of Hindus in the state of West Bengal. I think so. EPS has spoken again, but we'll go back. Can we go across to Suvendu's visuals? I don't think we'll be able to cut across to EPS right now because. Okay, these are the latest images now coming in from Chennai there, where you have EPS who's just voted a short while back and essentially sending across the message of what he says of change. Let me go back to those images now coming in from Nondigram, where Suvendu Adhikari is voting right now. This morning, Professor Varshini, once again, he says that as a Sanatani, he once again reiterates the fact, calling for people to come out in large numbers, and he says SIR has taken care of most of the issues.
Look, what Suvendu Adhikari is speaking always, even during elections, is by and large is a clear-cut violation of the poll code. He speaks of religious fanaticism, he speaks of on religious ground and communal grounds. We don't approve it, and the people of Bengal will answer them. They have made a fortress of the police and paramilitary forces in Bengal. They will learn the lesson.
Won't you accept that he's the biggest challenger to Mamata Banerjee? Let's give it to him that first taking the fight to Nondigram, and the moment she wasn't contesting from Nondigram and she changed the constituency, she says that she's going to contest from Bhawanipur. You have BJP fielding Suvendu Adhikari in Bhawanipur also. So let's admit it that he's a keen fighter, and the fact that he's turning out to be the biggest challenger right now in the state of West Bengal.
No, in West Bengal, election is not only between the Mamata Banerjee, TMC and the BJP. It is also there, the left forces are there. We will perform better than the last time, much better than the last time. And as far as Suvendu Adhikari fielding from the Nandigram and Bhawanipur, both the seats, it is a matter between TMC and the BJP. But I am very sure that the people of Bengal will teach them a lesson to the BJP, the communal BJP, the so-called...
दादा एजेंट के साथ आप बैठे हुए एकदम सहज हैं आप एकदम आपके कार्यकर्ताओं में ताकत है, ये ताकत है आपकी।
बीजेपी का कोई नेता का कोई ऊपर डिपेंड नहीं करता।
तो इस बार क्या होने वाला है?
ताकत है बीजेपी का बूथ कार्यकर्ता।
इस बार क्या होने वाला है दादा?
नरेंद्र मोदी जी खुद बात किया पश्चिम बंगाल की हर बूथ कार्यकर्ता। यही ताकत है। ये लोग बिना साठ देश के लिए और सनातन का रक्षा करने के लिए काम करते हैं।
तो सनातन की रक्षा इस बार होगी?
जरूर होगा। सनातन जीतेगा, राष्ट्रवाद जीते तो मुख्यमंत्री उसका साथ बेरोजगारी खत्म करने का हम लोग का
तो IBC 24 पर आप क्या कह रहे हैं? इस बार क्या जिम्मेदारी होगी आपकी?
जिम्मेदारी यही है अच्छा करके चुनाव करना और गुंडा को रोकना। ममता बनर्जी को भवानीपुर में हरा,
इस बार हरा रहा है भवानीपुर में।
हिंदी हो गया। हिंदी वाला
পশ্চিম মেদিনীপুরে কিংলা রশ্মি চিন্ময় প্রমাণ চিন্ময় প্রামাণিক ওসি কিংলাকে উনি লাগবে বিচার করতে হবে, বাকি কোথাও সমস্যা নেই। দিনপুরে করেছিল আমাদের প্রার্থী ডাক্তার বের করে নিয়ে গেছে।
Well, in fact, Trinamool Congress finds its biggest challenge in the form of Suvendu Adhikari. There you have Suvendu Adhikari after casting his vote in Nondigram. I'm not too sure whether he's saying anything right now. Let's try and listen in and I'll translate that. But it seems that he just stepped out after meeting the polling agents there. In all likelihood, you would be expecting him now. I'm given to understand he's expected to leave from Nondigram as the Prime Minister has several of his road shows lined up today. We'll see if we can play that out once again. Suvendu Adhikari, in fact, also spoke to our colleague earlier today. We'll try and see if we can play that out, and these live images now coming in. Professor Vashti, staying with what we've been saying, as far as Suvendu Adhikari is concerned, you're saying that there's too much that has been read into Suvendu Adhikari. Left plays an important role. The only image, perhaps a defining image of the left this time was Biman Basu, who was out on the streets campaigning. Apart from Biman Basu, who exactly were you really looking at in terms of campaigning?
Look, in the left parties, we are not based on individual leadership. There are leadership in the left parties, but we believe in our cadre faith. We are a cadre-based politics. We do cadre-based politics, and our cadre is working in every constituency.
Professor Varshi, the cadre that has moved to the Bharatiya Janata Party?
None of our cadre has gone to Bharatiya Janata Party. I'm sorry. I've never heard it. I am a national executive member. I deal with the organization in the party, and I have never seen
don't you believe that
single member of the
do have a very strong challenge? But Professor Vashti, will you not admit the fact that it is an uphill task for the left right now in the state of West Bengal? And if things don't go your way in the state of Kerala, your ideology is completely wiped out in that case.
In fact, Shravan, I would like to add to this.
First of all, ideologies are never wiped out. Ideologies are
I'm
never
talking
wiped
about
out.
if you're not in power, if you're not in power in the state of West Bengal and Kerala, you're getting it into a literal terms, but all that I'm saying is that not in power, completely wiped out from the memory of the public.
Look, if your logic goes, then Modi ji and Trump could have never abused the communists that they are fighting for the people.
Professor
Modi ji
Varshney,
has said thrice, Trump has said twice. They are attacking only the left. In Italy, the right reactionaries are attacking only the left. In Greece, the right reaction is attacking only the left. The communist ideology cannot be killed because this is people-based politics. And there is no other political party in the world, or there is no other ideology which says of people-based politics. They may adopt one or two welfare measures, but that is not the fundamental welfare measure on the basis of abolition of exploitation of the working class and the toiling people.
in fact, Shravan, this also comes at a time when we are talking about the ideology of CPI been decimated in the state of West Bengal. Before TMC could dislodge the Communist Party, it was able to secure about 38% of the votes electorate. And this is the same what is happening in the case of BJP earlier in 2021. We saw how at around 38% of the votes were secured by the BJP. So in fact, the incremental gain that TMC secured by dislodging CPI, it is now happening with the BJP.
Look, what BJP is getting a vote in West Bengal is by and large, if there is a third election political party, that is the Election Commission of India. Fraud, addition, deletion, migrating the workers in bulk from plains in Surat, Haryana and other places, and casting the early morning 1 hour phase, the false votes. This is a problem with this election process. I am very sorry. The election process has been allowed to be abducted by the ruling party, the BJP, by the Election Commission of India, and he is saying blindly. This is unfortunate. And that is why, when the entire India bloc once had a demonstration in the Election Commission of India, and it has not heard a single petition of this thing. It is not only election, voting machine and other problems. There are problems, many other problems. Level playing field has been abolished in the elections. Plenty of money has been spent by the BJP and ruling parties there. Left cannot spend that money because we don't take the funds from the capitalists. We don't take funds from the crony capitalists.
Well, in fact,
so money and muscle power.
Professor Varshney, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I want to quickly, cross over to Tamil Nadu because these are the latest images now coming in of actor turned politician Vijay, who's I believe must have cast his vote right now and coming out of the polling booth. If I'm not wrong, those are the latest images coming in. And those are the images of TVK and now that's coming in from Kamal Haasan. In fact, what's very interesting, Madhuvanti, as far as Kamal Haasan is concerned. Kamal Haasan, goes into the Rajya Sabha. There was a point in time he had taken on the DMK also. What's really changing for him? And, I want to equate perhaps Kamal Haasan and Vijay to a certain extent because, when Kamal Haasan entered the fray, and there was a lot that was spoken about the dent that he's going to bring in, but that never happened. Do you believe that it's only the national media that has, propped up Vijay, or really it's the stardom that's going to have some sort of an impact? Because let's not take away the fact that stardom has some value in the state of West Bengal, I beg your pardon, in the state of Tamil Nadu.
No, I agree. I agree that Vijay will definitely create some sort of an impact. And he is going to create an impact more than what Mr. Kamal Haasan did in 2021 because Vijay's...
Madhuvanti, why don't you listen to what Kamal Haasan is also saying and then I'll come back. And that's an interesting point that you're making. Okay.
Well, the question asked to Kamal Haasan was, will there be a change in the state of Tamil Nadu very soon?
One bite in English, sir. Sir, one bite in English. Your message.
For which he says,
Yes.
there will be a change that is required.
And how important is the election, sir? Okay. Thank you. How important is the election?
Talking about the elections, Kamal Haasan says it is very important for Tamil Nadu to go into elections right now to make sure that the DMK continues to rule in the state. As we remember, MNM is the party that is in alliance with the DMK, but they are not contesting the elections this time. But only Kamal Haasan has become the Rajya Sabha MP and decided his party will not contest in these elections.
And now, viewers, I would like to go back to Vadhuvanshi, who is joining us. Vadhuvanshi, you heard what Kamal Haasan said, that the party will be able to gain foothold in the state. Now, we all know that he is not fighting the elections this time around. But when he said that he is not going to fight the elections this time around, there was a lot of hesitancy whether there is an infighting going on between MNM and the DMK party. And that is the reason he had to come out and in fact say that the secular alliance is intact. What do you think about the infighting that could have been there between MNM and DMK?
Do you just realize what he said in Tamil? He said change is inevitable. Now, does that mean that he's implying that there's going to be a change of regime? I mean, he doesn't know what he says himself most of the time. So this is one more sixer that in IPL, because we are in the IPL season, this is one more full toss ball that Kamal Haasan has basically thrown to the media by saying change is inevitable. You don't say change is inevitable and then you don't say that, this party will come back to power. I mean, there's no connection. That's typically Kamal Haasan, and we are all used to it here in Tamil Nadu. My point that I was making
is there a parallel?
Is
there a parallel that one can draw, Madhuvanti? Is there a parallel that one can do? Because you've travelled length and breadth of Tamil Nadu, and you say that the impact of Vijay does not go beyond Chennai.
No,
is there
doesn't.
a parallel that
I
one
have
can
seen
draw between Kamal Haasan and Vijay?
Yes, I can, because what I was saying before we went into this was that Vijay will definitely create an impact, but he's not going to create the kind of impact that everybody thinks he's going to create. At the same time, having said that, he definitely has a bigger fan following than Kamal Haasan had in 2021 when he started his party. Vijay has the advantage of first-time voters, youngsters who think that he's going to create a change thanks to the narrative set in social media. So that is an added advantage for Vijay. But if you're going to look at the bigger picture and the larger picture, and you're going to think Vijay is going to make a huge dent and something major is going to happen because Vijay has entered the foray, that is completely ruled out. That is not going to happen.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that it's completely ruled out? Because some say that going beyond the social media narrative, and these I think so are the latest images of coming in of Vijay there. I remember, that last campaigning, the last rally that he has done, and these images that show, there is a sense of palpable sense of, excitement of having the X factor this time in the state of Tamil Nadu. You say there is going to be an impact, there's going to be a dent. If at all there is a dent, who gets impacted because of Vijay's entry?
The people who are going to be impacted are the DMK alliance. There is absolutely
Why
no
not the AIADMK? Because
that.
some say he's going to take away the AIADMK anti-incumbency factor that perhaps AIADMK was going to benefit is being taken away by Vijay.
No,
so effectively
not
it's
at all.
the DMK that is benefited.
Let me very strongly and humbly make my point here that is not going to happen, if at all. And there will be a dent. I'm not saying
I'm
there
very
won't
sorry.
be.
I'm very sorry.
And that dent is going to affect.
Madhuvanti, I'm very sorry. I'm once again interrupting because I believe Tamilisai is speaking. Let's just listen.
I have voted in the same booth. As a president, party president, I voted in the same booth, and a governor, and now as a candidate, and really very happy. It's a democratic festival. And each and everyone should take part in the democratic festival. Whoever they may vote, but first come and vote. That is my request.
Also now Chief Minister Stalin is going to come here and cast his vote here. And this is your constituency. How has the response been from the people today? And you've also mentioned that you wanted people to come and vote today morning.
Yes. Today I'm happy because it is the Chief Minister's own constituency. And I am candidate from the Chief Minister's constituency. And most of the ministers, this is the constituency where most of the constitutional people are living. And really I'm very happy because we want to help the people. And this is almost 17th assembly. And I have voted for almost 10 assemblies. God has given me that opportunity. And God should give me the opportunity to voice the people's voice in the assembly.
One last question. What is your appeal to the people today?
Appeal to the people, first come and vote. Vote for a change. Vote for safety. And vote for development.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And that was Tamilisai Soundararajan, the BJP candidate from Mylapore, who is right now in the booth where Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is going to come and vote. Speaking to us, she said that it is important for the people to exercise their voting rights today and important for a change to come.
Right. Thank you so much, Sharda, for getting us the updates from Ground Zero. But viewers, don't go anywhere. We have continued rolling coverage of elections taking place in 2 key states. Coming up after a short break. Actor Vijay is all set to make electoral debut as the state goes to poll today. Question remains, will he emerge as decisive factor?
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट। हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
A very good morning to all of viewers who are tuning in right now. In fact, 2 key states going to polls. West Bengal's first phase, 152 seats up for grabs, 3.6 crore voters. The big debate, the big Bengal exclusion, SIR. Will that really have an impact? Will Mamata Banerjee be able to retain power? Or the big challenger there, Suvendu Adhikari, does he really bring in the dent that many are expecting? Tamil Nadu, the other big state that goes to polls, a single phase election that's happening in the state of Tamil Nadu. Does Vijay really become the X factor? Some say it's not beyond Chennai, but let's see how it really pans down. In fact, Republic Media Network has been covering both the states. From the state of West Bengal, every seat has been covered by the Republic Media Network. Shivam.
Definitely. Will Vijay be a disruptor? Will he really make an impact, or we are saying it a triangular, it will be a triangular match between all the triangular elections, but primarily it's the DMK and the AIA DMK which will be contesting amongst each other, and will anti-incumbency be a factor that will be coming in? We'll have to wait and watch.
Well, in fact, We're going to go across to our reporters in both the states to get you a sense of what's really happening. Let's start with the state of Tamil Nadu, where my colleagues Aishwarya and Sharda are joining us. Sharda, I'll come to you first. A question that I asked a guest a short while back, whether at all Vijay makes any dent. She says that it's not going to be beyond perhaps Chennai. In fact, these are the latest images now coming in of Vijay. Sharda, give us a sense of the mood on the ground. It seems we've lost the line with our reporters. We'll try and go across in a short while from now. Shivam, these are the latest images now coming in from West Bengal. In fact, that was Suvendu Adhikari who did cast his vote earlier today. Sharda is joining us right now. I'm going to go back and focus a little bit on Tamil Nadu right now. In fact, Sharda, as far as tradition is concerned in the state of Tamil Nadu, it's only J. Jayalalitha who was able to buck this trend and was able to come back to power. DMK would certainly be hoping that they will be able to pull that same. But this time, there is an X factor. While some say that it is the national media that is obsessing with Vijay may not have the real dent that is coming in. But what's the sense that you're getting in right now, Sharda, in terms of when you speak to voters, what are the key issues that they've been speaking about, and does Vijay really, come into the narrative?
Well, Vijay does come into the narrative. It's not just the media which is increasing the news or which is hyping up his entry into politics. Any fourth person that you ask, there's always an answer telling that there is a change required apart from the two traditional parties. So if these sentences actually turn into votes is something that we have to wait until May 4th. But today, everybody is eager to vote for a new party that's coming into power. As you mentioned, AIADMK's Jayalalitha is the only person who's been able to come back to power after 5 years. So it was the AIADMK for the very first time ruled for 10 years, and otherwise it's always the anti-incumbency of the ruling party every 5 years in the state of Tamil Nadu, and the fight is for the last 50 years has always been only between the DMK and the AIADMK. Now with the X factor Vijay coming into the picture, there's obviously division in the vote sharing process. At least 25% of vote sharing in the state of Tamil Nadu with the 5.3 crore voters is set to go with the new party, which is Vijay's TVK. Meanwhile, there's also a question whether there is a change that's going to come with the DMK doing a clean sweep or not. There's always we always have in Tamil Nadu elections in the history, we always have had the answer telling is the opposition party that's coming back to power the next time. But this time there's a question lies whether the AIADMK and the DMK will even get the basic majority to win, or will there be a post-poll alliance, because this time there is a very tough fight, very crucial elections for the state of Tamil Nadu. Also including that apart from the Vijay factor, there's also a question if the DMK has the power to come back for the second time. The plans given by the DMK in the last 5 years, though, are all about education and welfare. There's always a question on the lawlessness, the drug menace in the state, the safety for women was always a question in the state. It's not just the opposition pointing out these, there's also corruption charges against the sitting ministers who were also removed from their position by the Supreme Court under these corruption charges. So whether this fight will have the DMK coming back to power is a huge question, and another question that we'll get the answer on May 4th is Vijay's factor will actually bring in a change in the vote sharing process. If we see, if there is at least a vote sharing process of 30% that Vijay takes today, there is a question if the AIADMK and the DMK will even be able to form the government on their own. Even with the ally parties together, the 30% dent is a huge dent for these two traditional parties. So there is always a necessity of post-poll alliance, with which we'll have to wait and watch if Vijay is ready to join for a post-poll alliance or not, Shavin.
Yeah, definitely. We have Harsha also with us for more details on what's happening in West Bengal. The West Bengal elections are also in focus. Harsha, the kind of security arrangements which are in place in West Bengal, this is something that nobody has ever seen before, especially with the number of phases that are in place. The opposition seems quite concerned with the number of security personnel which have been deployed. If you can share more details on that, on the kind of reactions that we are getting on the security deployment.
Almost 2.5.
All right, seems to be a network issue here. Let's go back to Sharda for the details in Tamil Nadu. Okay, let's try to go back once again to Harsha. Harsha, if you can hear my voice, the question was about the security arrangements, and the opposition seems quite concerned about it. Over to you.
Yes, Shivam. We were talking about West Bengal from 8 phases in 2021 to almost 2 phases in 2026. A lot has changed this election, and a lot is very interesting also in this West Bengal. And also, we can't get the pulse of West Bengal by just being at one booth. This is what is different this time. I am in Murshidabad. In Murshidabad, there are 22 assembly constituencies, and all the constituencies are highly vulnerable and sensitive. If we talk about looking at the history of Murshidabad, this place has witnessed immense violence. This time, that is the reason, Shivam, almost 2.5 lakh security personnel deployed in each phase in West Bengal. Right now, I am moving around from the constituency I was reporting in Kandi. I'm going towards the Beldanga constituency. This is also the constituency where the injury and the reported in the year 2021. Highly sensitive area in each and every pocket and vantage. Security personnel are deployed. The huge vehicles which has been brought by CRPF from the other states is heavily deployed here. There are too many factors in force, Shivam, if we talk about West Bengal. Anti-incumbency, which everyone is talking about against Mamata government. Also the unemployment, the cut money issue, the development, the infrastructure issue, which people have been talking about. This election overall is an election of cultural sentiment versus reform and restraint. On one side, BJP has emerged as the principal opposition party against the Bharatiya Janata Party. Nowhere anyone is talking about TMC or the left. They are the pockets which were earlier the Congress bastion or the left bastion, but not anymore. The people are talking that there's a direct fight in the fray. It's TMC versus BJP in most of the constituency. Humayun Kabir is contesting from Dumkol. He has made his own party after breaking ties from Mamata Banerjee. He launched his party AJUP, broke his alliance with AIMIM, but still the candidates are contesting in more than 160 seats. That is different this election. If we see how the votes are going to be divided after the SIR process, in Murshidabad alone, Shivam, more than 11 lakh voters deleted from the SIR process. Overall, 91 lakh deletions has happened, and SIR will have a huge impact this election. Not only politically, but also it has ramifications in most of the pockets, and also the way the voters have been cut out after the tribute. So supplementary lists majorly have not been added. So we can say that yes, in Murshidabad, there are several pockets, the Muslim majority is 42% overall.
We'll try and fix your audio line. We seem to be having some trouble there. That's Dilip Ghosh there. I believe Dilip Ghosh has also spoken to us a short while back. We'll try and play that out in a short while from now. I want to go back to Tamil Nadu. In fact, let's go across to Aishwarya, who's joining us in Coimbatore. In fact, Aishwarya, BJP was certainly hoping that they will make some inroad in Coimbatore, but that never happened in the Lok Sabha elections, despite the high-octane campaigning that was done by Annamalai there. What's the sense that you're getting in Coimbatore? Because in North Coimbatore, they're certainly hoping that they will be able to retain and make certain new inroads.
Definitely, sir. As you pointed out, BJP was trying to invert into the Coimbatore constituency, into the Tamil Nadu diaspora, political diaspora, by winning Coimbatore, which is one of the important constituencies for the elections as well as in the Tamil Nadu political landscape. This time,
I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I just want to quickly go across to these latest images now coming in from Chennai, where Vijay is casting his vote right now. Let me go across to my colleague Sharda, who's joining us on this broadcast. As I've been saying that, Vijay might be the real X factor this time, but some basically argue that what really happens beyond Chennai, is he able to perhaps have the same kind of an impact that he has had in the box office, or it's going to be a tough battle for Vijay to begin with. In terms of how he has positioned himself, he's taken on the DMK, calling them the evil force in the state of Tamil Nadu. But not really coming hard on AIADMK. So there are speculations that are doing the rounds, Sharda, that if at all he makes the dent, there's a slim possibility that he would swing towards the AIADMK. What's the sense that you're getting? What really happens if at all Vijay makes the dent that he is expecting?
Well, it is a very tough fight for the TVK. Apart from Chennai, the constituency in Perambur, where Vijay is contesting and his important General Secretary of the party is contesting, rest out of Chennai is going to be a very hard fight for the TVK because these are all new faces who's entering into the politics arena. Though youngsters, it is the first time they are debut candidates for the entire party as well. As you mentioned, there's a very slim line where Vijay will go along with the AIADMK party. As you just mentioned the last time we spoke, there is an idea of alliance with the TVK and the AIADMK. Earlier, there was also multiple talks done with the TVK leader Vijay to bring him to the NDA alliance. However, it was not successful because Vijay saw BJP as an ideological enemy and that it was not right for him to be part of the NDA. Whereas there is a thin line where the fight is going to be very tough in the state of Tamil Nadu for this time, especially this particular elections where both DMK and the ADMK is likely to win 114 to 118 seats. Very similar number of seats that they're going to win. It's not going to be a clean sweep, whereas Vijay's role is...
I think so. Another superstar there. You have Rajnikant's images now coming in. For the longest time, people thought that Rajnikant is going to make the much awaited entry, but that has never happened. Now, these are the latest images coming in. Earlier this morning, you've had Kamal Haasan saying that the DMK is going to stay in power and it's important that the DMK stays in power. In fact, this comes from someone who had taken on the DMK in the past. Let's listen to what Rajnikant has to say. Well, in fact, these are the latest images now coming in from Chennai, where Rajnikant has, I believe, he's just stepped out of his residence. They're casting his vote there. We're expecting him to speak in a short while from now. In fact, Rajnikant, Sharda, a lot was spoken about his much-awaited entry into politics. Now, this is a defining image, if I may say so, of the state of politics in the state of Tamil Nadu. On the one hand, you have two superstars there. You have Vijay in the one frame and Rajnikant there. But as far as Rajnikant is concerned, Shivam, a lot was spoken about the fact that he's going to make the much-awaited entry into politics, but for some reason, it has never really happened. Kamal Haasan there, there was that push that he essentially made in the previous elections, and now this time he's not even contesting. His party is, while in alliance with the DMK, has not fielded a single candidate. So many would say that, while the politics of Tamil Nadu that has always been dominated by superstars and almost starting from the legacy of MGR now to what we are really looking at.
But Rajnikant entering politics would have made a very big impact, considering
everyone was hoping. Everyone was hoping. For many of us who've been in Chennai and been in Tamil Nadu, a lot was spoken about the time that Rajnikant could actually bring in the wave of change that many would have expected. But for some reason,
health was one.
Health perhaps would be one. The second, he's never been able to position himself in terms of ideology, is something that, those who have been in the inner circles of Rajnikant have spoken about. Sharda, I want to, toss this to you with regards to the two superstars on our screens right now, Vijay and Rajnikant on your screen right now. Let's get the labeling correct, please. Yeah, there you have it, those two images. I would say that, in many ways, that defines the trajectory of Tamil Nadu politics.
Yes, Shivan, you're right. Entertainment has always been the way that the politicians choose their way, starting from MGR and Karunanidhi, who came from the background of movies to politics. They thought Rajnikant, who announced his political party, would be leading it. They also saw him as the next MGR. The main reason being, he was one of the person who went against J. Jayalalitha. J. Jayalalitha was a very strong woman in politics, and not even the DMK leader Karunanidhi was able to go against her very openly. But Rajnikant was one of them who directly opposed J. Jayalalitha. So expecting him to come into politics exactly in the period of 1996 to 2011. He had a very big following and expecting him to be in the politics arena. It was a big change that was the people of Tamil Nadu were expecting also to come. But as you mentioned, there was a clash in the ideology, whereas Rajinikanth wanted to follow both Dravidianism and spiritual, which was his own ideology to be his part of the political party. But Tamil Nadu, which has always been known for identity politics, couldn't give space for both, where there's also spirituality, where there's also Dravidian in the same page. And that initially made a stop for Rajinikanth to hit big. And same goes for Kamal Haasan, who came with a big ideology, who was this actor who went against the DMK in all one go. But now, as we see, he's also behind the DMK as an ally party, not contesting even in one seat. So we have to see what the future holds for the TVK leader, Vijay. While all his speeches have been following what MGR has done in the past, portraying himself as the next MGR for Tamil Nadu, Vijay's party has always been keen on telling that he will be the leader that MGR came out in 1977 out of the DMK, and expecting him, Vijay, also to be the same is what the TVK party members have been very, very keen on. The people are also expecting Vijay to make a change, but whether these two old parties, the DMK and the AIDMK, which is holding on a big fight, which is giving in a strong fight for the TVK, will let him at least take 25% of vote share is the main question. As you mentioned, Rajinikanth's entry into politics were completely dead silent, and Kamal Haasan's entry for 5 years was somewhere his party existed. But now this particular election, if TVK does not win even 4 seats, and imagine if only Vijay is the only person who is winning, there's always a question if Vijay's party will sustain the next 5 years in this regime, because whether it's the AIADMK or the DMK will try to pull in Vijay's party as an ally party and wouldn't let TVK grow on his own. And being a single person
we'll
MLA,
have to wait and watch. We'll have to wait and watch that people who turn up to the rallies, whether they will be voting for the superstars or not. That's the big question. Time to go for a small break. We'll be back with a lot more coming up next. Actor Vijay set for electoral debut as state goes to poll today. Now the question remains, will he emerge as a decisive factor? Coming up after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue our coverage of the elections. Will Vijay factor be decisive?
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings
In fact, a high-stakes triangular battle in Tamil Nadu that goes to polls in just a single phase. In fact, voting has already begun. And these are the three main visuals that we're getting for you from the voting that started. You see Kamal Haasan and Shruti Haasan casting their vote. Rajnikant also casting his vote in his respective polling station. And also TVK chief Vijay, who is casting his vote.
That's Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, MK Stalin there coming out of the vote, or is he going to vote? And it's a high stakes election for him. He's looking at coming back to power and bucking the Tamil Nadu swing trend that typically happens in Tamil Nadu politics. We are coming back after a short break for more on what's happening in Chennai.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है तो इसकी स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed old. Now the ASRAAM brings fire-and-forget technology. Once the pilot locks on and fires, the
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है तो की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights.
All right, welcome back, friends. Tamil Nadu votes in its entirety today, and Bengal for phase 1, essentially North Bengal and some border districts bordering Bangladesh, that is. And it's a very significant vote. In Bengal, so in Tamil Nadu, the incumbents are looking to duck enter incumbency, more in the case of West Bengal, less in the case of Tamil Nadu, but more so. What is important is in the case of Tamil Nadu, Gesu, it's a swing state. So every time there is an election, the party switches, the party of governance switches, because the people believe that they should keep testing everyone. But this time, it seems that the DMK wants to buck the trend. Whether would they be able to is the question, and a lot of voting happening. We can go to pictures. Stalin voting, Gesu.
Yeah, and also the fact that this time around Tamil Nadu elections, high stakes elections, of course, is looking at a triangular battle. It's going to be between the DMK, the AIA-DMK led NDA, and also TVK. Although it's pertinent to also know that TVK has campaigned a lot lesser. In fact, Vijay continues to work on his emotional appeal while DMK continues to bat for coming back for another term. And AIA-DMK, of course, is raking up issues against the DMK, calling out the party over corruption, women's safety, and various other welfare schemes that they've been talking about. But yes, live visuals that are coming in from Chennai in Tamil Nadu, where MK Stalin, the DMK chief, and also the chief minister of Tamil Nadu is casting his vote in Chennai.
Okay, so yes. Niranjan joins us in the broadcast. Niranjan, you know, There was this medieval Bhakti poet who said, Mana Suto Vahiras Khan. And if I could rephrase that, if I were a voter, I would want to be a Tamil Nadu voter with all the gifts, return gifts, and everything that you get in Tamil Nadu politics. You know, you would love to be a voter in Tamil Nadu, right, Niranjan? Not in Karnataka or Uttar Pradesh. Like
well, I'll tell you, Abhishek, one thing that I have seen as a reporter and in the newsroom, every election there is one graphic that you cannot beat. That graphic template hasn't changed, and that graphic template is of the freebies that you get in Tamil Nadu. Cooker, gas stove, laptop, mobile phone, you name apply, fridge, refrigerator, washing machine.
Tamil Nadu, and you sorted.
Get married around elections in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, and you sorted.
Yeah, but it
doesn't matter which is DMK or AIA DMK or even BJP or Congress. They're just all part of the freebie culture.
And while we're on that subject, Abhishek, let's stay with the pictures and we'll speak over the pictures. In fact, we'll have fun during the elections because I'll tell you what, Abhishek, I want to speak about this. Let's go back to the pictures of Stalin. That's more important than showing Abhishek and our faces on there. That's Stalin there. But while we stay on the pictures of Stalin, we used to hear BJP talk about Revdi politics, BJP talk about freebie politics, BJP complain about opposition's guarantees, BJP, holding rallies, news conferences. What happened in Bengal, Abhishek? What happened in Bengal? We'll go across to Sharda as well. But yeah, okay, we'll stay on Tamil Nadu for a bit.
Yeah, we stay in Tamil Nadu for a bit, then go to Bengal. I think some protests happening, but we'll go to it. Let's go to Sharda first. Sharda joining us from Chennai. Sharda, all the key faces of this election, the protagonists of the Tamil Nadu election this time have voted. We have pictures of Stalin, your chief minister, voting. We have had pictures of Vijay voting. We have had pictures of Kamal Haasan voting. We have had pictures of V. Senthil Balaji voting. Sharda, your chief minister of Tamil Nadu, Stalin is voting. Where is he voting? Vijay has cast his vote. What happens next? Rajinikanth has cast his vote. What happens next?
Well, all the stalwarts of the Tamil cinema and the Tamil political arena has voted now, as you mentioned. Even Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, the AIADMK General Secretary, has cast votes. Right now, I'm here at the SIT College, where Chief Minister, along with his family, is voting inside. This is the constituency where BJP's Tamilisai Soundararajan is contesting. Just speaking to us few minutes before from the same location, Tamilisai is also here in the constituency, in this polling booth, where she's also making sure that the booth work is done properly. So it's a scenario where even is new for media people like us to see where Chief Minister is coming forward.
Behind you and coming in, can you speak to her?
The BJP candidate is contesting from, which is important.
Catch her.
So you also met Chief Minister right now. He's casting his vote here. So what do you think is going to be happening, especially in the Mylapore constituency where you're contesting from?
No, I'm happy that my constituency, the most higher authority of the state is voting. But definitely, Anna Edappadi will be the Chief Minister. And I wished my Chief Minister because I am the candidate here. But we want to change. Whoever may be the voter, they will vote for a women voice. Because women voices are very less in the assembly. So strong voices should be raised in the assembly. I will be one among women who will be raised the voices of voiceless women in Tamil Nadu.
Ma'am, there's also a question that Vijay is contesting the elections this time in all 234 constituencies. Do you think Vijay's factor would be taken into being, which it would be able to defeat both the DMK and the AIADMK's vote share?
It will take some impact, but the impact will not be so effective to change the political scenario in Tamil Nadu. The fight is between NDA and India Alliance.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And Abhishek, that was Tamilisai Soundararajan, who also met the Chief Minister right here in our constituency speaking. As we can see the commotion behind, we can see the Chief Minister and his family who has completed his voting and is now walking out of the polling booth after exercising their rights. So as the leaders who have already casted the vote mentioning that Vijay's factor, the TVK factor, will take a small dent, but
Sharda, stay with me. MK Stalin is speaking live. I'd like you to translate over what he's saying, please.
You are not allowed to make the kind of arrangement that was made with the mic, etc., near a polling booth, at least 100 meters from the polling booth. And I think the Chief Minister understood it and so decided not to make that soundbite. We are seeing in the pictures Stalin with his family, Udayanidhi and others. Udayanidhi is the Deputy Chief Minister, he is the son of Stalin. And Sharda, be there. I believe now they are showing that they have voted. That customary picture. But I think Stalin understood that he is not supposed to, speak from a very arranged government system with the mics, etc., near the polling booth, and so he sort of moved out, walked out of that situation. Whether now, after walking some distance, like after 100 meters, he can do that, would he do that? Stalin, remember, insofar as the alliance is concerned, the DMK has been strong, but there are headwinds. There is anti-incumbency. There is the tradition in Tamil Nadu of swinging between one formation and the other. And so if you go by that, it's the turn of the AIA-DMK-led coalition, the NDA, and one state where the regional parties really call the shots and the national parties have to align with one or the other. Yes. Niranjan, and we were talking about, we'll wait for Stalin to speak. Sharda, coming back to you. So, has everyone voted? Okay, I think Udayanidhi is speaking finally. Let's just be there.
Yes.
Let's go to the Nats and see whether it's Stalin or Udayanidhi speaking.
Well, we said that people should come and democratically vote, so that's the kind of...
So, Abhishek, as you can see today, the DMK family is voted. We spoke to Durga Stalin and also Udayanidhi's wife, Kirtika Udayanidhi, who has also exercised their vote. They're talking about how they're very sure about DMK coming back to power, announcing that their manifesto is very strong. They're very sure that they are going to be coming back to power. As you can see, the DMK is very sure on winning this particular elections. We also saw how there was a setup for the press to speak with the Chief Minister, but it's been stopped now. As we can see right now on the frames, it's Udayanidhi Stalin, who's also casted his vote. Sir, you've casted your vote today. Do you think DMK will be coming back to power, sir?
It's okay.
So, as you can see, Abhishek, it's we spoke to the family members of the DMK who have exercised their oaths today. They've been very confident that the DMK will be coming back to power, constantly saying that the election manifesto is very strong and that they're very sure that it is DMK that will be coming back to power, Abhishek.
Yeah, Sharda, who's accompanying Udayanidhi, the person with whom he was holding hands? Is that some family member, brother, son, with whom Udayanidhi has come? And why are they not speaking? Like even Stalin refused to comment, to make a comment. I think Sharda did not get it there. Abhishek, of course, there is a lot of commotion because the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister together are there, as also Tamilisai Saundara. Okay, we have guests, Niranjan, if you want to go.
See, we have Kovai Satyan of the AIDMK and C. Rajashekharan. Now, I want to tell you one statistic, Abhishek, and this is why this election is extremely critical, especially in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, in Tamil Nadu, let me put this to Kovai first. After the SIR changes, Abhishek, and almost 1 crore voters deleted in the state of Tamil Nadu. That's almost 15% deleted in Tamil Nadu. If you compare the winning margin, the victory margin in 2021, in each of these constituencies, if you look at the victory margin versus the number of voters deleted, I'll tell you a big scare why Stalin also extremely edgy. In Stalin's seat, right, and Kovai Satyan can take this, in Stalin's seat of Kolattur, for example, almost 81,000 voters were deleted. 81,000 voters deleted. But the victory margin was only 70,000. 70,000 victory margin, but 80,000 voters deleted.
Yeah.
Now, how does that change, fortunes for the DMK this election? And that is why SIR is going to be a key factor. And it's not only for the DMK. For example, there are 81 such seats. 81 such seats where victory margin was lesser than the voter deletion. Similarly, 44 for the AIADMK. Those are live pictures. I'm staying with those live pictures. But Kovai, I'd like to get your view on this. It's not only going to be interesting for the AIADMK, even your party could be affected in this SR deletion. How are you looking at it?
No, why principally MK, Stalin and the entire DMK opposes SAR is that is their vote bank. That fake voters, bogus voters are their vote bank, particularly in the Chennai. DMK claims that Chennai is a fortress. Out of the 13 assembly constituencies in Chennai, we couldn't even win one seat. The reason being this, bogus voters are their vote bank. Stalin's constituency 81K and his son's Udayinidhi's constituency, where I am in charge, 89,000 votes were deleted. So these are all the major main vote banks for DMK. So they get rattled when the SAR exercise kicked in. Let me remind you, 2021, when we sought the mandate for the third consecutive term, we lost the mandate by 216,000 votes across 45 constituencies. So which means
that... breaking response there, I think Udayinidhi Stalin is speaking to Republic. Let's cut across live. We're asking him the questions. Let's cut across live. Audio coming in from Chennai.
Yes, Nidhi Stalin, who's also casted his vote. Sir, you've casted your vote today. Do you think DMK will be coming back to power, sir? So as you can see, Abhishek, it's we spoke to the family members of the DMK who have exercised their oaths today. They've been very confident that the DMK will be coming back to power, constantly saying that the election manifesto is very strong and that they're very sure that it is DMK that will be coming back to power, Abhishek.
Yeah, Sharda, I think we lost the line there with you, but you said Udayinidhi spoke briefly and talked about how they are confident that they can come back to power. But Niranjan, the SIR dynamics are something which all these incumbents from Tamil Nadu to Bengal would be worried about. Okay, Sharda is back with us. Sharda, okay, over to you, Sharda. You said you spoke to Udayinidhi Stalin. What all he said apart from saying that DMK is coming to power? I think we lost line there.
Yeah. Okay, let's stay on the pictures, and I want to get in Kovai. Let's take Kovai in a PIP. Kovai, looking at these pictures, the entire DMK family, in fact, DMK has been extremely nervous in the last leg. In the last leg, they appeared nervous, especially closer to the women's reservation bill. Okay, those are live pictures. Kovai, sorry, it's just we're going between the live pictures and trying to get as much as we can from our panelists. Stalin and Udayinidhi trying to milk it as much as they can, Abhishek. Trying to just stay in front of the cameras. It's a long walk, of course, to the polling booth, but trying to milk every second of it. Sharda, can you hear us? Sharda?
Look at this moment. Is this Tamilisai and
yes,
Stalin
Abhishek,
Udayinidhi coming face to face?
No, that's not.
No, that's not
Tamilisai. Not Tamilisai.
No, not Tamilisai.
She would never do that. Not today.
She'll never do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Sharda, go ahead.
Yes, Abhishek, true. We saw Tamilisai Soundararajan in the constituency where she's contesting from. It's the same place where the DMK's Star Wars family is voting from. We spoke to Udayinidhi, MK Stalin, Durga Stalin, MK Stalin's wife, and Kritika Udayinidhi. Their son, Inbanidhi, was also there, all of them casting their oaths. So we spoke to them, and Durga Stalin and also Kritika Udayinidhi mentioned that the DMK's manifesto is very strong and they are confident in coming back to power this time as well. And you saw Tamilisai also being confidently telling that she's spoke to MK Stalin and that also told her that it's her constituency that she's contesting from. So we can see the friendship that's going on between the BJP leader and the DMK leader in a very close contact. It was actually very nice to see an opposition leader going and talking to the chief minister, asking him to cast a vote for her in a funny way, telling that, sir, this is my constituency, so do good for us as well.
Okay, that's by the way, that was Stalin's son, Inbanidhi, who he was holding.
Okay,
that's Udayinidhi's son, 20-year-old, Inbanidhi. I think that's him. That's a picture of him. The entire Stalin family, they're casting their vote, and it's we've seen the times of the DMK from Karunanidhi, and then to the tussle between Stalin and Alagiri, and then finally the reins of the party being handed to Stalin and now Stalin's son. interesting times in the DMK, because there have been even in between talks of Kanimoli not being happy, etc. But somehow he's managed to keep it together, and they've been growing strength to strength in the last 3 elections, Abhishek. But this is the election that's going to either make or break the DMK, given the Vijay factor. But I think we should, while we are on these pictures, let's go across, take it back to our panelists. Kovai. Yes, Kovai, sorry we interrupted you there. Go ahead, Kovai.
No, it's good and happy to see 3 chief ministers of Tamil Nadu in one frame.
Oh, are you sure? Or the third one also will be a CM?
No. I'm glad that you are putting these images. Please show it as much time as possible. This is what we've been telling the entire Tamil Nadu, and the people of Tamil Nadu clearly understands what the message we are trying to drive. 3 chief ministers in one frame, and 1 aspiring chief minister, the grandson, another in the same frame. It's good. Dynast in the name of democracy is what our campaign was all about. It was well received by the people. Now going back to SAR, the bogus voters and fake voters are the vote bank of DMK and their ecosystem. That's why they oppose SAR. Now this government in the last 5 years ran only on advertisements with fake data and fake achievements. And there is nothing that common man would understand as achievements of this government. The entire rally where Mr. Stalin, his son Udayanidhi and his sister Kanimoli, they restored only to personal remarks and below-the-belt remarks on a leader. They couldn't state in detail what were the achievements. So the writing on the wall is clear. It's AIADMK and the NDA alliance going to be the 2026. We are going to form the government.
But what about the Sri Rajsekharan? What about the Vijay factor, or as it is being called, the X factor or the curiosity factor perhaps of this election in Tamil Nadu?
Rajsekharan.
Good morning, Abhishek.
Good morning, Mr. Rajsekharan.
You rightly raised a very pertinent question with regard to actor Vijay. And incidentally, I was the founder member of Kamal Haasan's party when he was an actor transformed into a politician. So I know how this frenzy crowd would go behind actors. And finally, in the day of elections, the voting percentage will not be of the crowd which they had gathered during the election campaign. Because that is the classic example in Kamal Haasan's case, be it Chiranjeevi in Andhra Pradesh, and be it any actor for that matter. In Tamil Nadu, many actors started political parties. Starting from only the successful actor was Mr. MGR, and the legacy was followed by Madam Jayalalitha. Of course, Vijaykanth was partly successful. But here today, the 50 years and above experience of Mr. M.K. Stalin cannot be matched by any opposition leader, and his stature is too high. See, as rightly pointed out by my many friends in Congress, they said Stalin has never used a derogatory or an insulting word against any politician, be it opposition party leader. So that was the style and functioning of Mr. Stalin in the last 5 years.
What about his son?
And he was, I'll tell you. He did lot of development work like flyovers, bridges and other issues which was related to the common man and the below poverty line and the middle class, especially the women of the state. So all are enjoying the benefits and the welfare schemes doled out by Stalin's government. And today, the alliance with Stalin, the Congress is a very crucial partner, and VCK, Communist and all others, Vijaykanth's party, all others put it together. They make a strong alliance which is going to continue. It is going to be Madam Jayalalitha's 2016 recreated and happening to Mr. Stalin in 2026. That's what I understand. This SIR has nothing to do with the DMK's voters because they have committed, dedicated vote share, whichever party may be started. Because I witnessed when Kamal Haasan went hammer and tong against ADMK and DMK, and the people were coming, but the intact voters, the committed voters of DMK. Now ADMK is into pieces. TTV Dinagaran, though he is in alliance, they don't sync. and Madam Sasikala is away from ADMK. She is going to take majority of the Mukulathur vote in the central and southern part of the state. So all this, and Mr. Ramdas, the original founder president of Patali Makkal Kachi, is opposing his son. So he has the edge over because everybody have a personal bonding towards Mr. Dr. Ramdas, who is supporting indirectly the DMK alliance. So Vijay factor is definitely going to make an impact only to ADMK and Seeman, not to DMK and Congress and all others. Because Vijay's voters are new voters, the Gen Z voters. They were not taken into account for the DMK vote share. So the voting pattern, if it goes beyond 85 to 90% or 80% and above, definitely Vijay will get 10%, 10 to 12% max in the urban areas and 5 to 8% in the rural areas. Yes, I don't deny the fact he has got a good fan following. These voters are no way going to make any dent or impact with the existing vote share of DMK combined because they are intact. Whereas ADMK, BJP, there is a anti-BJP mindset with the voters in Tamil Nadu from Jayalalitha's time. Jayalalitha once said with very strong words, once I made a mistake of aligning with BJP.
Yeah.
I will never align with BJP.
Are you being presumptive there? Are you being presumptive there, Mr. Adhikari, about two things? Two things.
Point with facts and figures.
A quick answer to a quick question. Are you being presumptive about two things? Listen to me. Are you being presumptive about two things? One, that Vijay's Gen Z voters come to him as a crowd puller but might not come to the polling booth to vote, and two, that you are presuming that there is already some kind of anti-BJP wave, while what we are seeing is actually that for the first time perhaps BJP has had a very relevant campaign in Tamil Nadu.
Abhishek, I am neither presumptive or assumptive. I want to speak the truth. See, it's an unbiased voice, neutral voice, which I am reflecting from the voice of Tamil Nadu. I am only telling the pulse of the people. The vote share of Vijay is not going to make impact on DMK vote share. That is what I am trying to emphasize here. He may get votes. He may get 10 to 12% in urban areas. I don't deny. I am reiterating.
But Rajshekharan, how are you saying that 10%? Because 10% was the...
10% is huge actually.
10% is huge and that is the difference.
10% is more
last
than the
election.
BJP.
Abhishek, last election that was the difference. Last election that was the difference between AIDMK and DMK.
Please allow me. See, this 10% has nothing to do with the previous statistics of 75% polling done in the past. So, it is 85% or 80% and above. Those are the voters, the newly joined voters, will vote for Vijay, if at all. I am telling the max chance. Minimum 5 to 10%. 5 to 10%, it may fluctuate from pockets to
But even a
pockets
1% can... You know what, Rajshekharan, in an election like this, even 1%, 2%, 3% vote share can swing an entire election. What are you talking about, Rajshekharan?
No,
I think you're dismissing it. It's okay.
Niranjan, I want to make a very strong rebuttal.
Yes.
See, the vote share, I'm talking about the committed, dedicated, strong voters of DMK, Congress will never vote for even VCK, communists will never vote for anybody. That vote is intact. Whereas ADMK, the groupism is big and they have divided.
Yes.
The Sasikala is outside, Ramdas is outside. Though they
there's some breaking news that Gesu has.
They don't think along. That is the fact. And BJP is an unholy alliance. It is an unholy alliance with ADMK, which the people of
Rajshekharan, again, very presumptive, unholy. What is holy and unholy? I mean, are you talking about Ganga water or vis-a-vis others? Or, I mean, we are talking politics. What's holy and unholy alliance, Rajshekharan, if you are giving a neutral ground sentiment?
No, the alliance struck between ADMK and BJP, that is Edapadi ADMK.
Are you saying the CPI alliance with the Congress in Tamil Nadu is holy, and the Congress CPM fight in Kerala is unholy?
See, Abhishek, I'm talking about Tamil Nadu ground reality.
So how is CPM Congress alliance holy in Tamil Nadu and unholy and the fight unholy in Kerala?
Please allow me. There are two parties which are strong contenders, which is ADMK alliance, ADMK, Edapadi ADMK alliance, and Mr. MK Stalin's alliance. That is DMK Congress alliance and Edapadi ADMK and BJP alliance. The fight is between only these two. And Vijay will make a dent only to voters who are irrelevant to both these parties. Again, I'm telling you, it is Seaman and others are going to lose the vote share, and it is not the DMK or ADMK because the Edapadi vote share is intact, which by going by the past statistics, and the DMK vote share and alliance partners are intact. So they will not vote for Vijay. They may go to see Vijay or watch Vijay speaking. That doesn't mean it will transform into an vote. Please understand. I have seen Kamal Haasan. I know how the crowd runs mad after actors, especially in Tamil Nadu.
Are, but not Kamal Haasan is not Vijay, and Vijay is not Kamal Haasan. There's difference. Come on.
No. See, Kamal Haasan, Vijay, or maybe 20 years or 15 years difference of age. But they enjoy the same fan following. Vijay may be a little high because of his younger voters. But Kamal Haasan, I remember traveling with Kamal Haasan, people went mad after him. They were just pushing, and women voters. And when we went to the polling station, we did not get so much votes. The percentage was very low.
But also it sounds like what you're saying that, Vijay's voters, you said they're Gen Z. So it also sounds like you're saying that, the youth is not going to vote for the DMK. But of course, the conversation continues on the other end.
Yes, very valid point. Very valid point. I'm talking about the new voters, Gen Z, the already existing DMK, traditional young voters will wait for.
Okay, we have to take a break.
Traditional young voters.
Mr. Rajashekharan, we will come back. Yes, we will definitely come back to this conversation. Yes, but for now, we're running short on time. It's time to slip into a short commercial break. But viewers, on the other side, now, actor Vijay has made his electoral debut as voting remains underway in Tamil Nadu. A single phase and the entire state goes to polls just today with counting due on the 4th of May. Getting you all the details from Tamil Nadu and West Bengal after this short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars.
Welcome back, friends. Niranjan and Gesu continue to be with us in the studios. We are shifting focus from Tamil Nadu to Bengal now, where Mamata Banerjee, three-time incumbent, is facing the most aggressive BJP yet this election on the back of the infiltration issue that's been big in the campaign stump speeches, with the Prime Minister leading from the front on that. Union Home Minister Niranjan, interestingly, Amit Shah camping there for 8 days. What's going to happen there on that aspect, with the kind of massive security push that's coming? And the backdrop is that post-2021 elections, we saw massive poll-related violence, post-poll violence.
Yes.
The BJP believes that that was intimidation of non-Trinamool voters. And so this time, doubling down, complete clampdown so far as poll violence is concerned. You think that's going to have an impact?
Well, Abhishek, look at the kind of presence that we had there. We saw some of the numbers of how many, paramilitary forces are deployed in Bengal. It's fortified. It's completely fortified. And so many videos that have come in. I mean, there is a reported incident. I mean, there's violence reported. In the next few minutes, paramilitary forces are swooping down. Right? It is completely sealed. I mean, if you can put it that way. But also it is required. We've seen the kind of violence, that takes place in Bengal. You remember the Panchayat election, Abhishek, a few years back? In a Panchayat election, 20 to 50 people were killed in violence. And that is why Bengal elections become critical, but I think Gesu has some breaking news update.
In fact, we're also getting in some breaking developments, and this is also regarding violence that has already started to erupt in West Bengal. Now, this comes in from Malda, where sector officers, polling booth officers, have had to abscond their voting booths over disruptions that were caused at the Baluachara High School booth, which is in the Mothabari area, due to EVM malfunction. Now, polling has now temporarily been halted in Malda. Now, these are the visuals that we're getting in. In fact, sector officers have absconded their polling booth, is what we're getting in, with people and voters left stranded outside their polling booths, their polling station. And this comes over some EVM malfunction that's being reported. And the polling for now has been halted in Malda. And this is happening at the Baluachara High School booth, which is in Mothabari. In fact, joining us live is also Harsha from Murshidabad to in fact speak to us about what's happening across West Bengal. Now, Harsha, you are in Murshidabad. We know how important that constituency is. We also know the track record of what Murshidabad has gone through. So, a complete neck-to-neck battle for the BJP and the TMC in Murshidabad. But also, we already see cases of, polling being disrupted across West Bengal. The first one that comes in from Malda, Harsha.
Yes, Gesu, you rightly pointed out, these are the visuals from the 158 ward number in Malda, Mothabari area. There's the same area, Gesu, where we have witnessed the violence which took place, where the judicial officers were held hostage. Already the investigation is underway. NIA, the NIA which is doing, AISF leaders were taken into custody, Congress candidate was taken into custody. And in this particular booth, ward number 158, Gesu, what we saw happen was the EVM was not working. There was continuous problem in the EVM machine. And when the BJP candidate from the Mothabari area, he reached a spot at that time, the situation went out of control for the police officials to handle. At that time, there were the few CRPF which was deployed at that time, but the crowd went violent and immediately the protests started happening, and the observers who were there in the side the polling booth, they had to abscond, they had to leave the polling booth immediately. But in few seconds only, the CRPF was immediately mobilized more and more, because that particular area is highly sensitive. So if we talk about the pockets of the Malda and Murshidabad, highly sensitive and vulnerable area. We have been, we were starting reporting from Bahrampur, from Kandi, to now we have come to Reji Nagar area and roaming around till 20 kilometers. It's been 20 kilometers we have roamed around to each and every polling booth. What we see is that, yes, security personnel are, deployed at each and every polling station, but there are several
cases we have the voter turnout
EVM
numbers.
is very slow. EVM is working very slow, and that's...
Asha, we have the first voter turnout numbers. I'm sorry to interrupt you there. I want to take this question to you itself because I have the voter turnout numbers. Numbers have just come in. West Bengal seeing 18.76% of voting so far in phase 1. Tamil Nadu seeing 17.67%.
76%.
Yeah. So this is a significant number. And interestingly, Vijay in Tamil Nadu has asked for polling deadline. Let's break that, please. Let's break that. 17.69. This is important. And West Bengal as well. West Bengal, 18.76. Harsha, where are you right now? And relatively, you covered the elections in Bengal last time in 2021. Have we seen so far already lesser incidents of violence? Is that already being seen given the deployment?
Sir, 18.7, Niranjan, 18.76 is the voting percentage. Malda, Motabari area is the first place where the protest visuals have erupted. As compared to 2021, Niranjan, if we compare this election in 2026, the protest and the violence incident are reported less as compared to 2021. Till now, from Murshidabad, no protest or violence reports have been, have emerged, or it has not been reported yet. From, I have traveled 20 to 30 kilometers from the Behrampur area till Nagar, which is called the stronghold of the AIMIM, AISF and AJUP Humayun Kabir as well. And in this area particularly, we see polling stations, 15 to 20 security personnel are deployed each and everywhere. So Niranjan, in Murshidabad till now, no news of violence yet. I think majorly it is because of the security personnel deployment. That becomes very much important. We saw in 2021, there was 80,000 personnel, almost 8 lakh personnel deployed, and more than that for 8 phases election. In this phase alone, in one phase, we have 2.5 lakh security personnel. In the first phase, most of the security personnel are deployed in the Malda and Murshidabad area because of the highly vulnerable and the sensitivity of the area. Post-poll violence is what people have majorly witnessed in this area. So today, till while we are speaking, 9:30, 7 o'clock, the voting began, and till now, there has been no violence reports from Murshidabad, but Malda, yes, but that's not the violence. That was a protest which took place when BJP candidate from Motabari came to the polling ward number 158, where the EVM was not working. All majorly the voters, they started protesting because EVM was working very slow. There was a malfunction in the EVM. It stopped working. It had to be changed immediately, and immediately the CRPF also was mobilized to that particular ward. But this election is very different as compared to 2021. Several factors are at fore. If we talk about this election, TMC has emerged, BJP has emerged as the principal opposition party. No one is talking about the Congress or the left party. The bastion of the Congress is not anymore seen. BJP has infiltrated in most of the
getting in a similar incident that comes in from Murshidabad, in fact. Yes, Harsha, another incident that comes in from Murshidabad, where another, where there are other set of visuals that show voters in a queue standing outside their polling booths, and again special central forces have now reached these booths and polling areas, and they have reached there after receiving complaints, and voters are lined up. They're waiting to exercise their franchise, and this is another one, and this comes from Murshidabad, exactly where you are, Harsha, where the polling booth number 117 and 18, which is the Bapuji Pathagar High School in Behrampur, their polling has been disrupted. So after Malda, this is another incident. So exactly what Niranjan was also asking, we're not looking at these incidences exactly reduce, even though we have the CRPF, we have the paramilitary, of course, we have boots on ground in West Bengal to tackle the violence, but this is about EVMs malfunctioning mostly. And now the second incident comes in from Murshidabad. What can you tell us about this, Harsha?
Yes, you rightly pointed out, Gesu, because Murshidabad, where I'm reporting right now, just almost 10 kilometers far from here, in Behrampur, Murshidabad area, there was the EVM which is not working. So from major places, the reports of the EVM not working or EVM working very slow is being reported. That is being told to us, and also there's in one booth there are 3 or 4 stations which have been made for the polling booths, for the voters to cast their vote there. But the major problem which is occurring in major pockets is because of the EVM not working. Either EVM is very slow or EVM has stopped working, and the fixation of the EVM is very much required right now, because in entire North Bengal, Malda and Murshida are the area where people get easily violent, where the voters get easily violent if they are not able to cast their vote. Because since morning 7 o'clock we have been covering, we saw huge number of voters queuing up at the polling center. centers, polling station, majorly women aged from 25 years to 80 years. We saw they came early in the morning, 7 o'clock. They were standing in queue for 30 to 40 minutes, Kesu. We showed you the visuals where women were standing, but the EVM was very slow. So yet another case of the EVM not working properly from Murshidabad after Malda. And what information we are getting from ECI also is that continuously the meeting with observers is happening from Delhi to West Bengal. They are monitoring each and every polling booth, and similarly some places EVM will be changed. What update we are getting in that, the places where EVM is not working, the officials of the CRPF has been asked to change the EVM immediately. Back to you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so let's try and go back to Chennai. Chennai, where we're getting in the numbers of the polling, the voter turnout so far. In Tamil Nadu, 17.67. And before we go across to Tamil Nadu, I think we have Suvendu Adhikari speaking to Republic. Let's play that out. Suvendu Adhikari, we're just trying to cue that. Yeah.
डेमोक्रेसी में ये सब नहीं होता। डेमोक्रेसी में ना वो तो पार्टी नहीं है, वो गुंडा का जमड़ा है।
पूजा अर्चना करके आज आप निकले।
ये हम हिंदू है, सनातनी है। जो हमारी प्रथा है वो मैं करके सूर्य प्रणाम करके गायत्री मंत्र करके हमारी सबको प्रणाम करके गार्डियन को प्रणाम करके सबको नमन करते हुए मैं
ऐसा यार कितना बड़ा फैक्टर होने वाला।
तो मैं पूरा पोलिंग एजेंट के साथ बात कर लिया। मेरा क्षेत्र का सब पोलिंग एजेंट चला गया, पूरा जिला का भी मिल गया। एक में डिस्टर्ब था नॉर्थ कोंटाई में, वो भी क्लियर कर दिया।
तो सर ऐसा यार आखिरी सवाल, ऐसा यार कितना बड़ा फैक्टर हो सकता है इस बार चुनाव?
जब काउंटिंग होगा तो पता ही चलेगा किस तरीके से असर हुआ। देद वोटर, फेक वोटर, ट्रिपल डबल एंट्री और घुसपैठिया का नाम नहीं है तो ममता बनर्जी को जीतने का कोई स्कोप भी नहीं है।
Okay, that was Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition in Bengal, the face of the BJP versus Mamata. And now we are going back to Chennai. Edapadi, what are we doing? Suvendu Adhikari, just a while. Niranjan, it was very indicative of what's on in on the BJP's mind this election. You know, he grabbed the question on how he began his day with prayers, gave a longish answer to what all prayers he did and that he's a Hindu Sanatani. I think that's really the essence of the BJP's campaign pitch this election, that this is about Hindu polarization in favor of BJP and to make sure that Mamata Banerjee kind of consolidated minority vote that she does not get this time, because that's the math insofar as BJP's calculations go. I believe we have more pictures coming in from Bengal, or do we go to Chennai next?
We can go to Chennai. We can go to Chennai. But before, as we go across to Chennai, just a word on the last election, Abhishek. One of the closest fights you saw in the state of West Bengal was Mamata Banerjee's seat in Nandigram. And that was Suvendu Adhikari who defeated Mamata Banerjee with just 1,956 votes. 1,956 votes. That was the decider. They did counting, recounting, but you saw how he's a fighter. And he's been fighting.
And he made sure that Mamata Banerjee is not coming again to contest from there. So she is sticking to one seat of Bhabanipur this time because she realized that there is no point going back again, irrespective of the margin. The fact is, Suvendu beat her there. A former aide, and now, of course, the Betnar.
I think Humayun Kabir's soundbite is coming in. Let's play that out. He was called BJP's B team. Let's see what.
वो जिला परिषद को निर्वाचन जो जीता वो भी जबरदस्ती करके जीता। बाद में वो जिला परिषद का शिक्षा कर्माध्यक्ष भी है, ब्लॉक प्रेसिडेंट भी है। उनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आदत था, इच्छा था, उनको मकसद था यहाँ का एमएलए को चुनाव लड़ने का, लेकिन वो टीएमसी वाला नहीं दिया। वो साइना ममता जो एग्जिस्टिंग था उनको ही दे दिया। तो इनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वो घर में ही मस्तानी कर रही। तो कोई मस्तान होते हैं तो आम आदमी को पास जाके मस्तानी करना चाहिए। हुआ नहीं, लेकिन कोशिश किया। मैं सबको, मेरा आदमी को शांत रहने के लिए बोला। मैं शांत में वोट होना चाहिए, चुनाव होना चाहिए, भाग लेना चाहिए। किसी को मारने का, किसी को चमकाने का, किसी को धमके देने का मेरा मकसद नहीं है, मेरा इरादा नहीं है। मैं वहाँ जाऊँगा, नहीं जाऊँगा।
Okay, we'll...
very defensive Humayun Kabir there, Niranjan, right?
Well, it hasn't really gone according to plan for him, given the recent... those are live pictures, by the way, cutting across live pictures from Coimbatore, where Annamalai is casting his vote. Aishwarya of Republic TV is live. She's travelled from Hyderabad to Coimbatore to cover Annamalai's campaign and the Coimbatore factor here. Okay, over to you, Aishwarya. I think he's standing in line, but I'll go across to her. But a lot of debate around Annamalai itself, Abhishek. Even before they tied up with, the AIADMK, he wasn't really a fan of the idea of going with the AIADMK. But they realized that they had to go with the AIADMK to even stand a chance. Aishwarya's live. We'll go across to her and get you more updates on Annamalai. But first up, Aishwarya, over to you.
Annamalai, who earlier contested from the Coimbatore in himself. Annamalai, who has contested earlier from Coimbatore itself, has come to the Coimbatore constituency here to cast his vote. As you can see, he's also interacting with the public here as well as and trying to see if everything is in place and he's also interacting with the public and is also interacting with the officials here and making sure that all the booth-related works are going on. He's also entered into the polling booth room where he's about to cast his vote. While he entering itself, he was very confident that BJP and NDA alliance will come to power, and he has been rhetorically saying that Coimbatore has always been an AIADMK bastion where all the 10 seats.
Lost the audio there with...
BJP had also come in, and the BJP also had come in, and then they also won. Bharati had won in 2021 from the Coimbatore South seat. Now she's contesting from the Coimbatore South seat. Now she's contesting from the Coimbatore North. Coimbatore has become very important because it has always been an AIADMK bastion seat, and now with DMK is also trying to intrude into this particular AIADMK bastion constituency, where they are contesting in 2 to 3 important seats, where Sendil Balaji, one of the key leaders, is also being fielded. Now we can see that Annamalai is also one of the faces of Coimbatore from the BJP. He's casting his vote, and he's making sure that all the other essentials, be it the EVM machine the workable state of the EVM machine, or all the other arrangements that are being made for the voters, are in proper place. And after that, he's currently voting, and he did deliberately, and he, in fact, was very confident about about BJP coming into power in Coimbatore again, and in fact, the alliance. AIADMK and BJP sweeping all the 10 seats that is available in the country.
Yeah, heard you, Aishwarya. In fact, viewers, the western region in Tamil Nadu, especially Coimbatore, a very hot seat, very important. The AIADMK, remember, swept this seat and various other western region seats in the elections of 2021. And this time around, that's Annamalai casting his vote in Coimbatore. We saw him from the time that he was waiting in a queue, and now he's finally casting his vote. These are the live visuals, and that's exactly what we will take a commercial break on, and we will come back with a lot many more updates regarding both Tamil Nadu, that goes to polls in just a single phase today, and West Bengal, of course, voting today and then again on the 29th of April.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy.
खुशी खुशी वोटिंग हो रही है। वो हमारे पोलिंग एजेंट्स है, ऑफिसर है और एकदम टेंशन फ्री होकर वोटिंग कर रहे हैं। भीड़ नहीं है। खड़गपुर में 62,000 और -5 वोटर्स, इसलिए हर बूथ में संख्या बहुत कम हो गया है। इसलिए मुझे लगता नहीं कि बहुत टेंशन होगा और जल्दी जल्दी वोट खत्म हो जाएगा।
अब आपका रनिंग अभी चालू रहेगा दिन भर अलग अलग बूथ पे?
नहीं है, एक्टिव रहेंगे, जरूरत पड़ने से जाना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो शांतिपूर्ण लोग वोट करेंगे। चिंता की कोई बात नहीं है।
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे, जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे, अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है, जिंदल साथी सील है, दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है, क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे, बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे, टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे, और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Early
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे डोली डिस्की फील है जिंदल साथी सील है दोस्त की स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. You're watching election coverage. All of Tamil Nadu will go to polls today. In fact, we've seen brisk voting this morning in Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. Abhishek, Gesu with me in the studios as we go live. First up to Bengal, Abhishek.
Yeah, most of the key leaders have voted in Tamil Nadu, but in Bengal, Niranjan, this conundrum that I always fail to understand in the case of Bengal. One side is the Bhadralok politics of Bengal, and then the street violence. And that's been a talking point with the kind of massive security push and deployment that's been happening this time. And yet we have some reports, Gesu, I believe, of some violence happening.
Yes.
Where?
Comes in from Murshidabad, in fact, where violence was reported. Unidentified people that actually went on to throw crude bombs, in fact. Murshidabad right now as we speak, and this happened in the Nauda region in Murshidabad district during polling that was ongoing now for the West Bengal Assembly election. Unidentified persons allegedly hurled a crude bomb, leaving several people injured who've now been taken to several medical facilities and hospitals. Now we're yet to get a confirmation on the number of people who've been injured or what kind of damage has been caused, but for now polling has been halted in the region. And we're talking about Nauda in Murshidabad, and extremely nefarious. And now also very important to speak about, the fact that there is current data that shows that Trinamool Congress has been involved in about 64% of all poll violence in the past decade in Bengal. But also joining us live is Harsha, who is in Murshidabad. Harsha, we were just speaking to you about, the growing incidences of polling being halted across Malda, in fact, also in pockets of Murshidabad, and now a violent incident of a crude bomb being hurled. What details can you get us, especially on those that are injured?
So Gesu, not one but back to back, there are two incidents in Murshidabad. One in Nauda.
Lost your audio there.
And yesterday, one incident at Tumkul in Murshidabad late at night. I hope I'm audible.
Two instances of violence happening in Bengal, and both in Murshidabad. One is grenade blast, and the other is Kada violence. But that's what, Niranjan, this whole issue of violence in Bengal and the fact that it's such a central theme that this time massive security deployment had to be done. 2,400 plus companies of central armed paramilitary forces. Just for perspective, the last time it was 700, and because despite 700 companies of paramilitary forces, massive violence was reported in Bengal on the day of polling, on the days of polling, because it was 8-phase election, and subsequently the post-poll violence specifically targeting those voters who had not voted for the ruling party. This time the Election Commission instructed that the deployment should be such that no repeat of that kind of violence happens. It's a blot on democracy. And we are speaking on Bengal as of now, and can we focus on Bengal and just show some pictures of Bengal?
There's some more breaking news updates, Abhishek, from Murshidabad, by the way. While we are on the story, in Murshidabad, there are allegations against Trinamool Congress obstructing voting at a booth. Trinamool Congress, there is allegation that Trinamool Congress workers have taken over a booth. This is in Rani Nagar Assembly constituency. Voters have been prevented from accessing the poll station. Booth capturing charge against the Trinamool Congress of Murshidabad. Capturing charge.
To understand, how do you capture the EVM, and how do you, this chapa voting?
And where are the officials?
Where are the officials? I mean, despite all the arrangements, Election Commission machinery, the observers and the security paraphernalia around it, the paramilitary forces, how come there is EVM capturing happening, booth capturing happening? We really fail to understand. I want to show a caricature or cartoon from a newspaper clipping of 1971. Look at this. That's 1971 election, the first election after the left had been in power for once. And if you look at the kind of that's the common man cartoon showing the kind of security deployment that happened in 1971 also. Maybe perhaps it's sort of political violence is integral to Bengal politics. That's why it goes back to those times. The left, of course, perfected the art of using violence as a legitimate political tool. The Trinamool, of course, continued, and that's why we are seeing scaling up of paramilitary forces deployment. And yet, if reports are coming of grenade blasts, reports are coming in of booth capturing, that's something Election Commission needs to look into ASAP insofar as Murshidabad is concerned. Harsha, in fact, continues to be with us live from Murshidabad. Harsha, how come this violence is happening? Are these booths, I mean, please tell us, you are there on the ground. Is this booth where the booth capturing has happened, booth number 54 of the Rani Nagar Assembly constituency, number 63? Is it in some isolated place where the security was not there for those people? We don't know. It's alleged these are Trinamool cadres who came in and captured the EVM.
Abhishek, these are not the places where the CRPF forces can't enter. Yes, these are the booths which are very interior places. Like if we talk about the Dumkol, where yesterday night there was the crude bomb was hurled by unidentified people, of which incident the Election Commission has taken cognizance and the report has been sought from DM. But in Nauda area, if I tell you, right now in Nauda area, Humayun Kabir is right now, in Nauda area. AISF leaders are in Nauda area. Most of the regions, these are the very vulnerable and sensitive areas, some sensitive polling booths, Abhishek. And if we talk about the mobilization of CRPF, yes, yesterday what we saw at night when we were ourselves, checking all the polling booths, in several polling booths, there were 15 to 20 CRPF officials, but their mobilization and movement is largely seen by DM and also by the SP of that particular location. And they also decided which are the vulnerable and the sensitive locations. In Nauda area, if I talk about, the majority are the Muslims. It's entirely minority belt, and also it has witnessed the violence in the past as well. This time also, since morning, there was issue because in Nauda area, almost 25,000 people are not in the voter list. There has been major deletion in the Nauda area, in the Dumkol area, from where Humayun Kabir is contesting from. These are the areas where the minority population is heavy. This huge in Murshidabad, more than 11 lakh voters have been deleted during the SIR process. There is some sort of anger, and it was already being stated that the people who are not allowed to vote, there will be CRPF officials, in civil uniform. They will be deployed to see that there is no unrest in the areas, and those people don't interrupt the voting of the people who are in the voting list name. And this doesn't seem to be happening, because not booth capturing but violent scenes. There are many who have entered the polling booths whose names were not in the voting list. They were arguing with the polling officers at the time when CRPF officers were not huge in number. There should have been 20 to 25 officials or the security personnel at the deployment at the vulnerable and sensitive polling booths. What we saw, Abhishek, that there were only 4 to 5 security personnel, which led to this violence occurring in Dumkol at late.
In fact, we're also getting in Humayun Kabir, who is, like you said, in Nauda. He's speaking about the crude bomb incident in Murshidabad. Let's in fact cut to him and let's listen in to Humayun Kabir of the AJUP.
Andar.
Viewers, these are the live visuals that are coming in from Murshidabad. People injured after a crude bomb was hurled. Now remember, this is a second incident that comes to light. This happened just today morning, while there was another one that took place in Murshidabad itself. This is the one that comes in from Nauda, where a crude bomb was hurled at a polling station, bringing the voting, the practice of franchise to a complete standstill.
Okay, in fact, in Murshidabad, there are 4 or 5 breaking news updates right now. I'm staying with the pictures from Murshidabad. Ladies and gentlemen, these are live pictures coming in via different news agencies, Republic Bangla, Republic TV, and the Republic Media Network, getting you breaking news updates from Murshidabad. Let's tell you that there is a video coming in from Murshidabad. In Murshidabad, in Dumkal, we have a video coming in of the CPM being beaten by the Trinamool Congress. They've stopped voting. They've tried to stop them from casting their vote. There is a breaking video. There is a breaking video coming in right now from Republic Bangla. And we're just breaking that in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. And in this video, what you can see is a booth being captured by the Trinamool Congress. We will be breaking that in just a second. In about 10 to 15 seconds, you'll have that video on your screen. CPM leaders being attacked by the Trinamool Congress allegedly. Voting stopped in Dumkal, Murshidabad. There is action there. And we also have details of what is happening in Dumkal. Speaking about Dumkal, voters are being prevented. Voters are being prevented from casting their votes at booth number 220. This is in Najarpur. Booth number 220, Najarpur, Dumkal Assembly constituency in Murshidabad, where the booth has been captured. Meanwhile, another video coming in on your screen right now is of a crude bomb. And some people injured there. Voters who had lined up to vote in Murshidabad are being injured. These are pictures coming in from Murshidabad, different locations of Murshidabad, different breaking news updates coming in. I want to go across to Harsha. Harsha's live in Murshidabad. Live from Murshidabad. Harsha, not one instance, not too many instances, Harsha. In fact, Harsha has some breaking news as well. Okay, the video. Can we please play that video, please? Play that video. And Republic Bangla team is also live. Let's go across. Can we zoom into that a bit? That's a video of a constituency in Domkal. Exclusive video, by the way. Exclusive video of a polling booth being captured by the Trinamool Congress allegedly. And we are being told that ECI has taken notice of the Nauda incident and has spoken to the Chief Electoral Officer on the violence in Murshidabad. CRPF IG has spoken to the SP and collector on the violence in Murshidabad. This is an update being broken by Harsha. I want to go across to her. I want to go across to Harsha. Play the video, please. Let's put that video in a screen so that you can see it clearly. And then we'll go across to Harsha to give us the details of that, please. Poll violence on camera. Gesu, that's a video that came in from Domkal. Yeah. And when you zoom into the video, you can see the attack. Allegedly, Trinamool Congress workers attacked the left here and they captured a booth. Yeah. That's the breaking news update.
Definitely. And this is now... Viewers, remember, pre-poll violence, violence on the polling day, post-poll violence, even data shows that when compared about 16 elections, West Bengal tops the chart, and this is just another testimony to that. In fact, this is happening in Murshidabad as we speak. This is from Domkal. Look at that, people pushing each other. Now, this is allegations have floated in. They say that these are TMC workers, TMC goons that are trying to completely sabotage the polling process in Domkal, in Murshidabad. Remember, Murshidabad is facing violence in two areas. In Nauda, where there was a crude bomb incident. We showed you the pictures of those who've been injured. First and exclusive only on Republic, brought by Republic Bangla, the biggest news channel that's operating out of West Bengal. And even from Domkal now. In fact, these are the visuals in Murshidabad. So the pertinent question is, despite such heavy security deployment, how are these cases still erupting? So the TMC's stronghold, it's being alleged that these cases are linked to the TMCs, and the TMC's violence, that's not new to anybody at all, in fact.
In Murshidabad, we have pictures coming in. There's been an escalation. The Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commission has taken note of what is happening in Murshidabad. We had an update of the Election Commission stepping in. The Election Commission of India, the ECI, has taken note of what happened in different locations of Murshidabad. Let's play that out. That's a live situation of a face-off. Live. Violence live. Clashes live. Face-off live in Murshidabad.
And the security forces, they're right there, and even then this fire is not getting doused down. People are angry, they're coming at each other.
Okay, stay with the pictures.
Now, viewers, in fact, we're getting in some more breaking developments. This is coming in from Murshidabad, one after the other cases of violence. In fact, now the Election Commission has taken full note of the incident that unfolded in Nauda. Remember, crude bombs being hurled at a polling booth, bringing the franchise to a complete stand still. In fact, people have been injured. They've been taken to multiple hospitals. Now, this is another incident that comes in from Murshidabad. You can see the visuals on your screens. You know, people from two sides have completely gotten into a showdown, and security forces are right there, but the situation does not seem to get doused down. Now, the EC has also spoken to the chief election officer over the violence that's erupting in Murshidabad. At least 3 cases since last night. Domkal being one, Nauda being another. In fact, we also have the CRPF IG who has spoken to the SP and collector on the violent scene. So security forces also coming together, taking full cognizance of what's unfolding in Murshidabad.
कितने नंबर भाई दादा दादा এটা খুলতে দে
See, Humayun Kabir is a breakaway Trinamool leader, launched his own party, extremely controversial, and you can see that Trinamool workers are trying to gerao him. Security forces have surrounded him. Let's keep the nats on. Let's keep the ambience on, please. Ambience on, rakhiye. We're going to stay on this, and he's completely get out, and I think he's referring to the rival Trinamool candidate there, saying that I think he said he's a badmash. So while he was speaking to the media, you have hundreds of Trinamool workers. They're trying to confront him. This is a live face-off situation. It's a live face-off situation in Bengal. Gesu and Abhishek.
Not just that, in fact, the security forces trying to intervene are also not getting a chance to take a look at that. People completely jumping over the barricading that these security forces have done, the shields that they're holding. In fact, this what seems like a police constable who's trying to intervene, but no luck. People are extremely angry. And remember, Humayun Kabir has now come up with his, Aam Janata Unnayo Party, the AJUP, but he is a former TMC member, and these are the clashes that are happening between the ruling Trinamool Congress and Humayun Kabir. Now, this is also in Murshidabad, the third case of violence just from last evening. The evening before polling began till now, 3 cases of violence that have been reported across separate areas in Murshidabad. So, West Bengal maintaining its nefarious identity of, poll violence under the Trinamool Congress. And we see TMC workers clashing with Humayun Kabir.
Okay, as we report this, Abhishek, it's not just the violence and so for some reason, I mean, getting most of the breaking news updates from Murshidabad of the violence. Murshidabad, most of the violence being reported from Murshidabad, not just the face-off that you're seeing here, but also booth capturing in at least 3 to 4 locations, not 1 or 2, 3 to 4 locations booth capturing has been reported. And even in videos, you can see the Trinamool Congress workers allegedly sealing the booth, not allowing others to come close to the booth. A pattern we've seen election after election. Abhishek, despite the heavy security cover, some things haven't changed.
I was also thinking, Niranjan, that while the security forces are there and they're cordoning off, it seems like a cadre clash. And that's typical culture that you see in some part of the country. Bengal being part of that, we have seen that in Bihar, Jharkhand. maybe just some pockets of Uttar Pradesh used to be there, not anymore. Otherwise, by and large, you don't see poll-related violence. In fact, interestingly, we see a lot of violence in Kerala between elections of 5 years. But on the day of elections or during elections, you don't see violence. So it's interesting, a very culture thing. And look at the deployment, Niranjan.
Yeah.
That's like huge. I think that has taken care of this flaring up into a larger confrontation. Because while the cadres were trying to have a jaw at each other, the cops intervened, and there was a layer between the two sides of these central armed paramilitary forces, along with the Bengal police, of course. So you can see Bengal police also active there and dispersing the mob, so to say, and preventing a build-up, a violent build-up. Harsha, I believe now, live with us for more on this. She's in Murshidabad. Harsha, how far is this from where you are reporting? And the clubbed with the grenade attack that has happened, which has injured some people in Murshidabad's Nauda. Are you getting a sense that this is happening at many places, or this was a very localized confrontation between the Trinamool and the Humayun Kabir cadres?
The Humayun Kabir candidate and the TMC candidate, and what turned out the round for Humayun Kabir, because we have been tracking Humayun Kabir since morning, Abhishek. We lost him while we took a jetty to cross one place, and he was in Nauda. We're getting he is in rounds of Nauda, Beldanga, in every place. We have been following him. We're also en route to that only place, Nauda, where he was taking round. It happened just before he reached that polling station that there was clash between the AJUP candidate and the candidate of the TMC, and the workers of both the party clashed among themselves. It started with a verbal confrontation which went on by few miscreants throwing grenades towards the polling booth, and the situation went out of control. In fact, there were CRPF officials who were deployed at the polling booth. They had to disperse for a while because the smoke plates which are coming out of grenades were too heavy, and we got to know that immediately more CRPF was asked to mobilize at that particular location. The people who were earlier went the visuals could clearly be seen the situation what has emerged from the Murshidabad, and it's not one or two places, Abhishek. Now, to disperse the crowd. These are the Nauda area of the Murshidabad. To tell our viewers in a layman language that there are 22 assembly constituencies in Murshidabad, all of them be highly vulnerable and sensitive. If we talk about Jangipur, Beldanga, Nauda, and Rajinagar, from where I'm en route to Nauda, these are highly sensitive, and the Noida polling booth was attacked by grenade. The particular polling booth in Nauda village area was attacked by the grenade by some miscreants who arrived there. They didn't arrive by bike or pillion. They didn't arrive by any motorcycle or two-wheeler. They arrived. They arrived there. They walked in near the polling booth. They threw grenade bomb, which was posted at the polling booth. The crowd gathered there, and there was a clash between two sides, Karyakartas of AJUP and of the TMC. Right now, visuals on the screen of Republic TV, what we see is a lathi charge on the people to disperse the crowd, to disperse the miscreant. But the bigger news here is that how was that even possible? The CRPF, which was deployed in that particular area, was almost 20 to 25 security personnel were deployed in that area to manage the booth, to ensure that no unrest, no disruption happens there at the time of the polling. And to tell our viewers that right now the police, the security personnel, and also in some time the DM of the particular area is also reaching to that particular location to ensure that
the situation doesn't get out of control. But the visuals right now with Humayun Kabir also reaching the incident spot. You imagine Humayun Kabir, who's a candidate from Coal, Yesterday night, the crude bomb was hurled at the polling booth, and today, Humayun Kabir is reaching at the same incident.
Trying to create unrest at the polling station, at the polling booth. Now, the entire matter has been taken cognizance, but Murshidabad has a history of violence. Murshidabad has a history of violence in 2021, not only the assembly elections, but during the bypoll and the panchayat elections as well. We have seen that how the violence took place. In fact, there were the clashes in which few lost their lives also during panchayat elections. But this being the election where the highest number of security personnel were deployed, 2.5 lakh security personnel only in the North Bengal and the East Bengal region, and 80% of the forces deployed in the North Bengal region majorly. If we talk about Malda and Murshidabad, you see the visuals. How many forces have now arrived,
আমাদের গাড়িকে ফোন করে জিজ্ঞাসা করতে
the issue was the capturing the booth. The booth was being captured from the side of the AJUP candidate. It clearly stating that in the presence of the observers, the booth was being captured. He protested to that in front of the TMC candidate, and at that time, particularly TMC Karyakarta, they just started hurling grenade at the polling center. And immediately the crowd needs to be dispersed.
From that particular area. What we see is that the situation has turned tense and volatile in the Nauda area. Niranjan, Abhishek, there's a very critical situation in the state of West Bengal. Murshidabad traveling each and every way. The distance from one constituency to another
vulnerable and sensitive areas where the violence was witnessed in the year 2021, and after that during Panchayat polls as well. In those all locations, it was stated during the meeting of the para forces that the highest number of deployment will be there, and also the troublemakers has to be ensured that they are taken into custody. Either the troublemakers are out, Niranjan, Abhishek, or either the police officials and the security person and the CAPF para forces officials could not manage to handle and to deploy proper personnel arrangement at the sensitive polling booths. Only these two could be the reason this time, because the machinery is heavily deployed. We can't deny that there was no security forces. The CRPF is heavily deployed in Murshidabad. In most of the polling centers, we had seen how the CRPF from inside to outside are deployed. Each and every one is being thoroughly checked whether they are carrying grenade or crude bomb, something like that or not. The pockets are being searched. The proper checking is taking place at polling station. We saw those. We reported that from Kandi for Behrampur, but this exactly Nauda, from where the situation has got out of control. The situation where has gotten critical. The violent scene is still emerging. The lathi charge is taking place. The police is continuously the CRPF is continuously trying to disperse the crowd. But what looks like is Humayun Kabir has already reached there.
All right, Harsha, so as you have, explained to us, that situation on the ground still remains volatile. It is still tense, and the polling is still underway. But specifically the pockets of Murshidabad and Malda, they have been witnessing several incidents of violence. And now we are being joined by Prafulla Kedkar, editor, organizer at Bharat Prakashan. Thank you, Mr. Kedkar, for joining us on Republic. I want to ask you, it's just about 10:30 a.m. and we have seen several incidents of violence being reported in the election-bound state of West Bengal. Now, booth capturing has also taken place, and in fact, a crude bomb was hurled at a party office, and several clashes have also been reported. So how do you gauge these developments? Because even before elections, there were multiple incidents of pre-poll violence, and even on the day of polling, we are witnessing this despite heavy security deployment.
See, this clearly indicates, the kind of culture of political violence that has prevailed in the states like West Bengal. Though the Election Commission this time has taken a very, very strict measures and precautionary arrangements, the drones are being used. The central forces are in place. They have flag march in many places. And still this is happening. It indicates two things. One, the seat that you are talking about in the Murshidabad and Malda area, this is the same area where judicial officers were gheraoed by the mob. This has been a very, very sensitive area, very close to the Bangladesh border. So the population imbalance is there. And this clearly shows that the things are not very good for TMC and Humayun Kabir. Many people earlier were expecting this to be a friendly fight, but now this is turning to be a very ugly fight. But the serious question is actually much more than this. Why and how? We remember, in 1998 itself in the assembly, the then Chief Minister of West Bengal accepted that there were more than 28,000 political murders in West Bengal. Now, as per the estimate, that the number has gone up to 55,000. Why and how in communist regime, wherever communists have ruled over the period of time, how the culture of political violence has prevailed. Niranjan was just mentioned about the situation in Kerala. In Kerala also, there are many party villages where no other party except Communist Party can campaign. So why this culture has prevailed? And now, because of this, the radical elements and the infiltrators getting into this and this SIR-related mobilization, all these things have flared up. And because of this, entire political... See, the problem in West Bengal is entire state machinery gets politicized. Right from the lower level administrative officers in the state machinery, police officials, education officers, teachers, everybody is somewhere politically affiliated, politically appointed, even official, the unions are there at every level. So if you have to survive, you have to align with that union. And the moment somebody tries to challenge it, the only resort they use is actually the violence. The moment there is a retaliation, there will be more violence. So this has been the culture. We have seen that when earlier phase when Congress versus communists, now communists, in the later phase it was communists versus TMC, and now whoever is challenging TMC is crushing it with brutal violence. Unfortunately, this is a sign of political culture, but I'm more concerned because this is a very, very sensitive area, very bordering, the bordering area of Murshidabad, and we can see on your screen the way TMC cadre with the flag is actually trying to intimidate the police officials. Also, there seems to be clearly two sides in the same polling booth area where both the sides are trying to intimidate each other and not allowing their respective voters to reach to the because they actually earmark the voters, who is whose voter, and they ensure that the opposition voter does not reach to the polling booth. And that is why this particular tactics is being used. In democracy, people generally say it's free and fair election and it is duty of the election commission. But also important is the election should be fearless. It is not just free and fair. It has to be fearless. If there is an atmosphere of terror, I think that election cannot be free and fair.
Absolutely. In fact, that's the reason why there is massive deployment. Niladri Bhattacharya also joins us, a pro-TMC voice on the panel. Niladri, two places from where we have got reports of violence, one in Murshidabad, Nauda, and the other in Chandipur constituency in Medinapuri. And at both places, the common factor is Trinamool. At one place, the clash is between Trinamool and the BJP. At the other place, Trinamool and the Humayun Kabir cadres. But the fact is, Trinamool is still... I'm not saying who's on the offensive, who's on the defensive, but Trinamool cadres are present there. So obviously, this has something to do with the party deciding that this is how it has to be taken during the day of elections.
see, the common factor is not only Trinamool, the common factor is both Trinamool and BJP. To see it very objectively, Humayun Kabir is nothing but the B team of the BJP. We have seen the sting videos.
But the Trinamool is still there. Do you respond for the Trinamool?
Definitely. The Trinamool is also there. The Trinamool, and as I said, the Trinamool and the BJP, both are the common factors. In the BJP has only two faces. In Murshidabad, it is Humayun Kabir who is acting as a proxy for the BJP, and in Midnapur, it is the TMC versus the BJP. Please understand this. Humayun Kabir, as we all know, is a turncoat from the TMC. There is a sting operation. We have seen the sting operation where he admits it to be correct, refuting the contents of the Prime Minister's claim, and it is just a ploy to intimidate the voters. The problem has arisen in Murshidabad.
Can we put them on air? We are getting more violence, reports of more violence now. Siliguri. So from Midnapur to Murshidabad to Siliguri now. Again, it's a clash between the Trinamool and the BJP cadres. One, of course, inference from these pictures is that it's a really cutthroat election. It's an intense election. It's a tight contest happening, and so these cadres on the ground are really fighting for everything, for every vote. But also one picture coming out of this, Niladri, is the kind of security presence that's there. So in all the three pictures that we have seen from Murshidabad to Medinipur to Siliguri, the buffer of security forces is really strong. So while the political parties are, falling back to their practice of aggressive push, which translates into violence and clashes sometimes, the security is strong this time. Niladri, would you appreciate the efforts made by the Election Commission and the centre to make sure the election is free and fair this time?
Definitely, the security forces are in much more higher numbers this time than it was in the earlier. There's more than 200 companies with the CRPF and the CISF and other forces. But it is the responsibility of the Election Commission to ensure free, fair and violence-free elections. Everyone should be given the chance to vote. But only one thing we have to say is that let not the Election Commission behave as if it is the C team of the ruling party. We understand the violence has always been in Bengal. This time we hope the violence is
less. How nicely and politely and calmly you are saying violence is part of, Bengal politics. Should it be accepted so easily and so comfortably that violence is part of the culture of politics in Bengal, Niladri? Okay, I want Prafulla to come in. Prafulla, this conundrum that I always see in Bengal politics, the Bhadralok politics, if you are in Kolkata, and if you are in the rest of Bengal, this street violence as integral to the culture. And the kind of deployment that we are seeing, I'm really amazed and impressed, in fact, that every time we are getting these pictures from wherever of clashes being reported between cadres, irrespective of whether they are Trinamool, BJP or Humayun Kabir, the posse of security men, that's strong. The number of security men, the numbers of security personnel, that's really strong. They're really making sure that it does not go out of hand. Prafulla.
See, I have one simple question for Niladri. Congress and BJP fight with each other in multiple states. Why don't we see that kind of political violence? In fact, many regional parties in Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar, earlier we used to see the booth capturing events, but not this kind of violence where the oppositions are targeted, the party cadres are intimidated, their women are taken out. That kind of, what kind of Bengali culture you are talking about? Why and how, somebody can justify this? And when Election Commission tries to, correct this, you suddenly say, no, B team, C team. What was the police commissioner of Calcutta doing? Was he a B team or a C team when he was sitting there with chief minister for dharna? Why you allow entire police machinery to get politicized and work for the, that is really, really shocking. And the way intellectually they justify, in a very, very intellectually sophisticated language. That is more worrisome for me, because they are not realizing this is not just about Trinamool Congress or who is going to rule Bengal. This is about, Malda and Murshidabad is a very, very sensitive area. Why they are allowing this? Why all sensitive booths are basically the Muslim-dominated booths. They will have to address this tomorrow. Otherwise, this is a Bhasmasur that it is going to, eat out the entire Bengal and Bengali identity that they are fighting for. So why they are brushing aside, this basic problem that has arisen that Buddhadev Bhattacharya talked about way back in 1998, that political violence is the culture. Why you are allowing this to, sustain as a part of strategy?
TMC has been criticizing this heavy security deployment in Bengal. We have seen several statements coming in, accusing the center of deploying such high numbers of security personnel on the ground. But if you see today, in these clashes, it is the security personnel which have stepped in to restore the calm. And had then, had these number of security personnel not been there on the ground, it is scary to imagine, Abhishek, what would have unfolded today.
Well, absolutely. And Niladri, you might take this to Niladri. Niladri, 2,400 Central Armed Paramilitary Forces, and yet we are getting reports that booth capturing is happening, that EVM machines are being stolen.
I don't think so. It will be correct. If it is correct, then it is a failure of the Election Commission. From the day the election is notified,
now, are you suggesting that instead of 2,400, the government should have deployed 3,000 Central Armed Paramilitary Forces companies, or maybe 4,000 companies?
It is surprising that even after deployment of 2,400 personnel, if there's allegations of these kind of comes up, it shows the.
But till yesterday you were saying this is too much, this is too much, this is too much. Are you today are you saying that no, there should have been more?
It is an utter failure of the Election Commission, who has failed to read the ground reality. It is a very clear failure of the Election Commission.
I think it was you who was denying the ground reality, Niladri. You were saying this is too many of Central Armed Paramilitary Forces, that these are intimidatory tactics, that these are aimed at intimidating. Now you're saying this is inadequate. I mean, you have changed goalposts, you have changed your position.
From the earlier times, this is the highest number of the deployment of the paramilitary forces. We are agreeing on that. But even after this highest deployment, also these kind of allegations comes up, it shows the complete lackadaisical attitude of the Election Commission. And as far as the violence is concerned, let me remind you, did Assam did not have violence? Please show me in this election any single person killed or being hurt. Yes, Humayun Kabir was trying to go for a booth jamming, which was stopped by the central forces. We appreciate that. But don't put in that the central forces...
All right, Mr. Bhattacharya and Mr. Ketkar, thank you so much for joining us on this coverage. And viewers, we're slipping into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll continue with our coverage as these two states, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, continue voting. Now, here's coming up on the other side, several incidents of clashes reported all across the state of Bengal, specifically in Murshidabad, as the voting continues in the state.
साथी हाथ बढ़ाना साथी रे जिंदल साथी सील साथी रे अरे सॉलिड इसकी फील है जिंदल साथी सील है तो उसकी स्टेनलेस स्टील है क्वालिटी में दम है साथी रे बिजनेस करेगा ग्रो साथी रे टाइमलेस इसका लुक है साथी रे और जिंदल साथी
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ
केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, several incidents of clashes of violence are reported across Bengal as the state goes to vote in the first phase. All the updates are lined up for you on the other side.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company
Voting in Bengal marred by several incidents of violence, clashes now being reported between BJP and Humayun Kabir's party's Kada. We'll get you all the updates on the other side as the voting continues in Bengal in the first phase.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर, ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the advanced short-range air-to-air missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. Brisk voting happening in the two states, phase 1 of Bengal and the entirety of Tamil Nadu. In fact, calm in Tamil Nadu, peaceful voting in Tamil Nadu versus some reports of sporadic clashes happening in parts of Bengal. That's how voting seems to be panning out, Ishita.
Right, of course, and the voter turnout is nearly about 20%, in fact more than 20% in both the states as of now, as Bengal votes in first phase, and of course voting continues in Tamil Nadu in its final phase as well. Now let's start with the more developments we're getting from the state of West Bengal, where we are looking at several incidents of violence and clashes being reported.
All right, these are pictures of the three places where violence has been reported in Bengal, and Murshidabad is one, Siliguri is other, and Malda is the third one. Remember, it's essentially the north and some parts of central Bengal that are voting today. The presidency area, the southern Bengal, that votes Jungle Mahal, etc., they vote next time, and we have key leaders going into poll mode today with their electoral destinies being decided. That includes Suvendu Adhikari from Nandigram, that's BJP's leader of opposition. We have Behrampur, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is contesting, Congress's earlier leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha and state president earlier. We also have Agnamitra Pal from Asansol. So actually mix of south and north that's voting in Bengal today, but predominantly north. And some clashes have been reported. These are pictures of Murshidabad, where these clashes have happened. But what is important is, Ishita, we are seeing very good deployment of security forces, apart from the names that I already took. Agnimitra Pal is contesting from Asansol South. We have Dilip Ghosh, former BJP president from Kharagpur, against Pradeep Sarkar of Trinamool. We have Nishit Pramanik, former union minister from Mathabanga. He's up against Sablu Burman from the Trinamool. We have Ashok Dinda, the former cricketer, contesting on a BJP ticket from Moyana. And he's up against Chandan Mandal of the Congress. These are the key constituencies which are voting today. And we have Humayun Kabir from Rejinagar against Ataur Rahman of the Trinamool, against Bappan Ghosh of the BJP. And West Bengal, Murshidabad, Gauri Shankar Ghosh versus Shawnee Singhal Roy. These are key battles lined up.
Right. So there are about 152 seats, Abhishek, up for grabs in the first phase of election. And despite, as you mentioned, very high deployment of security forces, we have a ratio about one CAPF personnel to about just 140 voters. Despite that, we are looking at several incidents of violence being reported. Clashes have been reported between TMC and BJP workers, TMC and Humayun Kabir's party as well. So, despite the heavy security deployment, still we are looking at violence unfolding in several pockets of Bengal on the polling day.
Yeah, and we have some guests joining us, and let's begin with them. Let's introduce them. In fact, we have Rohan Gupta of the BJP. We have Shubhankar Bhattacharya, who's a pro-Trinamool voice, and we also have Advocate Nikhil Jain joining us. He'll join us in just a bit, and let's begin with Shubhankar first. Shubhankar, clashes being reported in Bengal. Why can't it be as peaceful as Tamil Nadu when it comes to voting? Can you unmute yourself, Shubhankar?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So see, what I'm saying is that at least now when the elections are full on, I do think that it's now hard to believe that still the police force is working under Mamata Banerjee's control. Because now when the election is on, so every force, all the law and order situation that impacts the election is actually controlled by the ECI. It is now the ECI that has, the control over there. So the question is, you have deployed so much of force over there, which in history is now we have the largest number of forces available over there. The police is under
No. That's a different thing. Deployment is a different thing. Deployment is commensurate with the violence that happens. So why is it happening is my question. With 110, the deployment of Bengal and Tamil Nadu, there is no violence. It's because of the culture. It's because of the political party leaderships deciding that this has to happen or not happen. It's clear that the cadres are indulging in this aggression because they are instructed to.
See, this aggression is pumped in, actually. This is not an aggression which has, risen by itself. It is pumped in. And how it is pumped in? It comes from, of course, the leaders who are leading over there. So it is they, the kind of discourse you choose, the kind of, the orders you have given over there. This benefits the party which is trying hard to come up over there in the state. The state which is already there in power shall never, I don't think that they will actually.
Why are they carrying Jhanda? Are you saying BJP cadres are carrying Trinamool Jhanda? Because we can see only Trinamool Jhanda.
Of course, we have already seen this before as well. There are n number of videos available on the YouTube itself. I'll request your viewers to go through it properly, and you'll see that it has been, found earlier as well that they have used the flags of the opposition parties to to malign their name, and it is well orchestrated, and it's a drama that is being staged to benefit them only. Because
Okay, Rohan Gupta, the charge is on you. He's saying that these are BJP cadres holding Trinamool Jhanda because BJP gets to benefit from violence, not the incumbent party, because they have to just preserve their presence there. The BJP has to push in, and that's why this aggression coming in from the BJP.
See, TMC has become so desperate that every day they are changing the goalpost. When the forces were deployed, they were saying, look, this is not the war situation. Why you are deploying the forces? This is the first time that pre-poll violence is zero. There is no death. And that is because of the confidence of Election Commission. That is a deployment of the forces from across India that has ensured that even pre-poll violence is minimum. And today also, this is a strategy of TMC because this kind of scenes when people see sitting at home, they get afraid, oh, something is happening, let's not go and wait. I have been in Uttar Bengal for so many days. This is the strategy of TMC to reduce the voting where they feel that they are not going to win. So this is a desperate strategy. This is not going to work this time. People have confidence on forces. People have confidence on the Election Commission that this time they will be able to vote whom they want from their heart. This election is for the people of Bengal. SIR has ensured that who are not the citizens, they are not part of the electoral roll. So this is the time where people of West Bengal will decide who is going to be the CM of their state and not these goons and any other factors. So I think this is a welcome change, and wherever you see that people are standing in lines, especially the women, they are showing the confidence that they are voting for the change.
Right, of course, we'll come back to our guests for further analysis as the voting continues. But right now, viewers, we're getting some breaking news developing from West Bengal. Clashes have now been reported between BJP and TMC workers. Now, this time it's in Siliguri. Remember, this comes after Medinapur, Murshidabad, and now clashes are being reported all across West Bengal. This time, we're getting you visuals, in fact, from Siliguri. This is where TMC workers have been engaging in clashes with the BJP cadres on the ground. Now, remember, multiple incidents since morning have been reported, and it's just about 11 a.m., just 4 hours since the voting began in the state. And after Murshidabad, now clashes are being reported in Siliguri.
Okay, Nikhil Jain, we have seen clashes happening between Trinamool and Humayun Kabir party. We have seen clashes between Trinamool and BJP. We have seen clashes between Trinamool and left. For God's sake, where is the Congress party? Even in clashes, you are not there. Nikhil Jain, are you not there in Bengal at all?
Abhishek, I'm quite proud of the fact that the Congress party is not involved in any incidents of violence.
No, but is it by default also? Does that by default also mean the Congress is not there?
No, Abhishek, you can't really fault the Congress party for not being a hoodlum party, trying, throwing bricks at each other or rolling swords or this or that. Number one. Number two, the question that you were asking, Shubhankar, that why is the violence happening? I'm sorry, but I don't think Shubhankar has to answer for that. The Election Commission of India has to answer for that, because in the 2021 Vidhan Sabha elections, you had the deployment of about 90,000 CAPF personnel in the entire state of West Bengal. In the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, you had a deployment of about 70,000 CAPF personnel in the entire state of West Bengal. And right now, you have a deployment of 240,000 people. For heaven's sake, people have been stopped ferrying on a motorcycle in groups of two across the state. This is ridiculous. Never have we seen an election like this before, and yet you are showing visuals on your screen of violence happening, which is a clear indication that whatever the Election Commission was trying to do, if indeed it was stopping violence by bringing in 3 times the number of troops that it usually does, they're failing at it, because the election is just picking up. It's right in the morning, it's not in the evening, right? And still you are seeing incidents of clashes. Gyanesh Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner, and the CEO of the state, all of them have to answer.
I mean, Gyanesh Kumar is not asking these cadres to come in 20, 30, gang of 20, 30, 40 and, mob the polling booths, for God's sake. The deployment is there, and that's the reason why these things have not flared up. But the fact that this is essentially organized intimidation of voters, tactics to intimidate voters, irrespective of whether Trinamool is doing it, BJP is doing it, left is doing it, Congress absent. I think electorally absent, I don't know, because Bengal is one of the states where the Congress has not had an MLA for quite a while. Nikhil Jain, you should be focusing on making Congress party relevant than attacking Gyanesh Kumar, for God's sake.
No, see, the country it would always come before the party, Abhishek. So if a party is not involved in incidents of violence, I think that is something very good.
What a sense of martyrdom and sacrifice, Nikhil. What a sense of martyrdom and sacrifice. You are not active electorally for the sake of the country, right? I mean, you are not there in contesting elections. You are not there to come to power in Bengal to make yourself politically relevant. Are you the new RSS, for God's sake, Nikhil?
We keep on praising the RSS all the time. I don't think why you should have a problem if the Congress party is emulating the organization.
Rohan Gupta, you would welcome this position of Nikhil that Congress party is there only for the larger interest of the country, not for electoral politics. They are, आज इन्होंने बिल्कुल त्याग कर दिया है बिल्कुल electoral politics का.
Yes, इतना बड़ा sacrifice देश के लिए किया कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, काबिले तारीफ है कि they are sure कि in order to ensure that there is a peaceful election, they are not visible on ground. So I think it's a huge sacrifice by Congress party, and the way their translators are also not following the speech of the leaders. I think it's the right time to sacrifice this for the country, and this is good for the country that Congress has done this sacrifice. At the end of the day, country is important. I agree with Nikhil, and that's why maybe Nikhil is always, he works as a Congress supporter and he's not inside the Congress, because sometimes when he talks sensible, obviously Congress is the Darbaris will not like it. So I think he has made his position very clear. And Congress is out of the fray, whether it is the minds of people or whether minds of West Bengal people. They are in minds of now Pakistani people. They are ruling the Pakistani channel. They are ruling the Bangladeshi channel. They have found their niche, so I am happy for them.
Shubhankar, Shravan joins me in the studio, but Shubhankar, how come is it the responsibility of the Election Commission if violence happens? The security forces are there to prevent any flaring up, and they seem to be doing a good job. We are seeing a lot of action in terms of cadres trying to mob around the polling booths and the security forces rebuffing those attempts. But the fact is that these things happen because the leaders instruct the cadres to go in and carry out these acts of aggression.
See, I find it very funny that when it comes to the opposition people, you interpret the entire dialogue in such a different way, whether it is Nikhil or me. So whatever we say, there is always going to be a separate meaning to it. Now, the thing is that what we are seeing on the screen, wherever it is happening, there have been complaints of the EVM machines not working properly. In fact, the people not being allowed to recheck their votes to the VVPAT machine. So the n number of complaints are continuously running on different channels, and these are the complaints from the legitimate voters. The voters whom actually you have left, apart of those 27 lakh legitimate voters whom actually have cut. So even those who have allowed to practice, you are not allowing them their right to, get a free, fair election. So the thing is that so many, when even while the BJP is so confident about winning Bengal, so is this the way? That the thing is that the kind of precedent is being set by this particular election is completely, I don't think we have ever seen in the history, and this is going to be followed very soon.
A common factor in all the violent incidents we are witnessing, which means that TMC has to be answerable for the kind of action we are seeing on the polling day. And I'll come back to you, but right now we're getting some breaking news development at this hour from the election-bound state, in fact, in West Bengal. Now, another incident has been reported, and this time BJP claims that BLO are threatening voters in Medinapur. Now, this is coming from West Bengal, where BJP is making a big claim on the voting day, saying that TMC is trying to influence voting in Radhanagar, and BLO, in fact, are involved in this process. They are threatening voters in Medinapur.
Well, in fact, there is a booth-to-booth management also that is essentially taking place, and that has been one key concern about whether at all Suvendu Adhikari was addressing the fact that whether at all BJP supporters will be able to come out and support. We've seen this in the past, poll violence not new in the state of West Bengal. On your screens right now, these are images that are now coming in from Medinipur, where you can see the clashes that have essentially taken place. Not just that, I'm also being told that Humayun Kabir, who spoke a short while back to our sister network, Republic Bangla, and he says the Trinamool workers were basically trying to stop him. On your screens right now, latest images of the BJP Suvendu Adhikari, the main challenger there, going from one booth to the other. This is considered to be one of those sensitive booths in the area. Multiple clashes have already been reported. A short while back, you've also had Congress's Suri candidate Sanjay Adhikari saying that he was unable to cast his vote despite reaching the polling station. So these are allegations that are now being made. Now, for those who are outside the state of West Bengal, this may come across as a big surprise, but this is also a reality that we are looking at. And the reality being that poll violence has gone hand in hand time and again, be it in the past elections. Also, this time the Election Commission has heavily relied upon the deployment of paramilitary forces, which has also been increased to a greater extent. And Ishita, Suvendu Adhikari, who spoke this morning, once again invoked the fact that all the Sanatanis should come out and vote in large numbers. He's certainly hoping the consolidation of the vote of the Hindu vote bank, if that gets splintered, it's going to be difficult for the Bharatiya Janata Party. He's certainly hoping that it's going to be consolidated. It's going to be consolidated Hindu votes that would be in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Right, of course, Shravan, we have seen, that's been one of the major election planks of the Bharatiya Janata Party in the West Bengal. We have seen, this mobilization of Hindu votes, which they have been trying to do in this election. But despite the heavy security deployment, we are looking at several incidents of violence being reported. And as analysts are also saying, and as you also mentioned, it is part of the political culture of the state, which is why we have been seeing, Tamil Nadu, very calm elections right now underway. But compare this to West Bengal. And since morning, we have seen multiple incidents coming to light, whether it's a Medinapur, whether it's a Murshidabad, whether it's Siliguri. Several incidents have been reported, and TMC somehow seems to be the common factor, whether it's a TMC versus BJP clashes, TMC versus, Humayun Kabir's party clashes. TMC somehow is a common in all of that. And on this, we're also going back to Shubhankar Bhattacharya, who continues to stay with us. Mr. Bhattacharya, I really want to ask you, because Nikhil Jain was saying that, TMC is not answerable for this, but somehow TMC is a common factor in the kind of violence we are seeing on this day.
See, this is the kind of, it's always the kind of lens that you are using over here. You see the vision accordingly. You just a moment ago, you have shown a visual on the screen that a person was pushing the other person around. Now, what happens over here is that it becomes a verdict that the person who has pushed is the TMC guy, and who gets pushed, the victim, is always a BJP guy, and the BJP is getting hit over there. It is only the TMC. So this is, this is the kind of rhetoric that is, it's being spread in a well-mannered.
Mr. Bhattacharya, even if you don't
very unfortunate for us. With the Bengali, we are facing every trouble during poll. The criminals are moving hither and thither. all those things, and I repeatedly requesting all the electors of the entire West Bengal, if 5 to 10 minutes electricity cut, then this must report it to presiding officer and also returning officer and ECI helpline. Otherwise, webcasting not yet done. I am apprehending that they may cut power supply. Already backup power is there, sufficient backup power. I don't know.
Harsha, go ahead. What's really happening? What is it that you're seeing? Not new. This is the kind of intimidation that we have seen multiple times in the past. Just walk us through of what are you seeing? Just talk through. It's okay. We'll keep the cameras on right now. Just tell us what's happening. What is it that you're seeing?
अच्छा भैया एक बात बता दीजिए ये आप लोग क्या लेके जा रहे हैं? So what means ये आप हॉकी स्टिक क्यों लेके जा रहे हैं?
এটা বন্ধ করেন বন্ধ আছে ভাই বন্ধ আছে দেখছো তুমি বন্ধ আছে
मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूं
আপনি বন্ধ করেন
मैं आपसे बंद कर दिया मैं आपसे पूछ रही हूं मैं आपसे पूछे हॉकी स्टिक क्यों कहां लेके नहीं चल रहा है सर ये बंद है आप जनरली पूछो हॉकी स्टिक कहां लेके जा रहे हैं?
नहीं जा रहा है वो इधर घर से लेके जा रहा है घर में लेके जा रहा है
लेकिन मैं आपसे ये पूछ रही हूँ कि आप उतना आगे नहीं जा सकते यहाँ से तो शूट कर
नहीं होगा मैडम नहीं होगा अच्छा आपने এখান থেকে করতে পারবো তো এখান থেকে করতে পারবো
अरे बंद कर अरे
ক্যামেরা হাতে আমি সরে যাচ্ছি চলে পিছিয়ে আছে থোড়া পিছিয়ে आ जाओ আমি এখান থেকে করতে পারি তো আপনারা বারণ করে আপনি চলে যান সবই করেন না আপনি কেন নিষেধ করেন শুনছেন না কেন আপনি করেন না আপনি বুঝছেন না কেন গাড়ি পিছিয়ে আছে থোড়া পিছিয়ে আছে থোড়া পিছিয়ে আছে চলো यहाँ से
getting tense. The situation getting so what we see here is the situation getting tense in the Murshidabad area. The violence took place and I'll ask the camera person Atnu to show you from here. We saw few people taking hockey stick and moving towards a place. If we can show from this area, I'll ask my camera person Atnu to zoom in also because there's a huge crowd. There's a huge heavy crowd which is gathered there. We are not allowed to go there. We are approximately I guess 50 meters away from exact the location where the violence took place. We have been so यहाँ पे इस वक्त हमको बोल दिया गया कि हम 50 मीटर डिस्टेंस पे खड़े गए. हमारे कैमरा पर्सन के साथ हमारे साथ लगातार बोला गया कि अपना माइक बंद करिए, अपना कैमरा बंद करके रखिए, आप यहाँ से आगे नहीं जा सकती हैं. और वहाँ पे अगर आपको विजुअल्स दिखाएं हम तो काफी सारा लोग आपको नजर आएंगे. जो सारे लोग इकट्ठा होकर के आपको एक जगह पे नजर आ रहे हैं, ये सारे वो लोग हैं जो हमें इंटर नहीं करने दे रहे. वायलेंस प्रोन एरिया में लगातार वहां से चिल्ला करके कहा जा रहा है कि आप इस जगह को छोड़ दीजिए, वकेट कर दीजिए. हमने उनको कई बार कहा कि हुमायूं कबीर यहाँ पर मौजूद है, हमें उनके पास जाना है, लेकिन वहां तक नहीं जाने दिया गया. उस पूरे एरिया को बंद कर दिया गया है. एग्जैक्टली जहां पर वायलेंस हुआ है, जहां पे मुर्शिदाबाद का नौदा का वो इलाका जहां पे ग्रेनेड चले, वहां पे कई सारे लोग हमें नजर आए जिनके हाथ में हॉकी स्टिक थी, जब हमने उनसे पूछने की कोशिश की कि आप ये हॉकी स्टिक लेके कहाँ जा रहे हैं, तो हमको बोल दिया गया कि अपना कैमरा बंद करिए. हमें उससे कैमरा बंद करवाया गया, हमसे हमारा माइक हमारा बूम छीन लिया गया. और इस वक्त की तस्वीरें कैमरा पर्सन
यहाँ पे जो हमें दिख रही है
यहाँ पे जो हमें दिख रही है स्थिति, जो कि बहुत ही नॉर्मल स्थिति नहीं है. अक्सर मुर्शिदाबाद में ये कहा जाता था कि यहाँ पे वायलेंस की हिस्ट्री रही है, जो कि हमने अक्सर सुना है पोलिंग के दिनों पर. लेकिन हकीकत यह है कि यहाँ से अगर हम थोड़ा सा भी आगे जाएंगे तो हमें कुछ लोग रोकने के लिए पहुंच जाएंगे, हमें कुछ लोग इस पॉइंट के आगे नहीं जाने देंगे. और ये हैरान करने वाली बात यह है क्योंकि यहाँ पे जितने सारे हम गाड़ियां देखिए आप, ये सीएपीएफ की गाड़ी जो उधर खड़ी है वो पुलिस की गाड़ी है, जो उसके आगे गाड़ियां खड़ी वो सब सीएपीएफ की गाड़ी है. लेकिन उन सब की मौजूदगी के बावजूद यहाँ से इस पर्टिकुलर इलाके से हम आगे नहीं जा सकते हैं. हमें कई बार आकर के लोगों ने रोका, लोगों ने कहा आप आगे मत जाइए, अगर आप आगे जाएंगी तो आपके साथ कुछ भी होगा तो उसके लिए हम जिम्मेदार नहीं हैं. और यहाँ पे जो भीड़ देखी जा सकती है, जो समूह जो पूरा गैदर हुआ है, उनके पास कई ऐसी चीजें हमने देखी जो कि एक मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट का, पोलिंग के दिन का एक भयंकर वायलेशन है. यहाँ तक कि हमारे सामने जिस वक्त हमसे बहस कर रहे थे, हमारे सामने कई लोग हॉकी स्टिक लेकर के आगे की तरफ बढ़े, वो पूरा एरिया ब्लॉक कर दिया गया है. ये वही इलाका है नौदा का जहाँ पे पोलिंग वायलेंस हुई, जहाँ पे ग्रेनेड बम गिराए गए, जहाँ पे हुमायूं हुमायूं कबीर अभी भी मौजूद हैं। AJUP के जो कैंडिडेट खुद भी हैं दोमको से हुमायूं कबीर, वो खुद भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, लेकिन स्थिति इस पूरे इलाके में सामान्य नहीं नजर आती हुई, क्योंकि यहाँ पे पुलिस की कई गाड़ियां नजर आ रही है। हालांकि जिस जगह हम खड़े हैं मौजूद है, यहाँ पे फोर्सेस नहीं दिखाई दे रही हैं, गाड़ी दिखाई दे रही है। हमें ऐसा लगता है कि शायद फोर्सेस आगे की तरफ हो, क्योंकि इससे आगे हमें नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है। हमें सिर्फ आवाजें सुनाई दे रही हैं, भीड़ इकट्ठा हो चुकी है आगे। हमने थोड़े आगे तक जाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन हमें वार्निंग दे करके
घटित हो सकती है। ये शब्द थे उस व्यक्ति के जो लगातार
घटित हो सकती है। ये शब्द थे उस व्यक्ति के जो लगातार हमें रोक रहा था, कोशिश कर रहा था। हमने कैमरे में उसकी साउंड बाइट लेने की कोशिश की, लेकिन हमारा बूम छीन लिया गया। तो ये तस्वीरें हैं यहाँ पे। लगातार हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अगर हम जूम करके दिखा पाए तो। अगर आप देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार वार्निंग दी जा रही है कि आप जाइए यहाँ से। लगातार देखेंगे अभी भी लगातार 4 लोग आए हैं और लगातार कह रहे हैं कि बंद करें, हम जाएं यहाँ से।
मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके की जहाँ पे
और ये स्थिति मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके की जहाँ पे हम रिपोर्टिंग नहीं कर सकते हैं।
तो यहाँ पे वही जगह है। ये खबर आई थी कि यहाँ पर पोलिंग बूथ पर वायलेंस की खबरें थी, ग्रेनेड फेंके जाने की खबरें थी। अभी भी जो हुमायूं कबीर AJUP कैंडिडेट है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है।
AJUP कैंडिडेट है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। और ये मुर्शिदाबाद में वो इलाका है, मुर्शिदाबाद का वो इलाका है। बताइए भैया, भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं, क्या कह रहे हैं, कहाँ जाए? तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड नहीं है?
जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। चलो
So what we see here is that यहाँ पे लोग हम लोगों को
तो यहाँ पे कैमरामैन को रोकते हुए, यहाँ पे हाथापाई पे उतरे हुए यहाँ पे लोग जो है,
यहाँ पे किसी तरह पे उतरे हुए यहाँ पे लोग,
और यहाँ पे लगातार हाथापाई की जा रही है। अब बोला जा रहा है कि हम चलो गाड़ी चलो।
Well, these are the latest images now coming in from Murshidabad, where vehicles have been attacked here. As you can hear, my colleague Harsha reason it out. Yeah, Harsha, if you can hear me.
Shravan, I can hear you.
Yeah, so
the group of people came.
Why don't you move out a little bit from there so that you are at a safe distance to report? We're not. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Shravan, I can hear you.
Just Harsha, just tell us the exact location that you are in right now, closer to which polling booth, and what's really happening.
So this is the same polling booth now, from where Republic reported where the violence took place, where Humayun Kabir also came. But these people here, they're not allowing us go ahead. They have stopped us 100 meters. उन्होंने हमको 100 मीटर पहले रोक दिया, और जब हमने कोशिश की वहीं से रिपोर्ट करने की, जहाँ पे इन्होंने हमको कहा, वहां से दौड़ते हुए कुछ लोगों का समूह आया, कम से कम 8-10 लोग दौड़ते हुए आए। हमसे बोला कि अगर हम अपनी गाड़ी की तरफ नहीं चले गए, अगर हम यहाँ से निकल नहीं गए तो बहुत बुरा होगा। दौड़ते हुए हमें गाड़ी तक लेके जाया गया, हमारी गाड़ी पे लाठीचार्ज किया गया, हमारी गाड़ी पर भी लगातार अटैक हुआ। लेकिन अब जब तक हम निकल के अपनी गाड़ी की तरफ नहीं पहुंचे हैं, तब तक हम लोग को मजबूर किया गया है कि हम वहाँ पे ना खड़े रहे। ये स्थिति है मुर्शिदाबाद के मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके की, जहाँ से किसी भी तरीके से हमें रिपोर्ट करने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, कोई विजुअल नहीं दिखाने दिया जा रहा है। यहाँ पे तमाम लोगों के पास घरों में, जो हमने देखा, हॉकी स्टिक, लाठियां और स्टिक्स, तमाम चीजें लेके जाते हुए लोग हमें दिखे आगे पोलिंग बूथ की तरफ। लेकिन इस पोलिंग बूथ को पूरा घेर दिया गया है। आप ये समझिए कि पूरा पोलिंग बूथ घिरा हुआ है, और इसकी ज्यादा संभावनाएं हैं कि यहाँ पे बूथ कैप्चरिंग की, यहाँ पे रिगिंग की पूरे चांसेस हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से एक भी मीडिया कर्मी को यहाँ खड़े नहीं होने दिया गया, सबको वार्न करते हुए, लाठी डंडे दिखाते हुए यहाँ से निकाल दिया गया। और पूरे पोलिंग बूथ को, जिस पोलिंग बूथ पे ग्रेनेड से हमला करने की कोशिश की गई, जहाँ पे ग्रेनेड फेंके गए, उस पूरे पोलिंग बूथ को एक तरह से कैप्चर
कैप्चर करके ये तमाम लोग बैठे हुए हैं। और ये तस्वीर इस वक्त मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा की है। बहुत ही हैरानजनक करने वाली तस्वीर है, क्योंकि लगातार ये बात कहा जा रहा था कि जो चुनाव है वो इंटिमिडेशन फ्री होगा, जो चुनाव है वो में डर के साए में नहीं होगा, डरना नहीं चाहिए। यहाँ पे हम तमाम CAPF की गाड़ियाँ देख पा रहे हैं, पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ देख पा रहे हैं, लेकिन उसके बावजूद यहाँ पे बाहरी लोग कितना असुरक्षित है वो भी स्थिति यहाँ पे साफ तौर पर नजर आ रही है। यहाँ पे एक पुलिस अधिकारी हमें नहीं दिख रहा है जहाँ पे हमें मारने के लिए लोग पहुंचे, ना ही कोई CRPF का ऑफिशियल नजर आ रहा है। और ये स्थिति है मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा की, जहाँ पे तस्वीरें हिंसा की थोड़ी देर पहले आई। बूथ को पूरी तरह से घेर लिया है यहाँ के लोकल लोगों ने। कोई वीडियोग्राफी नहीं, कोई फोटोग्राफी नहीं, किसी तरह से कोई रिपोर्टिंग नहीं, कुछ भी करने से लगातार मना किया जा रहा है। मैं कोशिश करेंगे कि अगर मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन से कहूँगी कि आप उतर करके अगर आपको फिर से दिखा पाए तस्वीरें, तो अतनु अगर हम उतर करके यहाँ से रिपोर्ट
मुर्शिदाबाद के कोनों की हिस्ट्री का यहाँ पे वायलेंस का इतिहास रहा है। हिस्ट्री वायलेंस की बातें यहाँ पे लगातार कही। हमने पंचायत चुनावों में, असेंबली इलेक्शन 2021 में यहाँ पे हिंसा की तस्वीरें देखी।
असेंबली इलेक्शन 2021 में यहाँ पे हिंसा की तस्वीरें देखी, रिपोर्ट भी तैनाती की गई थी, तब हमें लगा था कि इस वक्त चुनाव इंटिमिडेशन में नहीं होगा, डर के साए में नहीं होगा। लेकिन आखिर है कि इस वक्त मैं खुद रिपोर्ट कर रही हूँ और हमें नहीं पता
अनडाउटेडली कुछ अनटूवर्ड इंसिडेंट हो जाए, क्योंकि जिस तरह से हमें दौड़ाते हुए वहाँ 100 मीटर आगे हम खड़े थे, वहां से दौड़ाते हुए हमें गाड़ी के पास तक आना पड़ा, क्योंकि तमाम लोग हैं जिन्होंने कैमरा पर्सन हमारे अतनु नाग के साथ हाथापाई की, उसको मारा, पीटा, कैमरा छीन लिया, कैमरे के लेंस तोड़ने की कोशिश की गई। ये स्थिति यहाँ पे मुर्शिदाबाद के नौदा इलाके की, जहाँ पे लगातार हमें रिपोर्टिंग करने से रोका जा रहा है, फेयर रिपोर्टिंग से रोका जा रहा है, क्योंकि बकायदा जो आगे पोलिंग बूथ है उसको घेर लिया गया है। यहाँ पे बूथ कैप्चरिंग की बात लिया गया है, यहाँ पे बूथ कैप्चरिंग की बात की जाती है। कहा जाता है कि कैसे यहाँ पे हिंसा प्रभावित रहती है और बूथ कैप्चरिंग कितनी आम बात है, किसी को अमेज नहीं होना चाहिए। ऐसी बातें यहाँ पे कही गई है कि जो पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो यहाँ का अधिकतर मुर्शिदाबाद मालदा का बना हुआ है। और यही तस्वीरें यहाँ आकर के और जूम करके दिखाए, अभी भी आपको दिखाई देगा। वहाँ पे कुछ लड़कों का समूह, यहाँ के जो लोकल, आप इनको गुंडे कहिए TMC के, आप इनको किसी के, आप इनको TMC गुंडे कहिए, किसी के गुंडे कहिए, वो सब यहाँ पे मौजूद है, खड़े हैं और समूह बना के खड़े हैं, इस तरह से घेराव करके खड़े हैं कि कोई बकायदा आगे जाकर ही कुछ शूट ना कर पाए। आखिरकार लोकतंत्र के महापर्व के दिन जब हम तस्वीरें सुबह से दिखा रहे हैं लोगों के वोट करने की, यहाँ से तस्वीरें आ रही है जहाँ पे लोगों को वोट किस तरह से करने दिया जा रहा है, ये तस्वीरें तक नहीं खींचने दी जा रही है। कैमरा पर्सन अब तो थोड़ा बीच में आ जाए, तो अगर आप जूम करके वो ट्रक और वहाँ पे मौजूद लोग जो हमारे पीछे जिन्होंने कोशिश की हम पे अटैक करने की, अगर उन पे जूम कर सके तो अभी भी कई सारी बाइक।
Well, in fact, Murshidabad is certainly no stranger to political violence. Shubhankar, you've been asking for what is the evidence, and these are just perhaps whims and fancies of the national media tarnishing the image of Trinamool Congress caught on camera. Caught on camera, I repeat, Shubhankar, is goons there preventing others to go in. And if there is nothing wrong that is actually happening, then why is it that a reporter is basically prevented from even going close to the polling booth?
See, first of all, I'm really worried that I hope and I pray that your reporter is safe over there. But the thing is that what I could see over the screen, you're continuously showing it over there, and I can see there is a public transport vehicle standing at a distance, and then I saw. But I couldn't. But
did you see? Can I just help you describe? Can I just, Shubhankar, let me help you describe what you're very conveniently omitting and selectively describing the images that have come in. The images are like this. That you have one particular person. Let's have that. Can we just remove this image and show the image that Harsha has just sent us? There you have a person coming, accosting our reporter, telling the reporter that shut down your camera. Why do you need to shut down the camera if there is nothing that is actually happening? Question number one. Question number two to Shubhankar, to you, with regards to these very images, apart from the public transport and the romanticizing of every image that you actually see, I would only strongly urge you that stop romanticizing political violence, be it any party. Bengal has seen this right from 1950s, and every political party, whoever has been in power, starting from the Congress to the CPM-led left front, we have only seen political violence.
See, it's such a long question. You gave a big, dialogue over there. So
it's not dialogue. Let me just make clear this out. It's fact, stating the facts.
ठीक है, चल रही है. इधर है, इधर टीएमसी पार्टी है, उधर हुमायूं का पार्टी है.
तो एक बात बताइए, ये अभी हमें क्यों नहीं जाने दे रहे वहाँ पे? हमारे साथ क्यों बदसलूकी कर रहे हैं? हमें क्यों भगा रहे हैं? हमने हॉकी स्टिक देखी, लाठियाँ देखी उनके पास.
मैं नहीं जानती. मैं साधारण आम पब्लिक हूँ. मैं दूध बेचता हूँ गाँव से. ठीक है.
तो अभी वहाँ चल क्या रहा है? पूरा घेर करके रखा है.
इधर जो है ना, ये टीएमसी का लोग है, और उधर जो है ना, वो हुमायूं का लोग है. ये चल रही है. वो इधर नहीं आ रही है, ये उधर नहीं जा रही है. ये जो केंद्र बाहिनी है ना, वो क्या कर रही है?
सीआरपीएफ. तो वहाँ पे कोई सीआरपीएफ नहीं है.
ढेर सारी सीआरपीएफ है. क्या कर रही है इधर? मैंने चुनाव से पहले जो मैंने बुझते बैठिलाम, चुनाव से पहले मैं जो जानती हूँ, ये शांतिपूर्ण भावे वोट होगा, चुनाव होगा, इसलिए. ठीक है, आप लोग जाइए, जाने देंगे. मैम, आप लोग जाइए.
अभी वहाँ माहौल बहुत खराब है.
नहीं, ठंडी है, थोड़ा ठंडी है. सीआरपीएफ है, ढेर सारी आपका जैसे सांबादिक है. उधर किधर से आया है आप?
हम लोग दिल्ली से आए हैं.
ठीक है.
तो ये यहाँ पे तस्वीरें भाई साहब बता रहे हैं, दूध देने के लिए वहाँ पर गए थे. इन्होंने कहा कि इधर टीएमसी के लोग हैं, उधर हुमायूं कबीर के लोग हैं, और दोनों जो पक्ष हैं उनके बीच झड़प हो गई है, जिसकी वजह से वहाँ पे घेराव कर दिया गया है, जिसकी वजह से भी किसी को आगे जाने के लिए नहीं दिया जा रहा है. और लगातार यहाँ पे हम लगातार देख रहे हैं पुलिस की गाड़ियाँ, सीआरपीएफ की गाड़ियाँ, सीएपीएफ की गाड़ियाँ लगातार आगे पहुंच रही हैं उस जगह तक जाने के लिए जहाँ पे असल में पोलिंग बूथ में हिंसा की तस्वीरें नजर आई. लेकिन असल में वहां तक हमें नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा. जो फेयर रिपोर्टिंग की लगातार बात की जा रही है, वो हमें वहां तक नहीं करने दिया जा रहा. हम फिर भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं किसी भी तरीके से यहीं से ही जूम करके आपको दिखाएं कि वहां पे किस तरह से लोग भारी संख्या में इकट्ठा हो रखे हैं. बाबा, आप वहीं से आ रहे हैं? हाँ, वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है?
वहाँ पर तो बहुत झमेला होगा.
बहुत झमेला हो गया. क्या झमेला हो गया?
वो वोट.
हाँ, अच्छा, वोट.
तो
अंदर क्या बूथ कैप्चर कर रहा है क्या सब लोग?
यहाँ से हम लोग बताइए, आपका गणतंत्र हुआ. आपका वोट आप दीजिए.
लोकतंत्र का पर्व है भाई.
आपके ने कैसे रुका? यही झमेला है.
तो आगे वहाँ चल क्या रहा है? हम देखे बहुत लोग के पास लाठी, हॉकी स्टिक, डंडा सब लेके घूम रहा है सब लोग.
वो मेरा मुस्लिम जाति का स्वभाव हुआ हो.
मान रहे ये सब लोग.
हमारा एखाने देश में वोट हुआ, कोई झमेला नहीं.
तो सारा झमेला यहाँ नौदा में क्यों हुआ है?
सब हुई इसलिए सब मुस्लिम हुआ. यहाँ हुमायूं टीएमसी,
हुमायूं कबीर और टीएमसी आपस में झगड़ा कर.
यही झमेला हुआ.
तो बाबा एक बात बताइए, अंदर लोगों का बूथ कैप्चर किया जा रहा है क्या? लोगों को बोला जा रहा है इसको डालो उसको डालो, यही चल रहा है क्या अंदर?
टीएमसी से ऐसे हम लोग बूथ कैप्चर करेंगे, हुमायूं बोल से नहीं देंगे.
वही बवाल चल रहा है.
दो पक्ष का एकदम मतलब जुदा होता है.
तो ये यहाँ की तस्वीरें हैं जो कि यहाँ पे जो लोकल्स हैं यहाँ के, वो खुद बता रहे हैं कि किस तरह से टीएमसी और जो हुमायूं कबीर की पार्टी है उनमें आपस में झड़प हुई है. और यही शायद वजह है कि हुमायूं कबीर अब तक यहाँ से बाहर नहीं आए हुए हैं. लगभग 1 से 2 घंटे का समय बीत चुका है हुमायूं कबीर को अंदर गए हुए नौदा पोलिंग बूथ की तरफ, लेकिन अब तक हुमायूं कबीर बाहर नहीं आए हैं और वहां तक किसी को जाने भी नहीं दिया जा रहा है. और लगातार हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखाएं, फोर्सेस की गाड़ियां दर गाड़ियां, पुलिस की, कमिश्नर की, डीएम की, कलेक्ट्रेट की, सबकी गाड़ियां उसी तरफ जाती हुई जिस तरफ ये सारा बवाल घटित हुआ है. लेकिन हम किस तरह से भी नहीं जा सकते क्योंकि स्थिति जो है काफी अनियंत्रण नजर आती हुई. बैक टू यू.
Right.
Well, in fact, Ishita, at least 2 accounts that we got on camera. And Shubhankar, if you're there, this side and that side, Help us decode this brilliant language that only can come in from the state of West Bengal. This side is Humayun Kabir and that side is Trinamool Congress. Trust me, anyone outside Bengal will be perplexed. What are we really talking about? What is this side and that side in a state? Help us understand. What is this lingo?
Can I answer, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
This is the condition of the Bengali Asmita that we are talking about, the Bengali identity that we are talking about. Bengali identity is as such that today we can't even have one Bengali-speaking reporter going over there and talking Bengali.
Don't worry, Shubhankar, don't worry about. One second. I don't think so. One minute. Let me correct you. Let me politely correct you. Let me politely correct you. This kind of regional chauvinism, this is not called regional identity. Let me just correct you. The problem here is that you are mistaken when you think that only a Bengali speaking person should be going to West Bengal. Then the question is, me as a Bengali should not be going to any other state and be covering. Now what kind of assertion is this? What kind of religious identity, region-based identity that you're trying to assert? When the question here is that you should be lauding the fact. You should be lauding the fact that you have a reporter who's courageous enough to ask the necessary questions. You answer my question. I'm asking you this, that in our country, in the state of West Bengal, which is very much part of this country, unless you believe something different, when it is part of this country, what kind of a language is that this side Trinamool Congress, that side Humayun Kabir? You tell me, is that the identity that you're essentially talking about? And is this the Bengali Asmita that you're talking about?
This is the thing. The questions are so long, and then in the between, you can get the reports, and you even don't fetch the answers. If you don't like to get any answers,
go ahead. Why waste your time with the prelude? Go ahead.
See, again, if you please kindly don't interrupt and allow me to answer, I can at least try answering it. See, number one, there is no problem in going to any state, Bengali is going to any state or Hindi speaking. All I said that it could have been easier for your audience to understand. At least the reporter could have spoken in their native language and could have translated it to the people over there, that what they are exactly wanting to say. Number two, the thing is,
why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you do me a favor? What did the person say? Okay, so just for the sake of argument. Okay, for the sake of argument, is there anything different that the person was saying that you think that the people of this country did not understand when they said this side and that side? Does it really require a translator? And if you want to take up the job of a translator, Shubhankar, feel free. Go ahead. Translate what the person said. I am going to play that out for you. If there's something different.
Because I think you go on, because it's very hard for me to speak if you don't allow me.
It's hard. It's hard because it is going to be hard, Shubhankar, because it is going to be hard. Whether you like it or not, it is going to be hard.
This is actually absurd, Please ask somebody else a question. You go into Nikhil Jain or somebody else. Because
Nikhil is not the person who is going to represent. Congress is nowhere in the picture. I will ask Nikhil a question when the Congress becomes relevant here. I'm asking you. Please, counter me with facts. I am only throwing facts at you. You are saying listen, Shubhankar. I am not giving you. This is no political campaigning platform that I'm giving you. All that I'm asking you is a simple question. Answer directly. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in your suggestions as to who should have been covering the West Bengal polls as far as Republic is concerned. That's none of your business.
The panelists over here. The panelists are not even given the time to at least answer.
You please go ahead.
Your questions are so long. Then you have got.
Don't worry about the questions. Worry about your answers.
And you don't like to hear. You don't
worry about your answer.
You don't allow to speak those words which you don't like to hear on the channel. That is the problem. And if it is like that, then please bring in the people whom you like to, hear the things that is prescribed and everything.
Are you done?
So that is not a way. With the things happening over there, Humayun Kabir know what kind of setup Humayun Kabir has over there. Humayun Kabir, who got the influence from and the financial assistance from the people, who those people are, who those three jewelers were. and whom they are associated to now. Who is Soumitra Khan, and what did Humayun Kabir, had that agreement with Soumitra Khan? How come the people who were with Soumitra Khan helped Humayun Kabir? Where are those people? Where are those jewelers who were aiding Humayun Kabir? Nothing is found. The entire central agencies are there. They get immediately effective while taking action against any kind of opposition party and all. Where are they now? Have vanished to? Why can't they find it out over there in this part of the Murshidabad? When they very well know that Murshidabad, Humayun Kabir had already planned. He had said that this time the election is of power. This is the kind of language Humayun Kabir used over there, that this election is going to be of power. So please come out with full power. This is how he incited violence over there. And how it was being covered, I didn't hear Suvendu Adhikari utter a single word against Humayun Kabir. I didn't hear Dilip Ghosh coming over there and saying that Humayun Kabir is wrong, or taking action against Soumitra Khan, who was helping Humayun Kabir over there. So this is the thing. The problem is that, first of all, you allow the problem, to aggravate over there. And when it comes to the line, you can see the people over there, the most threatened people over there are the TMC people. Because the side where the TMC, they said that this, I heard in Hindi, they were saying, either TMC hai, udhar aapka Humayun Kabir ka log hai, idhar TMC hai. What do you mean by either TMC hai, udhar Humayun Kabir ka log hai?
That is exactly what I asked. No, this is exactly what I asked you. What do you
given this thing by Humayun Kabir?
This is exactly what I asked.
This doesn't happen without money.
If you're satisfied, I think so.
So where did the funds come from?
I hope, Shubhankar, I hope you are satisfied with your response.
Power over there, so much of people over there.
Shubhankar, I hope now you are satisfied with the response that you've given, and enough time has been given to you. I hope you will have the courage to hear my questions also now.
I said that please find out how did Humayun Kabir muster so much of muscle power over there. With what money? See, this is not happening without money. The people over there, the goons he has arranged, it's all, so one has to find out where exactly he's getting all the finances from. Who were those people who were aiding Humayun Kabir's dream of bringing in Babri Masjid? Why don't the people talk it over out there? Why Humayun Kabir went, say, 40 kilometers apart to bring up his dream come true? So whose land was that? Who were the people who were associated with Humayun Kabir? So why is it all the central agencies are still under the control of the BJP? So why can't they find it out? It is a long time now. It's long time.
All right, so TMC doing what it does best, deflecting the blame. But on that note, we're slipping into a very short break. Rohan Gupta, Shubhankar Bhattacharya and Nikhil Jain, thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you all the updates coming in from the election states, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. In fact, as Republic now catches open poll rigging on its camera in West Bengal, we'll continue getting you all the updates on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version. This British missile from the company MBDA replaces the old Russian R-73 that pilots used for years. The R-73 could only reach targets 10 to 15 kilometers away, which forced pilots to fly too close to the enemy and take big risks. The ASRAAM changes all that. It can hit targets more than 25 kilometers away, almost double the old range. It flies at Mach 3 speed and uses a smart infrared seeker that ignores enemy flares and jamming better than before. The Indian Air Force flies more than 55 of these MiG-29 UPG jets in frontline squadrons. These planes guard the northern and western borders day and night. Earlier upgrades added new radars, engines, and digital cockpits, but the short-range missiles stayed.
No, I'm happy that my constituency, the most higher authority of the state is voting. But definitely Anna Edappadiyaar will be the Chief Minister. And I wished my Chief Minister because I am the candidate here. But we want to change. Whoever may be the voter, they will vote for a women voice. Because women voices are very less in the assembly. So strong voices should be raised in the assembly. I will be one among a person, women, who will be raised the voices of voiceless women in Tamil Nadu.
There's also a question that Vijay is contesting the elections this time in all 234 constituencies. Do you think Vijay's factor would be taken into being, which it will be able to defeat both the DMK and the AIDMK's vote share?
It will take some impact, but the impact will not be so effective to change the political scenario in Tamil Nadu. The fight is between NDA and India Alliance.
ND and BJP were extremely confident. We have done our hard work. We have covered the yachts. We have met the people. We have sought their love. We have sought their votes. So I'm extremely confident. Today, the polling day, they will vote in large numbers. They will vote as per their conscience, and people have turned out in large numbers as per the early trends. So I'm supremely confident that people will make the right choice today. And Coimbatore South, you have seen how the polling has deteriorated. Yesterday, the candidate has staged a dharna. BJP has participated in that dharna. District President has participated. And we stand with the candidate, what he has sought yesterday. Election Commission and their wisdom has decided to go out with the polling. Right now, the onus is on the people. I hope they turn out in large numbers, vote as per their conscience and make the right choice. Thank you, madam.
One SIR impact, if you could give an...
SIR impact will have a general, if you look at the arithmetic, it might have an impact on 2.5-3% on the polling percentage rise. Any percentage rise beyond 3%, in my opinion, is going to be the general enthusiasm for the voting. So Tamil Nadu generally votes very high. Sometimes you have clocked 80% also. This time also you will see a very good increase in polling percentage.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH.
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
The Indian Air Force is giving its old MiG-29 fighter jets a powerful new weapon from Britain that turns them into modern fighters ready for today's battles. MiG-29s first came to India in the 1980s, have flown many missions along the tough borders with China and Pakistan. Now they are getting equipped with British ASRAAM missiles that make them as strong as NATO planes in close fights. The Ministry of Defense sent out a request for proposals to fit the Advanced Short-Range Air-to-Air Missile on the MiG-29 UPG version.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Republic's special coverage on elections in West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Now, my colleague Shravan Sen also joins me. Shravan, we are looking at fairly high voter turnout till about 11 a.m. 41% in Bengal, while about 38% in Tamil Nadu. And if you compare both the states, we are looking at calm in Tamil Nadu compared to violence breaking out in several pockets in West Bengal.
Well, Bengal is no stranger to political violence, and that's exactly what we are witnessing this elections too, as Bengal goes to polls. That's the first phase of polling that's taking place. 152 seats up for grabs, 3.6 crore voters. And the big debate also about the SIR deletion that has taken place. On the ground, Republic Media Network with the largest presence in the state of West Bengal. Every seat has now been counted, where we have reporters on the ground, and from Tamil Nadu, from heart of Tamil Nadu, where we are basically reporting. We'll get you all the latest details. But up first, let's take a look at the headlines. We're checking at this hour.
बताइए भैया,
प्लीज चल जान अपना के हमें खराब कुछ बोल
भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं?
तो चल जा,
क्या कह रहे हैं?
तू चल जान बोल ना
जाए
अपना जगह
तो अच्छा भैया एक बात बताइए, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग करना अलाउड?
अरे अपने जाने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। चल बंद करें कैमरा बोलना ना, बंद करें ना कैमरा। ठीक है चलो अब तेरा बोला ना क्या था?
Public View captures footage of poll rigging in Bengal's Murshidabad as political goons try to run off camera during a live broadcast.
बताइए भैया,
प्लीज चल जान अपना के हमें खराब कुछ बोल
भैया हिंदी में बताइए क्या कह रहे हैं?
तो चल जा,
क्या कह रहे हैं?
तू चल जान बोल ना
जाए
अपना जगह
तो अच्छा
Political goons target Republic crew during live broadcast, physically assault reporters for exposing poll rigging.
Well, in fact, let's try and see if we can hear what Suvendu Adhikari is saying. This after reports of violence have now been reported from various parts of Bengal. In fact, in Coach Bihar as well as in Murshidabad, where we're given to understand that violence has taken place. Ishit, I'm not too sure whether we can hear what Suvendu is saying right now.
Right, of course, we'll try and get the reaction from the leader of opposition in West Bengal. But right now, we are looking at several pockets in West Bengal now witnessing violence. There have been clashes reported between TMC and BJP workers, TMC versus Humayun Kabir's party workers as well. And specifically Murshidabad, this is where Republic's crew was also attacked while trying to cover. And in fact, on our camera, now we have caught an incident of poll rigging as well. So we are looking at violence taking place in Bengal despite heaviest security deployment.
Well, in fact, we do have some details now coming in of the voter turnout till 11 o'clock this morning. And some of the key constituencies where the Election Commission has now put out, before we play out, that's the voters claim stuck. People claim that there's no response from the administration. This is with regards to the breaking coming in from Tamil Nadu. In fact, earlier this morning, you've had a request that was made by TVK Chief Vijay asking for the polling timings to be increased. In fact, that is the letter that he has also written to the Election Commission after reports basically came in of certain delay that was experienced in some of the constituencies. We'll try and see if we can go across to Sharda as well as Aishwarya, who's getting us the latest details. I'm also told that the voter turnout, the breakup of the voter turnout from Tamil Nadu has also come in as we take our viewers through some of the key constituencies from where the voter turnout has come in. It seems that there's been brisk voting that has been reported from various places, but in some areas, these visuals are coming in from Chennai. Not very sure as to why there is this jam that you basically see, where people are stranded there. We're trying to find out the reason why the people are stuck there, whether at all this has got to do with any malfunctioning in one of the polling booths or there is some other reason that's not known at this point in time, Ishita. But this is from Chennai, where some complaints have actually come in.
Right, of course. And our colleague Shada is there on the ground. She's been closely tracking all the election updates. Shada, over to you. Please explain to us why has there been a delay in this? Why are voters stuck for last 12 hours?
Well, there's a lot of delay in the voters coming to the polling booths. Starting from last night, buses have been delayed. There are multiple complaints telling that the transport department did not plan for the elections properly, pointing out that the DMK, in their own doing, allegations come from the TVK leaders saying that the DMK did not plan for the people to travel from Chennai to other suburban cities in the state of Tamil Nadu. Another question that comes is when the polling booths where though the mock polling did happen in the morning, there were certain technical issues which went on for a while, which also delayed the polling in multiple areas. This is why the TVK leader Vijay has sent a letter to the Election Commission of India stating that the polling time should be extended by 2 hours, and also requesting the people to make sure that they go and vote. The TVK leader has sent a letter. Now, the DMK is claiming that it was not their own doing, that every order came under the Election Commission of India and it was planned properly, but it is the execution that did not happen because the Transport Minister was not there along with his team, is what the DMK is claiming.
Well, Ishita, I'll just quickly take our viewers through the breakup of the voter turnout data that has just been put out. In fact, this is coming in from the Namakkal constituency, which has topped the voter turnout and stands at about 45%. The lowest really coming in from Chennai, that's about 35% till about 11 o'clock this morning. Once again, we're going across to Bengal, where it seems yet again, as you can see right now, these images that are coming in from Murshidabad, clear clashes that are taking place between two groups right now. A group there you have being mercilessly being beaten up, not very sure they belong to which political party right now. From the screens that are coming in,
जल्दी आइए यहाँ पर तोड़ फोड़ हुआ है अरे तू धिक्कार করেছিস আমার সঙ্গে ক্লোজ কর বিদেশি লোক সামনে Achun! कैमरे का तार जुड़ा हुआ है 2 नंबर पोर्ट पे लिया है हैंड क्लियर कर लिए जाच्छे हाथ में चुप हाथ का वीडियो कर दिया मैंने क्लोज कर हाथ कैमरा का काट हुमायूं को मिलो सोच रहा चल लाठी चल
सर 4 नंबर कोर्ट पे लगा हुआ है बीएमसी सर। কোনোদিনই টাইমে কিছু পায় না আমাদের এনে নাই সালা না এনে कभी नहीं मिलता साले को तुम लोग जितना डीजल अच्छा करके दो সেই রাস্তা হুমায়ুন কবি দিদি এখান থেকে সমাধির গাড়িতে চাপ 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 আগে চাপ আরে এইটা না রে ভাই এই গাড়িতে চাপ নিরাপত্তার দায়িত্ব বাবা তুই গাড়ি চেপে ভিজুয়ালটাকে ঠিক কর
नहीं निकल सकता। These images now coming in from Murshidabad. Tense situation there. As you can see, a car being vandalized. Not very sure if this belongs to the Election Commission there, but from the logo it does appear that it was an Election Commission vehicle. We're waiting for an official confirmation to come in from the Election Commission, but classic to what we have seen in Bengal elections. Violence, and this time it seems that there is increased violence that has taken place, particularly in Murshidabad. That's also the place from where the maximum SR deletions have actually taken place. Is this a sign of nervousness there? In fact, let's just cut across to some of the latest images now coming in. Union Minister Suvendu Majumdar is also joining us with this broadcast. Mr. Majumdar, while we speak to you, massive violence has been reported from Murshidabad. It's on the expected lines, but is this a side of nervousness on the ground? Because it seems that there is direct clashes taking place. And the Trinamool Congress has been alleging that these are BJP supporters also.
No, see, the clashes have been reported from the Murshidabad only till now. And Murshidabad district has a legacy of violence, not from the now or last 5 or 10 years. It has a long legacy of violence, and that's why. And I think Election Commission must be aware of the fact, and that's why they have deployed so many central forces there. And the thing is that the Trinamool Karyakartas, they have started, and the first clash happened between the Trinamool and AJUP, that is the party of Humayun Kabir. So BJP is just a spectator in that. So we don't have our base in those areas, especially Nauda and these other Domkol. All these areas are mostly Muslim-dominated areas. So BJP has very less strength in those areas. So whatever happening there, it is in between the AJUP party and the Trinamool Congress.
You're also responsible because, Suvendu Majumdar, I want to also show you, perhaps in the next couple of seconds, I want to go show you a visual that was captured by Republic TV's Harsha. She was on her way to a polling booth. I'm just going to get the exact name of the polling booth where she had gone. And what she witnessed was shocking. And I'm narrating exactly what one of the persons had to say there. This side, Trinamool Congress. That side, Humayun Kabir. The question here is, will someone take cognizance of what's really happening right now? And what exactly is the Election Commission also doing right now, given the fact that you have paramilitary forces being deployed? And I want you, Shukanto Majumdar, as a union minister, take cognizance of what's really happening. Our reporter gets beaten up, our camera person gets beaten up, not a single response that has actually come in. A reporter is putting her life in danger right now, Mr. Minister, and this is what's happening in the state of West Bengal.
Nasib, the condition of Murshidabad, especially the incident happened with the Humayun Kabir, it is really shameful, and the TMC workers attacked him, and even the reporters of Republic, they were beaten, and it is really a shameful incident happened, and the Election Commission should take the cognizance, and the hooligans, those are involved in this attack, should be arrested immediately, and they should be kept inside the bar for the rest of the election procedure. Up to counting, they should be inside the inside the jail.
Mr. Majumdar, I just want you to take a look at it. I'm just telling our producer to just pull out those visuals that came in from our camera feed of Harsha. Meanwhile, I'm going to move to another question till the time you take a look at this, because this is quite, unprecedented. We have seen this happening. All of us who have covered the state of West Bengal, we have, in our career, we have seen this kind of violence really taking place. But what's the reason? What's the real reason why Murshidabad is seeing this uptick in the violence? And what are the reports are you getting? Because you must be also getting your first-hand reports from the polling agents, your own agents. What is the situation right now on the ground? Now take a look at this, Mr. Minister. This is the image that came in. This is the footage that has come in from Murshidabad, caught on Republic camera. So no other allegations. Take a look at this. And I'll get Harsha is going to join us. You hear from what Harsha has to say. Harsha, Union Minister Shukanto Majumdar is, the moment Harsha is there, tell us, Mr. Minister, take a look at this. The whole sequence.
जो सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल की गाड़ियां हैं वो भीतर जा करके जो पूरे इलाका है उस पूरे इलाके को कॉर्डन ऑफ कराने की कोशिश लगातार की जा रही है। खुद हुमायूं कबीर जो एजेयूपी के नेता हैं, जो कि खुद गोमको से चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, वो इस वक्त यहाँ पे वहीं पर अंदर मौजूद है।
We'll try. And there's another footage. Can we just play that footage also? The moment where she's speaking to one of those voters who are coming out, and he said that this side is Trinamool Congress, that side is Humayun Kabir, and someone is actually preventing Harsha from even carrying out that. This is the footage. Let's take a look at this. Is the footage where she's being prevented from reporting.
ये तस्वीरें आप देखिए, सारी गाड़ियां उसी इलाके से बाहर आती हुई, ये सारी गाड़ियां उसी इलाके से बाहर आती हुई, पुलिस की और फोर्सेस जो है वो हिंसा वाले इलाके की तरफ पहुंचती हुई। हमारे द्वारा खुद भी सीआरपीएफ को कॉल करके ये इन्फॉर्म किया गया था कि यहाँ तक एक फेयर रिपोर्टिंग तक नहीं किसी भी तरीके से करने दी जा रही है। और ये अब तस्वीर है यहाँ पे सीधा उस 50 से 100 मीटर की दूरी की, जहां से हम रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे हैं, जहां पे सबसे पहले शुरुआत में हिंसा भड़की और पूरे बूथ को जिस तरीके से कैप्चर किया गया। और ये तस्वीरें फिलहाल कैमरे पर है कि यहाँ पे कोशिश करके जो क्राउड है उसको डिस्पर्स कराया गया है, पुलिस द्वारा क्राउड को डिस्पर्स कराया गया है कि यहाँ पे सुचारू रूप से वोटिंग हो सके। हम
Mr. Majumdar, this is because this is a long feed, so I'm taking it, cutting across. I know you're a busy person today, but it's important because our reporter has been attacked, and it is our job to tell the entire nation that this is what is happening. Mr. Shukanto Majumdar, I'll request you to stay on with us. Just take a look at this. A reporter, Mr. Shukanto Majumdar, is being told that you can't go near the polling booth. If I can't go to the polling booth and report what is happening, then God help us.
So this is the kind of democracy that has been gifted by the Mamata Banerjee. And these people go to Delhi and along with Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav.
These are live visuals, Mr. Shukanto Majumdar. They're coming from Murshidabad. Just take a look at it. Just see what is happening.
Yes, I have seen it. I have seen it in the morning. And the kind of, democracy that I was talking about, it has been gifted by the Mamata Banerjee. And these people, when they go to Delhi, they, along with Mamata Banerjee, along with Rahul Gandhi ji, Akhilesh Yadav ji, they talk about democracy. These visuals showing that that at least the TMC, they don't have, our opposition, they don't have any moral right to talk about democracy. This is the Nanga Nach of democracy, and the breach of democracy is happening on the road, and this is done by the TMC workers, TMC portfolio holders.
What about Humayun Kabir, Shukanto Majumdar, because the allegation that has been levelled against the Bharatiya Janata Party is that he's your B team and he's the one who's actually doing this. When he's reached Murshidabad, tensions have gripped the area. So the allegation is also against the Bharatiya Janata Party of feeding Humayun Kabir.
It has been cleared by Honorable HM Sir, of Home Minister of this country, that we are not ready to sit with such a people who are making every masjid in this country. Rather, we would prefer to sit in the opposition for 20 years. It has been said by the Honorable Home Minister Sri Amit Shah ji, and this is our official stand. But we believe in democracy. We may differ with the Humayun Kabir, we may differ with CPM, we may differ with ISF, we may differ with TMC, but they all have the right to participate in the democratic function of democratic.
Are you all going to move the election commission? Are you all moving the election commission right now? Because large-scale violence has already been reported. If I'm not wrong, Mr. Majumdar, it is also coming in from Cooch Behar. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cooch Behar, Murshidabad, places.
Till now, I have also received the incidents of violence from the Cooch Behar and from this Murshidabad district. Even in the last night also, one bomb has been charged in the Dome Court. We may differ with the Humayun Kabir in our ideology, in our stand, but we believe that in democracy, he has also the right, as the Mamata Banerjee has.
Okay.
So he is a contesting candidate. He can move anywhere in his constituency.
Okay.
Who is this worker, TMC worker, who they don't have any right to debar it may be Humayun Kabir or any other candidate. Okay. No one can debar any candidate from visiting his or her constituency.
Mr. Majumdar, I'll just request you, because I have my colleague, a brilliant reporter, Harsha, who was there in Murshidabad, and Harsha perhaps can narrate directly to you what she witnessed and what is happening right now on the ground. Harsha, with us, we have Union Minister Shukanto Majumdar. What is it that you saw? Which polling booth was it? And why were they stopping you from reporting?
We have protested, we have complained.
I'm not too sure if she can hear me.
Hello? Huh?
Harsha, can you... It's a little patchy. Mr. Majumdar, it's a little patchy, the network here. I'm going to get her in the next 10-15 seconds. But, you know, it's only heart-wrenching to see this. My colleague here, Ishita, when she saw these images coming in, the only question that came to her mind was also this, that is this really possible? In a country like ours, where we have been celebrating democracy, we talk about, you know, the fact that we elect our government. This is what is actually happening. And Harsha is there. Harsha, Union Minister Shukanto Majumdar is with us. Why don't you tell us what exactly happened, at what time, outside which polling booth, and when you spoke to several people there, what is it that they have to tell?
Sukanta sir, hello, this side Harsha. We have spoken often during the West Bengal election campaign as well. But this time when I am reporting here since morning in Murshidabad, what we witnessed in Murshidabad's Nauda area, after driving 30 kilometers from after 30 kilometers driving from Beldanga area, is that violence. We were here reporting from this Nauda place polling booth, and here we saw how the cadre of the Humayun Kabir और किस तरीके से जो TMC की गूंज से उनमें आपस में झड़प हुई, यहाँ पे रिपोर्टिंग नहीं करने दी गई, यहाँ पे हमारे विजय को हमें डराया गया, धमकाया गया, हाथ में हॉकी स्टिक, लाठी, डंडा, क्या कुछ नहीं. So Mr. Majumdar, what visual we saw of violence was the continuous full of intimidation. And Mr. Majumdar, we remember how it was being said continuously by the machinery that elections will be fear-free, intimidation-free. But that today we in Republic didn't witness. What we witnessed majorly was how scary the situation on ground is. I had to personally call CRPF IG Mr. Shalabh Mathur to ensure that I am safe here. So what do you have to say about the current situation here?
Really, it is shameful for for the country as well as for the state, because we claim that we are the largest democracy of this world as well as the oldest one. So, in a country like us, all the states, they have actually come out of this kind of violence, especially during the election, even before the election and after the election. It is really shameful for us, especially the people belonging to the Bengal and the political person, especially like us, belonging to the Bengal, because Bengal is still facing this kind of violence both before the election, during the election, as well as after the election. Even you have seen the post-poll violence that happened after 2021. This is not at all good for the democracy, and I believe we should come out as a whole, as a Bengali, as a resident of state of West Bengal. I believe that all the political parties should try to come out of this legacy. It is not acceptable in democracy, and the kind of visuals those are coming on the Republic, it will create the fear psychosis among the people, among the voters. So I would like to urge the Election Commission, I would like to urge the CRPF and the other central forces to take cognizance of this, and they should be ruthless to controlling this kind of rioting mobs.
Right, of course.
Mr. Majumdar, the violence started at around 10 o'clock. It took almost 2.5 hours for the forces also, for the personnel also standing here to ensure that there is a violence free so that people can vote peacefully here. It took 2.5 hours. You imagine I was standing just 50 meters away from this location, but now you see the visual. There are so many officers, there are so many security personnel who are deployed here right now, but 2.5 hours it took. So the fear psychosis is in the mind of the voters. How will they come and cast their vote if the situation remains the same? It's not only in Murshidabad, there are several places in Murshidabad, Malda, Medinapur, everywhere there are the visuals of violence which is coming out, and it was ensured to voters that there will be no violence. It was stated by BJP, घर से निकलिए, vote करिए, कुछ नहीं होगा. ऐसी स्थिति में
Harsha ji, if you compare the incidents, I would like to say that it is little bit less in comparison to the previous record. Only few districts, especially Kuch Bihar, Murshidabad, this kind of incidents are happening, and some other sporadic incidents have been reported in some part of the state of West Bengal. I believe that the Election Commission will take the cognizance, and the people will be able to cast their vote, and also the voting percentage is also showing that the people are coming out and they are voting for the parivartan, that is for the change. And this time change will happen.
Thank you, Mr. Majumdar, for giving an insight into what actually is needed this election, because right now what we see is that people are coming out to vote, but they're scared also because of the parties who are the major dominance here in the Murshidabad area. Thank you, Mr. Majumdar.
Right, of course, that was our colleague Harsha, who was, attacked earlier in Murshidabad when she was reporting from near a poll booth. And of course, that was Union Minister Shrikanta Majumdar also speaking to the public on the kind of violence that's now unfolding, getting you live visuals right now from Murshidabad, and this is where violence has been reported since the morning. Several incidents of, violence at poll booth, rigging, as well as, poll booth attempt at capturing a poll booth has also been reported. Now, Shaman, we are looking at deployment, heavy security deployment in West Bengal. There's a ratio about 1 CAPF personnel to just about 140 voters. And despite that, this is what we are witnessing. Imagine what could have unfolded in the state had this much security deployment not been there, because we had seen a lot of criticism coming in about fortifying Bengal on the day of election. But this is what has come to light.
Well, in fact, the Trinamool Congress has directly attacked the Election Commission, saying that there is an attempt that has been made by the Election Commission to fight the elections in a manner. The reason being is that they've essentially brought in paramilitary forces, and as you pointed out, if you look at the ratio of paramilitary forces, then of course there is a considerable increase this time. In fact, now that this election is actually happening in two phases, and the focus is largely in some of those sensitive areas from where our colleague Harsha has also been reporting. Just take a look at these images now coming in from various parts of Murshidabad. In fact, it is considered to be one of the most sensitive districts, border districts that you're looking at. And allegations that have been leveled by the Bharatiya Janata Party is of large-scale infiltration, and infiltration has largely been institutionalized is what the Bharatiya Janata Party has been saying. Radhika Khera of the BJP is also going to join us in a short while from now. Let me get in a quick word first from Harsha to get a sense of what's the situation like on the ground, and then I'll go across to Radhika for a comment about what's really happening in West Bengal. Harsha, what's the situation like now? Because these images that are coming in from the news agency indicates that the situation is still quite volatile.
Sean, I'll ask my camera person Atnu to just pan the camera towards the right now situation so that we can give more insight. And actually this was the area which was completely ghera out. There were almost 200 to 500 miscreants here. You imagine 200 to 500 miscreants here not letting voting happen. Humayun Kabir was sitting here in the middle of the vote, not letting the vote being casted fairly. There were the TMC goons who were sitting here. Almost it took 2.5 hours for police and the security personnel to vacate, to cordon off this entire area. We were standing 50 meters from this particular location. Right now what we see majorly is that police and security personnel have been deployed here. They did lathi charge on the crowd to disperse them because those miscreants were not ready to go. But what we saw was a very scary visual, Shawan. For any outsider who comes here, the situation, the present situation looks very scary because the violence still prevails in the state of West Bengal. And no one will be amazed if we talk that there will be no violence in the state of West Bengal. It's stated that Murshidabad has a history of violence, and that we ourselves have witnessed in Panchayat posts. But this time it was stated machinery, the security personnel, the CAPF, more than 2.5 lakh in each phase. आप समझिए 2.5 लाख से ज्यादा जो पर्सनल है उनको डिप्लॉय किया गया है दोनों चरणों के लिए पश्चिम बंगाल में. फिर भी जो मौजूदा जो स्थिति है ग्राउंड पर वो उसकी स्थिति ये है कि वायलेंस की जो तस्वीरें हैं वो हर जगह से आ रही हैं, चाहे मालदा की बात करें, चाहे मुर्शिदा की बात करें, चाहे या फिर मेदिनापुर इलाके की बात करें. और यहाँ पर जो टीएमसी का एग्रेशन है खास करके मुस्लिम बाहुल इलाकों में वो बेहद हैरान करने वाला है. वो जो एग्रेशन हुमायूं कबीर के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ लड़ाई करके बाहर निकल रहा है या फिर बूथ कैप्चरिंग करके या फिर पूरे बूथ पर ग्रेनेड बम को फेंक करके. लेकिन तस्वीरें यहाँ मुर्शिदाबाद की जहाँ लगभग 2.5 घंटे के बाद जो स्थिति है वो सामान्य हुई है. सुबह 10 बजे के करीब यहाँ पे ग्रेनेड बम फेंका गया था. उसके बाद यहाँ पे टीएमसी और जो एजीयूपी के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं उनमें क्लैशेस हुए, उनमें कन्फ्रंटेशन हुआ, जिसके बाद यहाँ पे फोर्सेस का डिप्लॉयमेंट किया गया. लेकिन फोर्सेस को लगभग 2.5 घंटा लगा इस पूरे इलाके को सामान्य करने में. अगर अभी भी तस्वीरें देखेंगे सारे सिक्योरिटी पर्सनल यहाँ पे डिप्लॉयड है श्रवण, ताकि यहाँ पे स्थिति तनावपूर्ण ना रहे और सुचारू रूप से जो वोटिंग की प्रक्रिया है वो दोबारा से शुरू हो सके. लेकिन ये फिलहाल तस्वीरें क्योंकि लाठी चार्ज करना पड़ा लोगों पर ताकि जो क्राउड है उसको डिस्पर्स किया जाए और जो स्थिति है वो सामान्य की जाए. बैक टू यू.
Harsha, has the Election Commission taken cognizance of the situation on the ground and perhaps increased the deployment? Because it seems that several parts of Murshidabad from where violence has actually been reported, several assembly constituencies from where these complaints are coming in. Have you got any consolidated report of where exactly is it happening and who are these people? Who are these people? Because Trinamool Congress has washed their hands off.
Shavan, we have gotten to note that the CEC Gyanesh Kumar himself has spoken to West Bengal CEO Manoj Agarwal, not only him but the heads of the security personnel and the heads of the different forces He himself is monitoring situation, and also till now what we know is that more than 25 the case has been filed against more than 25 to 30 unknown miscreants who led this violent situation occur and take place here. We saw DM and collector have here arriving here. What we've got to know is that they have to submit an entire report. The collector, SP, both have to submit entire report on how violence transpired in Nauda region, even in the presence of the CRPF, and why didn't they mobilize the forces, the security personnel in the vulnerable and the sensitive area. And also they have to submit report that did the police of this area take in custody the troublemakers who were supposed to be taken in the custody by the police officials before the polling takes place. If that has not been done, they have to submit an entire report of that as well. So the CEC has taken cognizance of the entire incident which has taken place here, and the case has been registered for now against the unknown miscreants who were responsible for creating unrest in the Murshidabad Nauda area. Shawan.
Harsh, I'll request you to stay on with us. I'll get a quick word from Radhika here of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Radhika, reports are now coming in from various parts of Murshidabad where the JUP and the Trinamool Congress workers have engaged in stone pelting, and the kind of violence that has been caught on camera. In fact, our reporter Harsha was reporting for us was also caught in the crossfire there. She was prevented from at least moving closer towards the polling booth. That's the situation that we are really witnessing right now. Trinamool Congress says that you are also equally responsible for it.
Good afternoon to everyone. What we are witnessing today in Bengal isn't a festival of democracy. It is a funeral of democracy which is orchestrated by the TMC under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee. In fact, your reporter was attacked. I saw visuals of a mic being snatched, they tried to vandalize the vehicle. It's just not an assault on the media as well. It's a desperate attempt by Mamata Banerjee to blindfold the nation. Because this is not random violence. It is a calculated TMC-sponsored strategy to terrorize voters and force them to stay indoors because she knows she's losing. Mamata Banerjee is scared of a peaceful vote because the writing is on the wall. She knows the ground is slipping beneath her feet. And when a dictator senses defeat, they resort to only language that they know, that is violence. If you have candidates like Chandan Mondal I believe from Moina, where he tried to influence people and he tried to force people to go and vote for him. And there he was, chased off by Aam Janta. Then you have reports coming from Rani Nagar, Malda, Murshidabad, from all over where TMC is trying to, force people to not vote if their local leaders know that they are not TMC voters. They're trying to bribe people by distributing food and there are different kinds of things. And even from a school, I believe there's some reports coming from certain schools where they've tried to make their camps over there. So it is a very sad situation. This is what Mamata Banerjee is known for. But right now, one thing is very clear, that it is the people also in West Bengal who are responding, and they are chasing away their goons and their leaders who are trying to suppress their voices. She should contest the election fair and square if she's so, concerned about Bengal. And you remember those visuals when there was a raid on the IPAC office, we saw Mamata Banerjee was holding onto those papers with her life. It was not that those papers had lists like she claims of their voters of their candidates. It was definitely this plan that was probably there, the blueprints of these plans as to how they're supposed to create havoc and create all gundagardi. That is why she was scared, because her entire plan would come out in the open. Otherwise, why would any chief minister or any party leader give their probable candidate list to any company which is setting up a strategy? So this was the strategy that they were so afraid that could come out in the public. It's a very sad situation, but the Election Commission, I'm sure, is committed to ensuring that if there is a free and fair election.
Definitely. Radhika, and in fact, I can attest to some of what, the claims that you're making. 64% of all poll violence has been attributed to the TMC. In fact, we also saw, a former TMC member, Humayun Kabir, the AJUP leader, clashing with TMC also in Murshidabad. But also, the central government, before polls began, put on ground CAPF and CRPF personnel. And this entire beefing up was done over thousands of Jawans deployed across West Bengal, and this was the largest deployment that we've seen. But even then, we continue seeing, cases of violence erupt all across Bengal. Pre-poll violence happening on the polling day itself. There was, a massive report that came out last evening also. But where do you think that this is falling short? It's one question to ask whether it's the BJP causing it or the TMC, but also the larger question of the voters, sort of paying the price of whatever's happening. Their franchise is getting stalled, their safety is in question, and that is when security forces have been deployed by the central government. So what's your take on that also, Radhika?
The central government, along with the Election Commission, is making sure that people are not denied their right to vote freely. And it is not just limited to violence. There are reports that have come from various booths where the TMC, for example, booth 171 of Assembly 246 Raghunathpur, ink has been smeared over the lotus symbol on the EVM to hide it from the voters. We saw even in the last Lok Sabha elections, multiple EVM machines. We saw that the TMC goons had gone inside and stuck, white strips over the BJP candidates. So it is clearly the TMC which is resorting to this. The Bharatiya Janata Party has always been against violence. You can see our track record. There has never been any history of the Bharatiya Janata Party resorting to this. But like you said, TMC has a record and they have been doing it. Unfortunately, this was something that we were all looking at. We knew, which is why, yesterday also there was a hue and cry. There were debates. I was on your channel as well. That the TMC was objecting to the fact that even the Congress was why is there a regulation? Why should people not be allowed on bikes? Why are they controlling this? This is exactly because everybody knew that Mamata Banerjee is losing. In fact, she knew herself and that she would resort to the last straw, ki kisi tarah se main bani rahu and resort to this violence. Just imagine if this amount of CRPF personnel and security would not have been there, what would have been the situation of West Bengal? This is after so much security. And I am sure our central forces are well equipped and they are going to handle this. The reports that are coming and everything will come under control, because it is very important for our democracy to function properly and for every voter and every citizen to have that faith in democracy that they can go without any fear, without any problem and go and cast their vote. Like I said, it is just TMC's attempt to scare people. Ye visuals TV pe aayenge, there will be WhatsApp videos that will circulate.
Right, Radhika.
And then people, it's a practical thing. You and I would not go out and vote if we would see something like that happening in our state. It's a very practical situation. Yeah. Someone who is not aligned to TMC would not go out and vote, which is the exact attempt she is trying to make so that she does not lose the election. But thankfully, people are not getting scared and are not sitting at home. They are still going out and bearing them on the
They are, yes, that's true. But at what cost? Because Radhika, continue being with us. In fact, thank you for the lowdown that you're bringing to the broadcast right now. But also, look at the visuals on your screen. Security forces clashing with the voters. Voters not listening to their own security forces that have been deployed for their safety. And in fact, who really is to blame here? Political goons, political violence that Bengal has been marred with. Bengal has a nefarious reputation of pre-poll, during polling days and even post-poll violence. And this is another testament that things do not improve. We are in 2026. This began in 2008 with the left rule. CPM went down, TMC took over, and the violence got intensified, and it's still ongoing. So this time around, Shravan, really the choice is, who is Bengal going to vote for, but what is Bengal looking to vote for? Because these visuals on your screens, in such heavy security, clashes still erupting across areas. Murshidabad is heavily cordoned off by security forces, yet the visuals are they're extremely nefarious. Also, we can play the ambient sound of these visuals. We have been speaking over them, we have been analyzing and breaking down, trying to understand what's happening, but
polling agent tara bidhi oy shala tara oy shala এত বড় সাহস polling agent tara bhi আমার জায়গা বার করে নিয়ে শালা polling agent tara আছে এত বড় সাহস polling agent বের করে দিচ্ছে ওই ধরে নিয়ে কোন শালাকে ধরে নিয়ে শালা এত বড় সাহস ওরে বাচ্চা পোলিং এজেন্ট তারাই দিবে, এত বড় সাহস।
দাদা এখানে কি হয়েছিল?
পোলিং এজেন্টে ঢুকতে দেয়নি তাড়াচ্ছে, এত বড় সাহস। কি মনে করেছে শুধুমাত্র তৃণমূলে পোলিং এজেন্ট আছে? এত বড় সাহস। আরে পোলিং এজেন্ট দিতে দিবে না কেন?
In fact, viewers, these are fresh visuals that come in from Kumarganj in West Bengal. Now, you can see TMC goons. This is outside a polling booth. You can see police officers, also police constables, trying to regain, ground over this violence. But TMC goons chasing out the BJP workers near polling booth and polling stations. This is from Kumarganj. Murshidabad is under fire. Constant clashes erupting. At least 5 cases of violence of different degrees have been repeated. In fact, let's listen into these visuals once more to understand what's unfolding in Kumarganj.
দাদা এখানে কি হয়েছিল?
পোলিং এজেন্ট তারা ভিতরে, ওই শালা তারা, ওই শালা এত বড় সাহস। পোলিং এজেন্ট তারাবি আমার জায়গা পোলিং এজেন্ট তারাইছে, এত বড় সাহস। পোলিং এজেন্ট বের করে দিচ্ছে, ধরে নিয়ে শালাকে ধরে নিয়ে শালা, এত বড় সাহস। ওরে বাচ্চা, পোলিং এজেন্ট তারাই দিবে, এত বড় সাহস।
দাদা এখানে কি হয়েছিল?
পোলিং এজেন্টে ঢুকতে দেয়নি তাড়াচ্ছে, এত বড় সাহস। কি মনে করেছে শুধুমাত্র তৃণমূলে পোলিং এজেন্ট আছে?
That are coming in from Kumarganj in West Bengal. Remember, multiple cases of violence on a polling day. The first phase of polling, 23rd of April today, and Bengal is already noted about 5+ cases of violence. In fact, Radhika Khera, the national spokesperson for the BJP, continues being with us on the broadcast. Radhika, you saw the visuals on our screens. These are BJP workers that are being chased down by TMC goons right outside a polling booth. And not only is this an electoral crime, but this is again, like we discussed, after heavy deployment of troops, and yet poll violence, political violence in Bengal continues. What are your first comments on this? These are BJP workers who are being, taken out of polling booths. In fact, Amit Shah, just a few days back, the Home Minister also said that over 100 BJP workers have been killed since 2019 to 2021 in Bengal. So what do you have to say about this, Radhika?
Absolutely. Whether these visuals from Kumarganj or the fact that TMC has continuously attacked and killed our workers. Bharatiya Janata Party has lost elections multiple times. Whether we can say the most recent, the previous, not this time, Bala, the previous, for example, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, we lost those elections. But we never went and killed or even attacked workers from the Congress or any other party for that matter. You have never seen anyone resorting to such kind of violence. And Mamata Banerjee's government has been ensuring safety of their TMC workers, and we've been seeing how they have been killing and how they have been torturing BJP workers. If Mamata Banerjee has such a good report card on ground and she has done such good work in terms of women's security, job availability for the youth, or development and industrialization in West Bengal, she would not have needed to resort to such violence. And it is not just limited to the violence that we are seeing on the screen. There is even report that has come in from booth number 235 of Siliguri, where proxy voting has also taken place. A few girls went over there to cast their vote, first-time voters, and they got to know that their vote has already been cast. So this is the and the Bharatiya Janata Party is now going to complain to the Election Commission regarding this. But this is the kind of, things that the TMC is resorting to: proxy voting, violence,
Radhika,
not letting
hold
other
on
party
for a minute.
workers.
We're cutting across to Prime Minister Modi quickly.
हिंसा कम से कम हुई है, वरना हर हफ्ता किसी को फांसी पर लटका देते थे और बोल देते थे आत्महत्या कर दी। अनेक प्रकार से गुंडा राज चलता था। मैं इलेक्शन कमीशन का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने लोकतंत्र की फिर से एक बार बंगाल की धरती पर प्रतिष्ठा की है। शांतिपूर्ण मतदान करवाने में इलेक्शन कमीशन की ये सफलता, ये बहुत बड़ी सिद्धि है। मैं यहां के सरकारी कर्मचारियों का भी अभिनंदन करता हूं कि वे भी इस बार शांतिपूर्ण मतदान में बहुत जिम्मेवारी पूर्वक अपनी भूमिका अदा कर रहे हैं। और अब तक की जो मुझे जानकारी मिली है, मतदान भी पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ रहा है। साथियों, नादिया ये भक्ति की धरती है, शक्ति, क्रांति और संस्कृति की ये धरती है। और आज इस धरती पर मैं परिवर्तन की आंधी देख रहा हूं। ये परिवर्तन की आंधी है। कृष्णा नगर में आज भय पर भरोसे की विजय का विश्वास दिख रहा है। ये उत्साह, ये उमंग, ये जोश, ये भरोसे का है। भय जा रहा है, भरोसा आगे बढ़ रहा है। बरसों से जिनकी आवाज को दबाकर रखा गया था, वो अब एक सुर में बोल रहे हैं, गांव गांव बोल रहे हैं, गली गली बोल रहे हैं, स्त्री पुरुष सब बोल रहे हैं, युवा बुजुर्ग सब बोल रहे हैं। एक ही आवाज, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार, पाल्टानो दरकार। साथियों, कुछ दिनों पहले असम, केरलम और पुडुचेरी में भी मतदान संपन्न हुआ है। वहां भी रिकॉर्ड मतदान हुआ है। पहले भी हमने देखा है, देश में जहां जहां भारी मतदान हुआ है, वहां बीजेपी को प्रचंड विजय मिली है, प्रचंड विजय मिली है। बेटे गिर जाओगे, बैठो बेटा, परमात्मा आपको सुखी रखे। बैठो बेटा, गिर जाओगी। अरे आपके हाथ में जो कमल है ना, वो खिलने वाला है। बैठो बेटा, कहीं ऐसा है, आप बैठिए अपनी जगह पे, कहीं चोट लग जाएगी। साथियों, जहां जहां यह स्थिति बनी, विजय प्राप्त हुआ है। इसलिए बीजेपी एनडीए की विजय का परचम पूरी शक्ति से लहराना है। ये लहराने वाला है। कमल खिलना तय है। 4 मई को बंगाल में भी बीजेपी की विजय का जश्न होगा। मिठाई भी बटेगी और जालमुरी भी बांटी जाएगी। वैसे मैंने सुना है कि झालमुरी ने भी कुछ लोगों को जन्नाटेदार झटका दिया है। झालमुरी मैंने खाई, लेकिन झाल टीएमसी को लगी है। साथियों, यहां तो टीएमसी के विधायकों, मंत्रियों, लोकल नेताओं और इनके सिंडिकेट के खिलाफ इतना गुस्सा है कि कई जिलों में टीएमसी का खाता तक नहीं खुलेगा। मैं बिल्कुल विश्वास से कहता हूं, मैंने इस बार बंगाल में बहुत दौरा किया है और जो उत्साह देखा है, माताओं बहनों में जो जुनून देखा है, और इसलिए तृणमूलेर जावा निश्चितो, तृणमूलेर जावा निश्चितो। साथियों, 15 साल पहले वाम के विरुद्ध जनता ने बिगुल फूंका था। आज तृणमूल के जंगल राज के विरुद्ध बंगाल की जनता हर गली मोहल्ले में शंख फूंक रही है। जनता जनार्दन मैदान में है। मैं देख रहा हूं, ये चुनाव हम लोग नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, न मोदी लड़ रहा है, न मेरे साथी लड़ रहे हैं। इस बार बंगाल का चुनाव बंगाल की जनता जनार्दन लड़ रही है। चुनाव का नेतृत्व बंगाल की जनता जनार्दन के हाथ में है। मैं जहां भी जा रहा हूं, लोग एक ही बात कहते हैं कि अब बहुत हो गया, इनफ इज इनफ, और नॉय अनेक होलो, और नॉय। 15 साल बाद ये साफ साफ दिख रहा है, बंगाल के किसान खेत से लेकर मंडी तक हर भय से मुक्ति के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। बंगाल के सरकारी कर्मचारी टीएमसी के भय से बाहर निकलने के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। बंगाल के डॉक्टर भय से मुक्त होकर एक बेहतर सिस्टम के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। यहां के वकील सच्चा न्याय दिलाने के लिए वोट दे रहे हैं। शिक्षक भय मुक्त स्कूल, कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए मतदान कर रहे हैं। दुकानदार, रिक्शा वाले, टैक्सी वाले टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट से मुक्ति के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं। और बंगाल की पुलिस भी गुंडों से आदेश लेने के बजाय जनता की सेवा के लिए वोट डाल रहे हैं। यानी बंगाल में हर क्षेत्र, हर वर्ग अब बीजेपी के भरोसे को एक मौका देना चाहता है। हर कोई कह रहा है भय आउट, भय 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 भरोसा भरोसा बीजेपी को बीजेपी को बीजेपी को। साथियों, टीएमसी की निर्मम सरकार की पहचान है झूठ बोलो, झांसा दो। 15 साल के इनके हर वादे आधे अधूरे हैं। आप इनके महाझूठ देख लीजिए। इन्होंने हर ब्लॉक में मॉडल रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल बनाने की घोषणा की थी, लेकिन हुआ क्या? बंगाल में सैकड़ों स्कूल बंद हो गए। साथियों, टीएमसी ने घर घर पाइप से पानी पहुंचाने का वादा किया था। हर घर नल तो नहीं पहुंचा, लेकिन जल भराव का गंदा पानी आपके घर द्वार तक जरूर आ गया। साथियों, टीएमसी ने 10 लाख एमएसएमईज और हजारों बड़े उद्योग लगाने का वायदा किया था, लेकिन बीते सालों में यहां हजारों फैक्ट्रियां बंद हो गई, जूट मिलों में ताले लगा दिए गए। साथियों, यहां आप सभी को अस्पताल से जुड़ी कितनी सारी परेशानियां हैं। टीएमसी की दुर्नीति ऐसी है कि इन्होंने कल्याणी एम्स के लिए भी कदम कदम पर रुकावटें डाली, लेकिन बीजेपी सरकार ने इसके बावजूद एम्स पूरा किया और आज ये एम्स आपको अपनी सेवाएं दे रहा है। लेकिन साथियों, तृणमूल के दुबुलिया के टीबी अस्पताल के साथ क्या किया, ये आप सभी जानते हैं। हर चुनाव में इस अस्पताल को लेकर बड़े बड़े वादे किए जाते हैं, लेकिन आज तक वो वादे पूरे नहीं हुए। साथियों, टीएमसी का लूट का मॉडल यहां की नगरपालिका में सबने देखा है।